whooping. Sit down and Good morning. I guess it's morning. Well, not morning for everybody, but morning for me. And that's what matters. Ugh, had a pretty good day. Sort of I guess a first for me is when I went to the DSA thing that I had scheduled for the afternoon. I guess I got recognized for the first time, like in person, which was kind of crazy. I was kind of embarrassed and shocked and sort of shy. So I should have been like, oh shit, you know, like thanks for watching or whatever. But it was just like a real fast little thing. I was just like, whoa, I was not expecting that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I did tell like the whole like DSA child. I don't remember if they were in the DSA or not. But anyway. Yeah, I made it sort of known, I guess. So, hello. Yeah, that was a weird one for me. That was unexpected, especially this early in the journey, if you will. But again, I guess it makes sense. Just thinking to myself some little things to make sure I get done. We've been pretty on top of the chores recently. I guess when one person loses their job, you got more time to do some shit around the house, which is good. And also I was not really doing my weight, let's be real, before. So someone recognizes you from the internet. Well, I think that my internet presence normally is pretty, not necessarily wholesome, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. So I wouldn't be, and also I guess I'm trying to be recognized right at this point. So it's not a huge fear. Although that's one thing I wanted to do, but I ended up getting distracted with some other stuff. I wanted to work more on the like scrubbing my existence from the internet. I think I have to like put my house in a trust or some weird shit. Florida's pretty open with its public records, so it's tough to remain anonymous. I guess I'll just have to not piss people off enough to have them want to kill me. That's might be an impossible task when you invite it to the entire internet, but what are you gonna do? One of the things that distracted me and got me excited was, and it was not a bad interaction anyway whatsoever. Also because this person is like helping us do public power or whatever it is, so it's not like they've got the right head on their shoulders. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Even before there was moral codes and whatever. Just definitely don't be a dick enough. You got to have that just the right amount of like the self-selecting process, like generally speaking, if you're that much of an asshole, you don't have time to spread your seed and therefore it's evolved out of you. Yeah. Although those grumpy ass old dudes, that's one problem with our species, is that old men become crotchety pieces of shit, and it's not really gonna like, it doesn't show itself until much later, which makes it evolutionarily sort of like it's a relic of our failure, you know. And it's not really gonna breed itself out. And that's coming from my retail situation, like in retail, where I guess it's people like to say that like as people get older, they turn more and more back into a baby. It is like a real life Benjamin Button effect to getting old, is that you just become more and more petulant and fussy and set in your ways. And I guess one day it's going to happen to me. Hopefully at that point I'm ready to go. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be one of those, like if I was a rich billionaire shithead, whatever, I could very easily be, with the right circumstances put in front of me, one of those dudes trying to steal the blood of his children to become a forever living person. 'Cause I just want to live forever. I just want to live as long as I feasibly can, even though I don't do certain things to keep myself around. But all that talk about like consciousness and everything yesterday, and then the potential for our minds to be in like several different pieces, and then what does it mean to lose a piece, and then how many pieces make up who you are you really even who you think you are? Yeah, you know, I was thinking that one day you could like slowly replace pieces of your brain with a computer or something, but then you would ship a Theseus yourself into being a robot. But would you just slowly be killing your consciousness off while birthing a separate consciousness? I mean, as long as it's continuous, I'm okay with it. But if I don't move into the next one, then it's no point. Like, cloning me to keep me alive doesn't help me, because the clone lives, not me. So what the fuck? Like, there was some cartoon from like a Canadian show. I think it played on Cartoon Network. I don't think it played on Adult Swim, but there was some weird thing. And it was really, the show gives me like a weird memory of it. But it was like this, almost like a Snidely Whiplash kind of like, I think they were wearing a top hat and a cape or something, and they were kind of like creepy and weird, and they ended up going inside of this machine, and the machine would just clone them in the other machine and then crush them and kill them in the first machine. And that was him lying about being a teleporter, which is basically just, I guess, spoilers, but that movie with what's his name in it, Hugh Jackman, I think, the Mystique or Mystic or something like that. But yeah, it's just like, well, that sucks. That doesn't count. You're dead. I mean, yeah, you're right. Every 7 years-ish, give or take, the Prestige, that's what it was, yeah. I've seen it once. It all was way too much for me to keep track of, and I'm stupid. So I was like, cool movie. I think it was supposed to be like a Nicholas Tesla almost too, like a person who had all these crazy inventions and shit. And then they were like an escape artist, and there was a tub of water at one point, and then a few other things. You know, the art was lost on me, unfortunately. But I rented the movie to watch on my living room. Okay, really? Wow. Damn. I had no idea Bowie was in movies still at that point. Man. I'm sure it'll come to me. Oh, yeah, I mean... every 7 years your body replaces stuff. Some people say brain cells don't get replaced. I thought at one point I read that brain cells do get replaced, but I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't make a difference. You know, most of your body is in your body, or when you were a child you're different, all that different stuff. So I guess there's a premise for it, maybe. And then when I was coming home from the thing, my brother hit me up with this like quick little like message, like, hey, do you think your 3D printer can print this? And it was this thing. It was this dude's like little video where he had, okay, the music does not necessary, but he made a Power Fist for Warhammer 40k articulating fingers, which is way nicer than the foam one that I made. I had bought someone's STLs for a much more lightweight version of the fingers, and then I tried like resizing it. But this is all 3D printed plastic. This is all over the course of 10 years. Yeah, but then some people say brain cells are different, like they're the one unique ones, which is why like losing brain cells is like a bad thing. So when you're huffing glue or whatever, that's supposed to be a thing you're trying to avoid. Now, if you're not familiar with Warhammer 40k, Power Fist is goofy and silly, but it's a goofy and silly universe where not only can you have swords with a power force field generator that you then attack people with to do extra damage, but then you can also have a fist that also does it, and you just punch people with a big fist. Normally it fits on a Space Marine, so it's already a bigger person, but whatever. He might be wanting to do some like light cosplay when he goes to big events. So if I print him out a fist, he would be able to paint it up all nice and pretty like to match his shit. But I think it would be really cool to just make some of these. So I'm printing one piece of it right now. And then I'll also take some steps to try to like, I'll try to take some steps to like see if I can like smooth out some of it. Like these are some minor little imperfections that are easy to buff out, but yeah. So that's happening. It'll take about 3 days, probably, with time to like prep the plates, because like this print took 10 hours and there's 7 hours and 36 minutes left in it. So it is what it is. And it takes about 3 spools approximately of filament. So that means it'll be, if they're about, it's like $36 in plastic. It'll be a little less than that, but there'll be some waste or whatever. All of that waste technically is included. So yeah, some electricity, I guess, to print it out, but otherwise, it's neat. I like making cosplay stuff, especially with the 3D printed parts. There was a really cool 3D printer that I never actually went for, but it was the Orange Storm Giga, which is this gigantic printer, like that, person for scale. It can print out much larger objects in one giant piece, which would be way better for, you can see like these are traditional 3D printers of different sizes. And then that's that one, it's just a wooga, huge, but it costs like $2,000 or whatever, depending on what kind of version you get. So gulp. I guess even the basic one. Wait, I thought oh, right. Because the basic one costs that much, but even if you get some of the other packs, it basically still costs the same. So it's like you might as well get some other extras with it, whatever. But yeah. I like 3D printing stuff and getting back into it. I haven't done my resin 3D printing in a while, but there's an optional, like that little like skull detail. That one could be resin 3D printed if you want the detail to be extra nice. I'm gonna try printing it in the FDM and see how it is. But I could also, if I'm planning on doing more resin stuff, I could put that part in the resin printer and print that up pretty easily. So not too hard. So that's a little. So that I was like busy like setting up my 3D printer to have like all the different plates of all the different parts all figured out, and then I like rendered all the plates and did all the slicing to figure out how long it would take and also how much material it would take. So it's gonna be a little bit of a project, but watching the video of assembly and stuff, it's not that bad. So I'm pretty pumped to give this one a go, and it'll be way better than having to make it out of PVA foam or whatever the craft foam is. I mean, we still have a bunch of it for little things or whatever, but it was kind of a hassle, and I'm a little impatient with things. So just letting the printer just go burr and make it for me, way nicer. Let's see, what's my? I added a bunch of stuff to the docket, as I always do. Let's see. I don't know if everybody's seen Big Top Burger or not. That was a fun thing. But Big Top Burger is awesome. It's the Worthy Kids, which is an animator on YouTube. And they made a little mini series. Yeah. Kara has. I don't know. Sometimes the episodes aren't really like, you don't have to watch the previous ones. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. They're just little like 3-minute videos. But they're really cute. Here, let's Pause. Big Top Burger : cats. Of course. Okay. Grab the URL. Add it to my. Oh, I meant to change this effect or this name because the exclamation mark react is confusing, and I could change that to have something said because someone came in before and hit the exclamation mark react trying to get the link or whatever. But that's a command only for me, basically, to then have it send it to Discord and do all that stuff. But I should change the text in the front half just so that way it's not confusing. Okay.
No, his banishment has ended. I cannot leave him to rot down here. His family, after all.
Are you like Steve's brother?
Ha! No, he's part of the cat's family. He's a jellicle, you know.
I've been meaning to ask, are you aware we also have Andrew Lloyd Webber's cats here on Earth?
Andrew who? That sounds unrelated. Our holy text was writ billions of years ago by the bard himself, our forefather, Clowndrew Lloyd Webber. Sounds nothing like your man.
Do you guys even have cats on your planet?
Yes, it is our holy text.
No, I mean the animal.
What the pollicle are you speaking of?
Do you think the boss is retired?
I certainly hope not. I've been developing a new recipe, so
I have no idea if I'm supposed to understand why they're all underground or whatever, unless there's been more episodes that I've missed, which is totally possible.
foul. The innocent customers will perish upon their first bite.
You're gonna kill them?
No, dear comrade. I mean a perishing of the soul.
Oh, I see.
In addition, frankly, my lavish lifestyle cannot be sustained without the employ of our beloved Zomburger.
Yeah, mine either.
That is the strangest beast I have ever seen. How big is it again? Is it
Like,
Good Moon? And you named it after the play?
Penny, don't you have, like, a kid?
Oh, don't worry. My mom's watching her. Besides, rescuing Steve shouldn't take too long. We've got, we got this guy.
Something is wrong with that man.
I'll say, he doesn't know any of these animals. He's never even heard of a goose.
Aha! I sense a jellicle presence. Dear old Deuteronomy is very close. Listen to the stone. I hear something.
I'm so bored. This one's kind of ruined. Do you have this? Any of this?
Who are you?
I guess that's a no. Okay, now you say go fish.
Around here we play with my deck.
Whoa, where'd he get that?
4 aces.
Are we doing poker now?
What is that?
I think we missed an episode. To be continued. See you in. Wait, videos. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we missed 2 episodes. Okay. Well, that's a bummer. Wait. Season 2, 20 minutes? What the fuck? Okay. How is it? What? Wait. I don't remember some of these images. That's 4 years ago. Has this been around for fucking that many years? Oh my God. I'm fucking old. Holy shit. What? I didn't. Wait, Free Apple was fucking 4 years ago? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh, I think I remember this one. That was a cute one. That flew by. Yeah, it sure did. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, anyway. He makes everything in Blender, which is beautiful and amazing. Like, for example,
Presenting Captain Yajima.
in case anybody else is like, this is all made in Blender. Oh my god, it's so loud. Like, that looks like a fucking claymation thing.
そんなはずはない。どうしたんだ、ジーニアス教授。スキャナーによると、この惑星に生体反応があるぞ。一つだけ？誰かが取り残されたんだ。早く教授、飛ばしてちょうだい。
It just, you know, super duper. That's true. Yeah. Video game technology does not really keep up with you anymore. Or done it. There's a bottleneck, right? It's one of those things. That's kind of nuts. Let's see. When was so Red Dead Redemption 2? It came out in 2018. So 7 years ago? A little over half a decade. About 3/4 of a decade. Depending on how you cut it. Yeah. I've never even played Red Dead Redemption. I heard it's a good game. I know. That's why I was looking at when I was looking at the YouTube page, I was like, that can't be right. Why is that so long ago? I think it's kind of a long game. And when I stream these late streams, it would be hard for somebody to like stay up through the entire, I don't know. I feel like it would be tough. But maybe. I'm not opposed to trying out some gaming stuff. This is something that's been on my it's probably a fast one, but it's been on my YouTube homepage every time I refresh it. So I'm like, fine, I'll just watch it to get rid of it. So wait. Oh, I didn't hit pause, I hit mute. Okay. And this, I think if Bob Ross used AI, I didn't want the channel to become, or like half the videos we watch is about AI, but it does seem like an interesting topic, and there's artists in here and shit, so it's kind of like, it's always kind of a good topic to talk about.
Hi. Thank you for joining me today, and I'd like to welcome you to my new show, The Joys of
Diablo 2. I can play that.
Prompting. They canceled the painting one.
Oh my god.
Today. Just found that out. This morning. In the shower. Before I even got out of the shower, they told me. So for today, you won't need any brushes. No paints either. Instead, we're going to be using artificial intelligence. Because the folks at PBS decided that art is dead. So go ahead and fire up your personal computing device at home. And if you don't have one, well, tough shit. Today, we're gonna create a serene mountain vista. So we'll just type in our new prompt, just like that. And, well, I suppose we wait. Oh, it's done.
Is he gonna beat the devil out of it? Let's see.
Didn't know it'd be so fast. Fuck. Look at that. I gotta be completely honest with you. God, fuck. This is better than anything I've ever done. God damn it. We still have 24 minutes? Okay. I guess we'll spruce things up a bit. Just add a little more detail and a little more luster to the natural beauty. Okay, put a highway in the middle. And there's a McDonald's. Okay. I don't usually put a McDonald's in my paintings, but I guess we'll just work around it. Cover it up with a big old tree. I wanted to make an Alaskan sunrise, but I've been told that means something entirely different on the Urban Dictionary, and that this program was trained on mostly pornography. Okay, well, let's lift our spirits, shall we, by adding a happy little bush next to this tree here. Give me a friend. Oh. I don't think the computer knew what I meant by happy. I think I tried to give it a smile. Just made a bush with teeth. And, I hate that. So we'll just make it not happy. Just a regular bush. Oh my God. My squirrel ran away. My squirrel green bean. He got out while I was carrying the computer through the fucking door. I was gonna set him free, but he's not gonna make it. He was a baby. He's definitely not gonna make it now. Okay, let's give the computer something a bit more challenging to create. God damn it. Look at that. Dr. Eggman doing a backflip off the pyramids of Giza with Squidward as his son. That's actually crazy. He even got the purple shoes I put in last minute just to fuck with it. If I saw that on the news, I would think it was real. I fear not only will this technology dissolve democracy in a cesspool of misinformation and distrust in public institutions, it will also rob us of the final thing that kept humanity special after we lost faith in a creator, which is our ability to create at all. Hold on. Shadow the Hedgehog giving Tails an Alaskan sunrise.
I have no idea what Alaskan sunrise is. Oh, there's multiple Bobs. Let's see. I can't believe you really got Bob Ross for this. We're making non-emotional, unfeeling, average-sized trees with this one. I'm so glad we went back to their old style of it's 3 a.m. you woke up to this on your TV. I guess this is their stuff. Neat. That was cute. When they were saying it was good, I was worried that they were going to say that this is better or whatever, but I'm glad that they still showed the problems with it. Okay, well, I guess since it's sort of relevant, one that I saw on my thing.
A few months ago, the ChatGPT image generator
was something I saw from something called Kamikaze Short Bus, which is kind of a cool name. It was just something that was made, 4 weeks ago, and it was about AI stuff. So I was like, okay, that looks like it's sort of on topic. And it's one of those, 25-ish minute videos that it just seems to be the right length for these things. Which is a note for me, because when I make videos, I want them to be around the same length. It's just so much more to make. Unpin after manual. Okay. Captioning on.
generator was updated, and suddenly the internet was exploding with images recreated in the style of Studio Ghibli, with the added bonus of a piss filter that I don't think anybody intentionally prompted but was nonetheless present. Since then, online discussions regarding...
Oh, there was a thing where somebody kept telling it to keep returning back to the original image more and more and more, but then there was more and more and more of a yellow tint to the thing until it became incredibly yellow. I forget which video I was watching. It may have been like a Ted Nivison video or something like that, but that's supposed to be some kind of weird reason for that specifically, because it's been trained on a bunch of, I don't know, Instagram shit where they have that yellow filter on it, and then they add that more and more and more as it goes, or something like, it's just AI being dumb.
Regarding AI have become war zones of bad opinions and rage bait, and as a well-seasoned and occasionally viral art shitposter, I just had to contribute to the dialogue. I kept seeing this one argument specifically that I thought was particularly
they got a YouTube button. That's cool.
Stupid. This idea that art needed to be democratized and that AI art was here to prevent artists from gatekeeping their skills from the masses. This is of course a retarded argument. Art has always been accessible to everyone for free. Since the dawn of opposable thumbs, you have always had a means of making a cave painting. Go outside and find some chalk or give your unwashed butthole a good scrape and you've got a means of painting on a blank canvas. So I made this Instagram reel in which I paint a portrait using a cold can of ravioli to prove that if you've got something moderately wet and a blank canvas, you can paint something. It gave me the opportunity to pay homage to Filthy Frank, gone but not forgotten, and it successfully enraged a few.
I don't know enough about Filthy Frank. I know that he's from old YouTube, iDubbbz time, H3 time, old iDubbbz time, and also he does a few different people, but some of them seem to have gotten better with stuff. But I don't know if Filthy Frank kept going bad or if it ended up getting better. I'm not really sure. But with the slinging of the R word, this could be a channel that I don't appreciate. We'll see.
Prompt jockeys in the comment section. The replies I got from the tech bros were interesting to
this could be like a what do you call it? It's like the communist girlies Red Scare. I feel like the Red Scare stuff where it's like MAGA communists more than actual communists, you know what I mean?
Say the least, and it got me thinking about how non-artists and tech bros might be interacting with artwork in online spaces. The replies ranged from people telling me I needed to adapt or get left behind to a guy having a full-on crash out because he insisted that I was using my talent to gaslight him. Deadass, this guy started immediately barking nonsense, and I told him if he was serious about improving his art, he could just DM me and I would be happy to give him a few pointers and send him some of the resources that I used when I was first learning how to draw myself. And then he just kept projecting everything I said, and then I thought, okay, this is somebody who doesn't want to have a dialogue about this. This is somebody who just wants to be angry in an Instagram comment section. Then I went to Twitch to stream Disco Elysium for 3 hours, and then I got into my car after said stream to drive to Chick-fil-A, and while I was in line at Chick-fil-A, I checked my phone, and there he was, still pinging me, trying to get me to come back into the scuffle. So I obliged for a little bit while I waited in line for my delicious tendies, but he kept opposing all of my rhetoric just for the sake of it, so I got bored. I then told him that arguing with him was about as productive as trying to explain the Israel-Palestine conflict to my dog, and then I called him bald. Quick toxic internet tip: if you want to upset a girl online, you call her fat, and if you want to upset a guy online, you call him bald. It doesn't matter if they're not fat or bald, it's just that most people are self-conscious about these things to some degree, and it'll probably work. I never said I was mature all the time. Call the cops, they can't
I mean, was it you who was mentioning how the balding thing was certain ads could target whatever it is, so it's like, ooh, that might be that's a missile waiting to get fired. I mean, I'm a bit blessed. I've got some deep, like some deeper widow's peaks. I don't know what you call these things, but they've kind of always been there. But otherwise, hair's fine. And the back, the back bald spot seems fine. I mean, that might not hold forever, but so far so good. But I'm not gonna go against my follicle privilege, right? Yes, that's right. Yeah. Oh, you don't? Okay. But it's one of those things that concerns you. Yeah, I mean, like when I watch stuff and then Hassan talks about how he takes finasteride or whatever it is, and I'm just like, what? You got so much hair. I don't get it. But I guess he's worried about losing hair. And that's like, okay, yeah. There was a point in time when I was in the medical halo and I had my head like shaved about as far down as like a little beard trimmer could get it. And I did not, I mean, I was also kind of like a thumb, just a big Tasteride? Wait, is that just like a pun on like Duterte, or is that like just straight up a stronger version? So I think finasteride is supposed to like reduce your testosterone or whatever it is, right? That could be. It's literally a stronger version. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Because more clinically effective. Okay. Well, whatever works, right? Hopefully it's the same cost. Maybe it's a bit more or something, but
bald you. Re-examining this guy's comments got me thinking, how does somebody get to this point, and what other crazy things do people believe about artists? I would like to use this video to bridge the gap of understanding between artists and people that use AI, but for the most part, I'm not sure that I can. If you're an artist, I'm gonna hold the crinkliest part of your asshole when I say this, but there are some people out there that like AI image generation specifically because they don't like artists and they don't like that they can use their skill to make money. Asmongold clip.
And this is an issue with all entertainment media. Is
sure, yeah, but that makes sense. That sounds like a thing that they would do. Yeah. Well, I use SPF 100 because it's hot. The UV index is always like in the oh god section of the weather app.
That most people don't really respect entertainment media in a big way because they view it as a luxury profession. So when people complain about it, they don't get as much sympathy as when like a firefighter is complaining or like a nurse is complaining.
Sorry, fellow artists, but there are just some people out there that don't like you and don't understand the work that you do. They think you have an unserious, non-stop fun.
Okay, so when the Asmongold clip came up, I was hoping that it would be using Asmongold as not necessarily a lolcow, but just like pointing at them being those people. It doesn't seem like they were pointing at them in a positive light, so was good. It's good.
Time at the made-up job dick-sucking factory. They don't understand the sheer volume.
We got some edginess going, so I wasn't sure how far we're gonna go with it.
Of dedication and self-loathing that goes into making art because it's not finance or manual labor or saving lives or deploy.
The way I think about it is, Hitler loved oxygen, right? Like he breathed air and thought it was good. We would agree on that. You can't, depending upon the situation. It would be silly if there was literally nothing, because that would mean they wouldn't eat food and they wouldn't drink water and they wouldn't drink anything, and then they would suffocate and whatever, right? So a broken clock twice a day, all that kind of stuff. So
deploying bombs overseas on brown children. You're never going to convince people like that of anything because they're not interested in having their minds changed. But maybe there's a Gen AI user out there who is at least a little bit curious. I think with such a strong resistance to generative AI, there should at least be a few people on the other side who are a little bit interested in making things more ethical so we don't all lose our jobs. I mean, it's definitely not going away, it's going to come for all of us eventually, but I can dream, can't I? Believe it or not, I'm not somebody who is staunchly opposed to AI like it's my entire personality. I use ChatGPT all the time as a search engine so that when I'm trying to look up something, I'm not constantly fighting for my life against sponsored ads. It was fantastic when I was using it for a little extra help when I was poking around trying to learn JavaScript for GameMaker, and when I opened my print shop, it came in clutch because I found out the hard way that in order to make a print a decent resolution, it has to be at least 5,000 by 5,000 pixels. So luckily I was able to find an AI resizing tool. I was definitely not painting that big because that would...
Well, I think that's... I mean, I think Goat has maybe it was Goat, but somebody was saying that like those things still are AI. But I'm like, when I think of, well, first off, when you think of AI, you're thinking of fucking HAL from 2001: A Space Odyssey, or whatever, Siri, but better, right? That's what you're thinking of AI. And then the new generative AI prompt model things are filling in blanks or whatever it is, but like upscalers aren't really the same, because like generative AI that's like been fed a bunch of data from things and it's stealing those things, and then people are using that to then create something from nothing. That's very different than just like, oh, look, take a look at the area around my thing and then fill in similar colors with a similar amount of gradient or whatever, and or just take my image and make it seem sharper with less noise and other things. And it's using your own image and your own art to work with, and it's a way of like using a blur brush on your art. It's like using an unblur brush, but it's just using learning neural network model version, whatever, but it's not really like a brain, but I don't normally put those tools in the same part as the like, I'm going to go to, Dolly and tell it to make an image of AOC crying over Bernie Sanders pooping or something and go, see, I made good art, whatever.
Slow down my ancient 10-year-old computer. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that there might be a few people on the opposite end of the spectrum who are curious about how artists feel about generative AI. So this video is for you. Here's a few things that generative AI users get wrong about artists. 1. AI art is not stealing. Artists copy each other all the time. Bitch, yes the fuck it is. I can't believe I have to keep addressing this. In order to produce art in my own style, I've had to spend thousands of hours assessing the imagery from the world around me and condensing it into mental data. I've had to spend thousands more hours training myself to be able to reproduce that mental data onto a canvas with my own 2 human hands. Now that data is being used without my consent in a way that directly undermines my own best interests. Let's talk a little bit about master copies. When people say that artists are constantly stealing from each other, they're usually referring to an exercise known as a master copy. When doing a master copy, the objective is to take a piece of art from an artist that you like and literally, to the best of your ability, copy it. Why would you do this? Because you're trying to learn how other artists problem solve. I think as artists for a millennia, we've had the tacit understanding that we give each other permission to iterate and learn from each other's work, given that we know how difficult it is. That is a conversation that changes dramatically when you add a robot to it. This is a master copy I did a few years ago of a John Singer Sargent piece. It took me 3 hours, and even with that much time spent on it, it's still not a one-to-one replica, and it's not meant to be. I did this to fix my bad habit of over-rendering objects in my illustration because Sargent is able to imply form with a few brushstrokes, and I wanted to learn how to do that. When an AI is trained on someone's artwork, it literally just downloads the image and then sorts it into a dataset, and it can do that with literally hundreds of different paintings an hour, probably more. It's not copying, it's just taking. And I wouldn't even call that an illustration at this point. What it spits out is more of like a hybrid of millions of stolen paintings to produce a unique result. So it's more of a collage to me, but I digress. The problem here is I have not consented to have my artworks.
That's an interesting way to put it, is calling it art collages, basically, because that is kind of what it is. But not in a good way.
Stolen and repurposed by something that moves that fast. And to add insult to injury, the tech companies that do this profit off of my work. Bitch, I don't even profit off of my work. I just like making Deltarune fan art for fun, and now you're telling me that tech companies have scraped my shit and are scraping other people's shit and are now selling it back to people in the form of ChatGPT Premium?
Yeah, and then that's the thing, is taking people's art is one bad thing, but then putting a paywall behind that stolen art is a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother layer to this, because you didn't pay for the stuff you got. So
Premium subscriptions? Huh?
So they're mad that, you know, China used DeepSeek with their data or whatever, but it's like, you didn't get your data ethically. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you bitching now?
I shouldn't be forced to participate in this just because I shared my work online to other people that like Deltarune. The way I think this should work, because I'm not under any delusions that this shit is ever going away at this point, is simple. Consent. 1. If you want to use my artwork to train your robot to do generative AI, I think you should ask me and I should be able to opt out. 2. If I opt in, you have to pay me. And why won't companies do this? Because the main gimmick behind AI is that corporations can get away with not paying artists while making big monies. This means that these large language models compete directly with the artists that they were trained on. These AI companies could license the work that they're taking, and some already do, but most of them won't.
Even the garbage Spotify model, right? Where it's like, oh, each play, each rendering, that we take a token from or whatever, because like all these places have stupid, like, you only get so many whatevers, you only get so many flops, so many this, that's. So the same way that Spotify pays pennies to individuals, if your stuff is used, you would then get a residual. But they don't want to set up tie lines to each individual artist who has fed into these things, because that would be A, taking away their profits, and B, a lot of work to somehow try to not only source the image or the thing, but then also relate it back to an invoiceable email and or an account or something. But that's your problem, dude. Like, you're the one that stole it, so.
That would mean having to go back and compensate all of these artists from which gazillions of dollars were stolen, provided that these artists opt in. I feel like I'm not even saying anything controversial here, but there are still some people that are disagreeing with my right to my own work. So why is that? Artists are a very self-flagellating group of people, and modern art has ruined the idea of standards and merit in artistic spaces. Modern art, a banana taped to a wall, this lone urinal, this canvas full of absolutely fucking nothing.
Okay, hold on. Let's see where she goes with this.
Anything by the balloon animal cuck. A few weeks ago I saw—
I think these are the criticisms that she has. Also, this guy's mic is not plugged in unless he's using a USB version.
A video by YouTuber Gary Young VO, wherein he discusses modern art, AI art, and how those two things relate to a philosophical conundrum. If artistic beauty is in the eye of the beholder, it is actually impossible to justify that human art is any better than AI art.
Hey, look, this person has a... You're embarrassing yourself. Diesel Patches verified. An Hassan video by... But it's not... It's called Diesel Patches. Never heard of... It doesn't sound like an Hassan channel. It might just be one of the YouTube... Or the Hassan hater channels. I'm curious.
Gary argues that modern art has destroyed all standards in the art industry as a whole, and that the prevailing sentiment is that anything can be art, and all art is beautiful even if it's a bunch of stray pubes glued onto a canvas, and AI art falls into this category because artists have seemingly removed all of their standards 100 years ago. He then goes on to do this little thought experiment on his art friends, wherein he asks them, between this Jackson Pollock painting and this AI-generated illustration, which of the two paintings has more artistic value? All of the artists chose the Jackson Pollock painting, the gotcha being that the Jackson Pollock painting is also AI-generated, so I don't
But if they were both just... whatever.
disagree with everything this guy says, but he's also definitely wrong about a lot. So first of all, I think lumping modern artists in with every other type of artists and then pinning them to a wall with this question is a little disingenuous, because I can also play that game. I can also ask my art friends, I can ask any of the hundreds of people I've met in the throes of AAA game production or film and animation who in fact do not bust nuts onto canvases.
Ooh, just doing this real fast. I don't know. It looks like this person's like a slop tuber of some kind, just in general, because it just making fun of iDubbbz, making fun of Rogan, making fun of Denims, making fun of Ludwig.
And insist other people buy those canvases and hang them up over their.
But sometimes people just get stuck with bad stuff in their algorithm, and people also just, because it seems like a lot of times people just end up only hearing about certain people through bullshit drama, so they get like a negative opinion or whatever it is. But we'll see. So far, I have not disapproved of the actual or the actual like thoughts, whatever, even if they are edgy and using R words or whatever.
Fireplaces. Like, I don't know what sample size this guy was working with, but I have hundreds of art friends and they all hate Jackson Pollock. Here are some of the things that they said in response to watching this video.
Yeah, I was just talking to Kara about Jackson Pollock, because it's a name that I know. I'm pretty sure he's one of the ones that's a good jerk or whatever, but it's just a name you know.
Regarding the experiment mentioned, very poorly done. It was a plainly leading circumstance. He knew exactly what result he wanted to get, so the experiment was set up to give exactly that result and nothing else.
TLD. But also, like, if you made them both AI and you say which one's better, I guess maybe the other one's not AI or something?
Yeah, people who think modern art is good is like asking the guy who drinks piss what constitutes a good beverage and then saying, see, there's no objectivity in what makes a good beverage.
Yeah, the experiment doesn't really say much when you mislead the subjects. Almost like how online Reddit debaters try to catch you on a gotcha question.
Yeah, this sentiment of art is already bad, so who cares is incredibly piss-spray and disingenuous and shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what value people attach to art as a concept.
Also, like when you have that one type of like weird stitchy, that's like just like the Jackson Pollock style, which is a very abstract style versus a very oil painted realistic style, and say which is better. Define better, what do you mean? But then you put AI versus real, and you go, okay, well, the real one, I guess, right? I mean, of course you would. You can even just do it from like this, like the verbal premise versus the actually even qualifying what you're seeing in front of you.
Also, Jackson Pollock, or whatever his name is, was a government sick, but that's barely relevant.
The TLDR is, the US wanted to show that if someone as bad as Pollock can succeed, that means anyone has a chance. The Soviets had insanely high art standards and forced them to be so specific that there was no freedom, so Jackson Pollock was funded freedom propaganda basically. That's a shortened version of it that might be missing.
Maybe there was some Soviet rules around art or something, but from my understanding, like, for example, how Tetris was allowed to just be made and there's no like restrictions or oversight, but that's also a video game, which is very different than traditional art or something. So there could have been different amounts of oversight or something, but usually I've heard that socialism, but maybe the USSR did it poorly, where art is one of the good things. Hell, there was one of the videos we watched at some point had like a small town that had a New Deal era mural painted on the wall of like a post office or something. And you know, it's a beautiful art mural, and Mike from PA is one that kind of got me on to knowing about this, but they funded artists to just make art during the New Deal. On top of people making infrastructure and doing things, they also just paid a bunch of artists to make a bunch of American art. So that way, not only would they be getting paid and be working, but also we would make the place beautiful and have beautiful things. And that was a great part of it. And now we just defund our arts programs and get rid of, you know, they don't encourage good things.
Seeing some stuff though.
Modern art is just bored apes NFTs for rich boomers trying to launder money.
I met Jackson Pollock once. He kept touching me inappropriately, and
Oh my
when I
God.
asked him to stop, he kept yelling, "It's modern art, you just don't get it."
Okay, that
Any
doesn't sound
artist
real.
worth their salt thinks
I'm
Jackson
assuming,
Pollock
but
is a knuckle-dragging, googly-eyed cocksucker, and anyone who thinks that his art is valuable is even worse. When I was watching this video, before he even pointed out that both of these paintings were AI-generated,
they're both
all I
AI,
could think
yeah.
was, man, I hate Jackson Pollock. That looks like shit. I like the AI one better. There are standards to art. I don't know where he's getting that from. As a 3D artist, I've only ever been hired because I was good at sculpting. Knowing people helps a little bit, but it can only carry you so far. If you don't know basic anatomy as a 3D sculptor, I don't care whose dick you're sucking, you're not getting hired. So in this example, the AI-generated fantasy landscape is in fact better than the Jackson Pollock painting and the AI-generated Jackson Pollock painting. Why? Because the fantasy landscape one is trained off of artists that are good. So again, we are working with stolen valor here. Art
I think she kind of hates modern art, and she's an artist, which is interesting, but she may not be an art history person. Because Kara's talked to me a lot about the differences of modern art and what it's supposed to mean and what it means or whatever. I think we even watched the Answer in Progress one about it, or some other video, but it's just not for me, but I can appreciate it to some degree. It's art, like with it's art including the world we live in, right? Like instead of it just being the art of what's in the frame, it is the art of everything. The world, the situation that brought it here, all of it. And I mean, the high art world is always going to be surrounded in weird stuff and money and frauds and all kinds of stuff. But she's young. And she doesn't have to like modern art. I mean, whatever. It's fine. Obsession with art is more of a sentiment of how poverty-stricken other aspects of the human experience has become in modern industrial countries more than anything else. Like people keep repeating this sentiment that art is one thing we still have. I see. I mean, yeah. It would be better if they had a few more things, right? Like, well, art is one of the 5 things we still have, right? It would feel less like you're taking the last thing that makes them happy, or whatever. So yeah, I love the idea. I mean, when I was when I was looking up different like health stuff and then thinking about things, I would always hear the word holistic, and then I would also hear the word homeopathic or whatever, or like and I'm gonna get them mixed up in my head because I'm bad at words, but I was doing a monotone voice. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I mean, she is. Okay, I could see that. No, yeah, but that's the edginess, right? If you try too hard, it's cringe. So just make it monotone or whatever. Who knows, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. I love the idea of doing a holistic. It's not like a bullshit homeopathic thing. It's like just looking at the problem as a whole. Because if you go, doc, my foot hurts, and they go, okay, well, let's give you anti-inflammatory for your foot or whatever, and they're only looking at your foot, and they're not noticing that you're carrying, I don't know, super heavy things, or you're stepping on broken glass all the damn time. There's a whole picture of things going on. If you're ill and not sleeping well, they're going to give you melatonin and tell you not to use your phone at night and all these other things. But then they actually walk into your house and it's, got 700 cats shitting and pissing everywhere. They go, oh, this is probably also a contributing factor to you not sleeping well. The holistic approach is just sort of like fixing the entire system instead of just one little symptom. So I love the idea of approaching problems with society in that holistic approach and starting from the bottom of the pyramid and working your way up, man. It's my favorite methodology, because even if you end up wasting your time trying to fix something that's not going to work. At least you fucking built up some fucking awesome baselines. You know what I mean? Like everyone benefits from that shit.
It does have standards. Art has rules. There are fundamentals that you have to learn in order to make good art. Color theory, light, value, composition, perspective, anatomy, all of those are required. And yes, there is good art and there is bad art. Art doesn't inherently have merit just because a human made it. I still think the endeavor is cool because you tried, but that doesn't make it automatically good. Do you think Leonardo da Vinci is the draftsman that he is by default? No, he's got probably thousands of bad drawings that nobody's ever gonna see because he threw them all away. Because that's the iterative process of learning how to draw, and there's nothing wrong with that. What I do agree with in Gary's video is that there is definitely a vocal minority of artists that are very annoying and still demanding of your respect, and it's difficult not to cheer for the downfall of that person, so I get it. Person that's been telling you that every piece of media needs to have its characters retroactively race swapped in order to meet some sort of arbitrary diversity quota. The people telling you that you're a bigot or an incel because you didn't want to pay $70 for their video game that plays like a Title IX ass anti-workplace discrimination training module for an office job. Person telling you that they're better than you and more emotionally intelligent because they are artists and you work in construction, and if you don't want to keep using your hard-earned money to fund their lifestyle, you're a bad person. This is where I think a lot of the misplaced hatred for artists come from. In reality, most artists are normal. They're not permanently glued to a soapbox.
I guess because the voice inflection is so hard to, there's not a lot of change happening. So when she has a very long line of like, I'm pretending to be this other thing, I'm thinking she's saying it kind of, right? And then the longer it goes, the more I'm like, wait, is this still that like alternative? I mean, she's still saying that like she hates some stuff. So she's definitely on the stupid edgier side, but just saying that normal artists are normal and they're not going to push their views on you or whatever it is, right? It's just
Constantly spouting annoying socio-political opinions on Twitter. Most of us are just trying to make it, or get a paycheck, or express something deeper through paint. When working in productions, we're not the ones in charge of the messaging.
Right.
We're kind of just held hostage. I was working at this indie studio a few years back, and I was tasked with modeling this non-binary character, and there was a lot of discussion about how this character would look with regards to overall proportion and color palette. And anytime somebody accidentally misgendered the fictional non-binary character on Slack, they got in trouble with HR. Do you think I wanted to be in that situation? No, I just wanted to sculpt and get paid. Pandering in the slop isn't gonna—
okay. They're young, but and corporate stuff is weird, but
gonna go away if you drop all of the artists from the project. Arguably, there will be even more pandering and slop than ever before. There's pandering and slop being made by humans right now without AI. When was the last time Disney made something that inspired you? I know the art industry has been kind of broken for a long time, but I don't think the answer to that is fighting human slop with AI slop. When you start to replace the artists with AI, it's going to make it so that the slop comes out faster, and there's going to be so much slop, it's going to obfuscate the things that are not slop. It's already doing that. In the top 3 videos on YouTube as of writing this, 3rd place is an AI slop video called Lovely Baby Met a Plane Crash, Poor Pug. To say that the soul of art doesn't matter and that all that does is its consumability is just going to get you more of Lovely Baby Met a Plane Crash, Poor Pug, which brings me to the next thing that people get wrong about artists. Soul in art doesn't matter, and all that does is consumability. In the short term, yes, that's true in terms of profitability, economics, people voting with their wallets, that's correct. People are going to buy whatever fires up the old dopamine receptors and avoid things made by people that piss them off. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about whether or not a robot can replace a human artist based on this immeasurable and ethereal value of soul. What I am going to say, however, is that you should care. Personally, I think art is about the endeavor, and I think what makes art so remarkable is the fact that it does take so much time. And I know non-artists don't care about that, and a long and arduous journey is antithetical to consumerism, but it's not just about that. This isn't just about art anymore. This is about something more threatening. AI is going to come for all of us. Art is just the first industry to fall, and you shouldn't be cheering this shit on. You're gonna be putting the fries in the bag soon, too. Actually, no you're not. AI is already taking that one. Mostly what will be left will be in high-skill niches or in manual labor or agriculture. Are you smart enough to oversee or repair the automated technology that replaced you? Probably not. AI might create some new jobs for people that excelled in academics, but what about the people that didn't bother with degrees? For people who didn't go to college, and I don't blame you, my degree is currently better suited to be used as toilet paper. It's going to be difficult to train for anything else once AI takes your job, because there's also not going to be anything else. For coming generations, a degree is also not going to be worth shit, because kids currently enrolled in academic institutions are already using ChatGPT to cheat their way through school. When millions...
I think it'll take too long for, especially on the corporate side, because if they notice, wait, all these kids joining our programs are uneducated, it would take them too long to notice it, I think, before the next phase happens, whatever that is.
are left jobless, governments are going to have to start having some serious conversations about UBI. But if there's anything I know about government, it's that legislation is slow and impeded by bureaucracy and greed, especially when it involves money being used on citizens rather than the military. How many years of chaos?
Not totally wrong, but also COVID. That was the biggest socialist time where we had lives improved immediately within months. Child poverty eliminated. People paid to stay home to some degree. Businesses were getting all the fucking money because of fucking PPP loans to keep their... It was so stupid. Instead of giving the money to the people, the money was given to the companies to then give to the people. And it's like, just give it to the company. Just give it to the people, not the companies. Because the companies still laid people off, had no penalties for it, and then bought their own stocks because everything was low in the recession. And they were like, sick.
Are we gonna have on our hands while we wait for the government to budge? Now let's say you finally get that UBI check. What will you become when all of your basic needs are met? Will you be okay not having anything to strive for? Will UBI improve your financial situation or cause you to become a perpetual slave to the state? The idea behind UBI...
Perpetual slave to the state compared to what? Perpetual slave to your Amazon job, your Walmart job, your anything else job? Like what's the difference?
UBI is that it's meant to be padding.
Hell yeah.
Things don't go completely south if you're not working, but it's meant to be just that. It's supplemental income, but you're meant to keep working. The studies done on distributing UBI have...
It's not like you couldn't just still do your art. It's not like you still couldn't do stuff. It just wouldn't need to... You know, if you didn't want to do the non-binary character thing to get your bills paid, you wouldn't have to. You could do a different thing that would make you happy.
Found that rather than using it as padding, people decided to just work less and not invest it in anything long-term, and it made them poorer overall.
Invest it into long-term things. I don't think anybody who's getting UBI is able to invest their money into long-term things. And right now people are very overworked. So, and also looking at Peter Jacobson, I'm just gonna go out on a limb. Let's see. Hold on. Foundation for Economic Education. Free market think tank, the United States. Libertarian viewpoints. Yeah. This basically opinion piece from a libertarian think tank is not something that I will take in good faith.
And that's totally understandable. Working is mad gay, but if you're given UBI...
I've never heard a person who is so young they don't know what 9/11 is to say gay as a pejorative. I've never in my life. I've heard the R word. I've heard different things, but I've never, ever, ever had that hit me before. Like a wiffle ball bat to the face. Just... I remember that's what... Yeah. They want to own that bracket. They like being the strongest and the best. I think at some point they started putting in, because, you know, it would be like level 11 to, or 10 to 19, all in the same battleground. But they started doing like some slight stat adjustments, but it still probably wasn't worth it because the other level 19s with the best possible gear were going to be beyond the average adjustments. So yeah. That's funny. I didn't realize that they actually gave them their own brackets.
And you don't also work to supplement that income, you're going to be stuck forever in the bare minimum hole. Are you going...
But you have the bare minimum, and then when you decide that you don't want to do it anymore, you can work. I don't see how it's a problem. And you always have that bare minimum no matter what. Now, it's a problem when you have a bare minimum, but then when you work a little more and then you no longer qualify and you lose your bare minimum and then you're working so hard to get up to that bare minimum level or even like a little bit more, you go, fuck it. There's no point because, you know, if they pay you, I don't know, 10 cents under minimum wage, but you have to work super hard 40 hours a week to get minimum wage plus, then they take it away. You go, okay, well, instead of working that whole horrible ass job, I can just do other stuff instead. They made it so Battlegrounds gave you XP. If you turn off XP, they put you into a no XP bracket. Oh. No, yeah. And then, yeah, otherwise you would level 20, and now you're the worst person in that next bracket. Yeah. But also, you just fought against other people who had the same gear as you, basically. It would have been the most fair place to play.
Going to be okay with that for some
Assuming
people,
that you had a good twink.
Sure, but for others, the way that...
And also, the term twink was used in a weird way back then. I don't know if there's like a new term, but I guess twink is fine. People still use twink in like a positive way. It was just not... I mean... I never really thought about it as like a small gay man or whatever, but it was one of those things.
Automation is going. What if you couldn't work if you wanted to because there's nothing left to do? What jobs are going to be out there left for you? Is the UBI amount that you get going to be enough? Or is it going to increase the income inequality gap so much that it's no longer going to be crossable? And if the UBI is enough, what about you as a person? When all of your needs are allegedly met, now what? A lot of people stake their...
Sick. Awesome. Do whatever you want, including work, including make your own business, including have a family. What do you mean? What's the issue? Oh man, having all your needs met. I hate it, you know? Small gay man is the straightest way. Well, there's very specific traits, but yes, traditionally, if you saw a bear, you would not call them a twink. It's the smaller men, particularly pretty, and all the other, a lot of other, you know, qualities, but just, yeah.
Their identities on their job. If you don't have a job, are you comfortable with who you are with nothing to do for enrichment or fulfillment? Have you ever heard of Universe 25? Universe 25 was an experiment conducted by...
We literally watched a thing on this about how they relived it, and then they actually helped the mice get off of the bullshit.
John Calhoun in the 1960s that sought to study the effects of overpopulation on mice. The results were grim to say the least. Every single mouse in that experiment died. Overpopulation wasn't even the issue. These mice were placed in a utopia in which they need not want for anything. Unlimited food, water, and nesting materials were provided.
Well, we got some real spooky tunes going on.
And no predators were introduced into the utopia. And with all these amenities freely provided, the mice engaged in cannibalism and stopped reproducing. I know you're not a rodent, but as a human without work to find meaning in, will there be enough enrichment in your enclosure? I think I'll be okay. Art has always been something that extends beyond money for me, so maybe you'll take away my ability to get paid for my stuff, but I'll always be making things, and so will
See, there you go.
A lot of other people. I know who I am now as somebody who is currently not making money off of their art, and I'll always strive to become a better artist and know who I am, regardless of what generative AI is doing. But I don't really know how it works for people who aren't artists. If you're really passionate about your job and AI makes it so that your job is no longer necessary, are you okay with not being that person anymore? Well,
she's just been taught a lot of bullshit. She's being fed stuff from libertarian think tanks and told of that these experiments that have been debunked and then counter disproven are reasons for why humans need to keep working in the machine instead of having a utopia. She knows what she's doing and she has her own head on her shoulders and she knows that art is valuable, whatever it is, but then she's using her edgy language. She might, you know, her feed seems to have drama shitheads in it. So like she can just have bad sources and or bad influences pushing on her, but it seems like she'll be okay down the line with it all. Also because an outlet as having a YouTube channel with subscribers and Twitch streams where you play whatever she was said to be playing for a few hours.
You be able to make your own enrichment? I'm genuinely asking because I see a future in which a lot of people just give in to extreme hedonism, like drugs and alcoholism, any other kind of substance abuse, gooning, just to pass the time. The debate about generative AI isn't just about whether or not human art inherently has meaning, it's bigger than that. Art is just the canary in the coal mine. The dissolution of art as an industry is like an allegory for how all of our lives are going to play out for the next 50 years. There will come a time in which visually AI art and human-made art will become visually indistinguishable, but the second that it's known that a piece of art was generated by an AI, its value is lost. It never had any to begin with. It was always a mockery of a true human endeavor. Sure, you can make the argument that it doesn't matter if you can't tell the difference, but doesn't it bother you that everything anybody has ever experienced is apparently so worthless that it's okay if we're all replaced by something that isn't real? A robot cannot yearn. A robot cannot love. A robot cannot hate.
It was all the Undertale stuff specifically and Deltarune stuff that made me go, surely this person can't be a chud, right? Because it's like people who really appreciate that game, I've never known a chud to appreciate the game and the music. It's possible. It's just one of those, like, the message of it is not, it's not lost on anyone that plays it. It's not like it's like a real hidden subtext, you know?
A robot cannot go hungry. A robot cannot have its heart broken. A robot cannot mourn the death of someone so much that it's removed from functioning as it did for months at a time, or ever again. A robot can only steal what has already been made and mash it into a sterilized amalgamated pulp and serve it back to you. And if you'd rather have the heavily manufactured contents of a chicken McNugget over a home-cooked meal just because it's cheaper and faster to produce, then there might be something wrong with you. It's going to undo thousands of years of our progression through history for a short-term monetary gain. Cheaper to produce doesn't mean companies will sell it to you for less. Companies aren't here to make your life easier, they're here to profit off of you. And when you too lose your job because a robot does it faster, how will that make you feel about yourself? If your efforts in life mean nothing because automation blows your skills out of the water, what is your identity? Will you exist only to consume things made by a machine? If we don't regulate it, if we don't slam the brakes on this just a little bit, what's going to be left for people? Despite everything, it's still you, but is that going to be enough? When the AI
Sam Hyde spotted on drawing YouTubers. Nazi pedophile spotted. Oh God. Please take care. Please don't. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Oh boy. Oh geez. Uh-oh. Okay. Edgy group of people. Oh boy. Well, it's important to see what is happening to people, and if you're ever going to hope to break through to them and help them see the good things, because that was a really interesting experience, because obviously you see the wolf cut or whatever, you're just like, okay, that's going to be, you know, a young person, an artist, titles about AI slop or whatever. You go, okay, this is obviously going to be a person vaguely on this side or whatever, just based off guesses. Making a video about the AI industry, most likely as a contrarian, or defending the art side. Immediately some red flags. And again, they're on their journey. Might see them in 10 years, maybe. Yeah, that kind of like, that sucks. It just feels like a shame, because I would never got that far. I was never directly following Nazis, but maybe just people in the audience are suggesting it, and they go, okay, fine. I don't know the context other than just they were asked to draw it, but maybe that was their decision to draw it on their own. I don't know. All I know is they drew it. But geez. Head filled with a bunch of bad things, but you can fill it with good things. Head filled with a bunch of bad facts, but you can refute those facts. It's just all about how willing a person is to hear them out. And it even seems like at the end, they were saying, like, I've been told all these doomer things about it, but like, what? So they're faced with the potential future of like a Wall-E world where we are all fat consumers, useless and pointless, just consuming until we burst. So what's the other option? Go back into the slave mines? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's clearly to go between the two, or, you know, do the Wall-E stuff, but like not like do the polluting fat version, but just like the enriched happy version. You know, think of it more of the Warhammer 40k Eldar that can just live forever and seek out whatever makes them passionate to the point that they can become such ultimate masters at whatever they decide. There's a whole episode or a whole like tangent in Star Trek because they use the replicator or whatever it is to make food for themselves whenever they want it. But one of the crew members is cooking because they like it. They like cooking and feeding people the food that they make. Go to the office wearing a suit of chainmail speaking medieval Latin. I don't know how that comes into play. That may have made sense somewhere, but back to this, back to like, you know, being a feudal serf, I guess, maybe. And, you know, yeah, it's sad to know artists are also people. Not that they're like anything different. They're not a monolith. Everyone can have bad influences and stuff. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't see the future being everyone's jobs is animated and they're going to do UBI. I don't see that happening because they don't want to do that. They don't want to give people UBI. I don't see that. I mean, that is a potential end to things, but I do not see us in our lifetimes getting to a point where 80%-ish of jobs, 50% of jobs are eliminated, and then they are forced to UBI or something. I don't see that happening. I don't see the power of the AI to do that. There's things it will do, but it's not going to be able to replace the majority of things. Like when there's that touchscreen, air quote, empty McDonald's, there's still people in the back doing the food making. They just don't talk to you in the lobby and hand you the food. It's all an automated system with barcode scanners and whatever, but there's still people back there doing work. So it's not just machines. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I just don't see you're mixed on AI. You see it, and the internet sees it, I guess, like other huge technological changes. The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution still took a while, right? Obviously, because it took a while for the machines and the factories to be built. And then there was a slow transition over what was it, however many years total, to go from previous to then full steam ahead. I don't think it's going to be an industrial revolution where literally the majority of jobs change. I don't see that happening. It's possible I'm wrong, but from the different workplaces I've been at and then different people I've talked to and using these fucking AI things, it could be there could be a lot of layoffs to peel off another 25-30% of the labor force because they're trying to make the other workers just work that much harder. But even the bullshit office jobs, you mean like the internet as in like, well, if you're including it, that would be almost go back to like the 90s almost, or like the 2000s, I guess, with the .com boom all the way up until now. But that would be, even in that 20-year time frame, adding smartphones and tablets and gig economy jobs, whatever it is, but it'll take I mean, there's still like the jobs that existed in, you know, the 90s are still here. Some industries have changed a little bit, I guess, like the Blockbuster videos are gone, but now there's Netflixes or whatever. But I don't think we're going to be blockbustering the majority of life. or the majority of stuff. If anything, I think it would be, I mean, maybe I'm a bit of a radical person who likes significant change, but if the majority of jobs got blockbustered and then there's just AI Netflixes that just take care of everything and you barely have to do anything, then people could then have hobbies and then just like use parks again and then like become a society once more. Yeah. It's definitely one of the bigger ones, but I'm sure there's been more smaller things. Taxis to Uber, hotels to Airbnb, but I mean hotels are still around. I've never been in an Airbnb ever. Like and there's more than enough hotels everywhere I go. Maybe for like weird small towns, hotels or motels are having a hard time in comparison, but just trying to think of other things that have like completely removed itself. Yeah, I guess just thinking back to the Industrial Revolution now, I'm trying to think if I was thinking of anything that individual tailors and cobblers versus factory production of garments and shoes, but those are just outsourced to other laborers somewhere else a lot of the times. Like there are things about, I guess, like making, there's like machines that instead of people running the looms, there's machines running the looms to build up the yarn or the cotton. I guess that could be a part of the process. So those people lost their jobs eventually. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some stuff didn't have that much history going through. Well, that was an interesting video for a few reasons. One, the topic at hand and their perspective, but then two, seeing a person who is on the other side, unfortunately, of my perspective on things, while still probably trying to find the best for people, but just being fed some wrong shit. At least stuff that I think is wrong. I'm sure they might think the stuff I'm being fed is wrong, but I don't know, man. Look at China. Look at Red Vienna. You tell me what's wrong, right? What the hell? All right. Breather. This is our friend formerly from Wisecracked. Let's see if the new one works when I put it in chat. Now it says React source : and then the thing. But does it send to Discord still? Let's see if the Michael Knowles. Oh my God, Michael Burns video. Did I say Michael Knowles? React sources. Scrolling. It still worked. That's cool. What have they changed some stuff about whirlwind barbarians? I just kind of went with necromancer just to start because that was one of my favorite classes. I was definitely a barbarian, necromancer, Amazon. Those are like probably barbarian, Amazon for my main two. Ooh, and then I was thinking about doing a werewolf, werebear, druid maybe or something. It's another thing. Okay, fair. I always made a sorceress because you needed a sorceress to teleport around to do like the map hack runs and shit. Yeah, I'm more of a shapeshifter, fight him kind of thing. Yeah, I saw there was a blood teleport for Necromancer, which I thought was really neat. It uses your blood, but then it re-heals you back. So I guess it limits how much you can just really spam it. Otherwise, you'll have like no health and you might die in hardcore, which is like, ooh. But yeah, I'm only like level. Let's see, what level was I? $15. Where's my mouse? There it is. It's weird with the windowed mode. It doesn't like being windowed. That's for sure. Come here. Yeah, I saw there was melee splash. And then when I was stabbing with my dagger, I was noticing it a lot too.
The world is confusing. You know, lots of people are putting all of their mental energy into figuring out what's really going on. And thanks to those intellectual warriors, we have ideas like this.
Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons can predict the future? And could it be that we are living beneath a cosmic ocean, shielded by a mysterious dome?
Actually, in 2018, Joe Biden died. He passed away from eating 15
Wait, that's the that's that joke guy.
hot dogs at Six Flags.
Well, a lot of this stuff does sound insane. It's not that much crazier than a cabal of billionaires and real estate investors gathering together to use their wealth and power to try to defeat a democratically elected mayoral candidate who ran on a radical platform of free buses and rent control.
On June 24th, let's get some more free transit.
I think a lot of us are inadvertently ignoring why we should be taking conspiracy theories more seriously. But when we laugh at folks who believe that the Titanic didn't really sink but was swapped out for another ship for an insurance scam, we're ignoring the much more important truth at the heart of the current wave of conspiracy. And understanding this truth reveals something more insidious about our cultural and political ecosystem, something that's making it harder for all of us to do anything about this crap world that we live in.
Everything is fucked up right now. No one's got job, everybody found out about racism, and disease be going bad.
To put it really simply, everybody knows that things are screwed up, but we struggle to make sense of precisely why that is, which makes it feel impossible to do anything about it, so we end up trapped in a cycle of anger and despair. You know, even when we can identify the bad system, we struggle to understand why anyone allows this stuff to keep happening.
Somebody has to do something.
As Celine Wen writes in an essay about contemporary conspiracy, the prevalence of conspiracy theories reflects a nearly ubiquitous feeling of disenfranchisement and despair. Both left-wing and right-wing paranoiacs recognize that they can't control their material conditions, but they can at least control the story they tell about them.
We're targeting younger people and middle-aged people who are living in despair.
So rather than changing the world, we're caught competing to see who can tell the more convincing story about why the world is the way it is. It's a little bit like having diarrhea, and then rather than being able to stop the diarrhea, you come up with an increasingly elaborate narrative about how bad Chipotle guac did this to you. Now, luckily for us, contemporary philosophy has a lot to say about this phenomenon. Conspiracy theory, not burrito-based incontinence. Now, in a recent video, I talked about the late Frederick Jameson, who argues that the cultural logic of late capitalism, what he calls postmodernism, produces a set of conditions in which we don't have any overarching theory that explains how economic, political, and cultural structures are connected. As he sees it, capitalism destroys our ability to think historically. So rather than seeing a line of historical and social connectivity, we're caught in a pure present, constantly focused on the new thing. And this lack of an overarching or totalizing theory creates conditions that are perfect for the growth of conspiracy theories. Jameson writes that conspiracy theory and its garish narrative manifestations must be seen as a degraded attempt to think the impossible totality of the contemporary world system. In other words, conspiracy theory is a crappy version of the thing we should be doing, namely trying to think about the actual structures of the systems shaping our world and our lives. You know, capitalism. So the conspiracy theorists are right, just in the wrong way. But they're ultimately attempting to do something that we should all be doing. I'll talk more about this later, but this is all made especially difficult by the fact that capitalism is structured in such a way that it's incredibly hard to pin down. And it's hard to see a totalizing structure when it's constantly shifting around and hiding itself from you. To use an analogy, trying to think about capitalism as a totalizing structure from within capitalism, sort of like trying to get out of a corn maze while you're on LSD. This is something one of my favorite filmmakers, Adam Curtis, gets into in his recent documentary series, Shifty. Now, in it, Curtis explores the way in which the rise of neoliberal policy and the culture of individualism in the late 20th century created a world without any sort of shared reality. Now, if you haven't seen Curtis work before, it might be because his films are exclusively available on BBC iPlayer, which sadly you can only access if you are in the UK, which would be devastating if it wasn't for this video's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Now, Surfshark allows me to tell the internet that I am, in fact, Surfshark antivirus free. And there's no risk in trying out Surfshark, as they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. So use my code and sign up for Surfshark today. And once you sign up, go watch Shifty by Adam Curtis, because it overlaps with the themes of this video. But it's not just British filmmakers who are able to capture the dystopian era of conspiracy that we find ourselves in, as there is a young American filmmaker who's been able to capture the inner psyches of modern American conspiracists with stunning clarity. Connor O'Malley.
I'm the human version of Israel, surrounded by enemies and constantly under attack. But things are finally starting to go my way with the election of Donald J. Trump. It's like 9/11 never happened, but Iraq and Afghanistan did. Everything's gonna be fixed. I'm gonna make 5 figures a year. I'm gonna get a wife, and I'm gonna eat chops this thick.
I'm serious, this guy is a genius, and I'm gonna show you how in a second. So today, I'm going to explain the underlying philosophy and psychology of modern conspiracy theory, and I'm gonna show you how we're not only getting it wrong, we're getting it wrong in a way that is benefiting those in power. Okay, so let's start with the definition of conspiracy theory that we can all agree upon, It's an explanation for an event or system which locates the nefarious motives of a secretive group at the heart of that event, often with an explicitly political motivation. And these theories usually offer a way more complex explanation than a more common sense understanding.
Basically, there's rumors speculating online that the Chinese government, you know about Gaia Force?
No. What if I told you this was actually a documentary?
The Chinese government figured out how to hack into the Gaia Force, and they are changing the course of the world for power.
It's like how moon landing conspiracists argue that rather than being an achievement of the space program, that the moon landing was a staged television event that just served the ideological purpose of allowing the United States to seem like they were beating the Soviet Union in the space race. Also, say what you will about the Soviet Union, but they did put a woman in space way before we did. But what's more important than this is understanding what the conspiracy theorist is doing when they develop, perpetuate, or just believe in these theories. Okay, so let's talk about what it is that they're doing. The conspiracy theorist develops oversimplified and often paranoid narratives that explain mysterious and unknowable dynamics of economic and political power. Their underlying belief is that there is a coherent and well-ordered world hidden beneath the surface, but that world is obscured and hidden by a cabal of evil elites. And it seems like for many of these conspiracists, there's a belief that exposing those evil elites will undermine and even destroy their power. One way to think about this is that the conspiracist takes the problem of why and replaces it with a what, which means that rather than really analyzing the cause of the phenomenon, they get hung up on a what or a who that's doing the thing. And this just leaves them with a shortcut where they get to say this person or this group of people are doing a thing rather than understanding the systems and structures at play. Basically, if the problem is just some guys doing some stuff, you convince yourself that the solution is also some guys doing some stuff. So instead of focusing on a structure that demands corruption in the name of profit, a party whose leadership continues to serve the interest of Wall Street and billionaire donors, the conspiracist constructs a narrative in which the Democratic Party is actually a PDF file type of cult that uses the blood of children to fuel their satanic orgies.
Biden's a child molester, and he kidnaps children and does horrible things to them, just like Hillary Clinton and Obama, who made the virus.
Okay, to better understand this, let's talk about the Scorsese of guys who went bankrupt because of OnlyFans, Connor O'Malley. One of his recent videos, Pipe Rock Theory, is a masterpiece of social satire. It follows a young man named Kevin Podcast who's trying to uncover the truth behind the pipe rocks he's discovered at his local park. Like all modern conspiracists, Kevin starts out on a podcast with one of his bros. And when he's trying to solve
a little body with a big penis on it. That's so funny.
one conspiracy, he runs into a couple of guys that are trying to solve another conspiracy.
What are you doing here?
What?
What are you doing here? Hey.
And it's interesting that after they realize Kevin is right, they quickly unify and join forces because the conspiracist psychologically seems always ready to get on board with the next conspiracy or the bigger and better conspiracy.
Listen to me! Listen to me!
We need to stop this shit.
Now soon, their investigation about pipe rocks leads them to a mansion in North Hollywood where Tom Cruise is leading the charge. And here we get our cabal of elites.
A full summary of this
Joe
TikTok.
Biden, Bono, and Netflix's own Barack Obama. And I'm sure you can see where this is going. Eventually, Santa Claus shows up because the North Pole Defense Force is working with Tom Cruise and the Church of Scientology.
This is the North Pole Defense Team. I'm Santa Claus.
And eventually, Kevin Podcast is given the Presidential Medal of Podcast Informativeness by Donald Trump.
Nobody's ever done it like him. He's a warrior in every way, and we appreciate you being here.
Again, showing that.
Also, the shirt that says "Who ate all the pussy," and the hat that says "blowjob." It's fucking awesome.
These days, there's a pretty clear line from Conspiracy Podcast to White House.
I want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
And one thing that's interesting is that because Kevin ends up being right at every step of the way, we get to see the full reality of what the conspiracist actually believes to be true. Of course, pipe rocks suck up the energy of children and funnel them to a house in North Hollywood where Tom Cruise, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and Protestant singer Bono are all hanging out. And it's also important to note, Kevin Podcast isn't a bad guy. For Christ's sake, he's making an album of non-PDF file R. Kelly covers.
I believe I can fly.
Something the world really wants. But Kevin is clearly seeking a totalizing explanation for all the weird aspects of society. He's a seemingly downwardly mobile white guy who knows that some external system is making his life suck, and he thinks that he has the ability to uncover what's really going on.
Inside of the rocks, there's pipes making all these sounds. I'm feeling like so tired by this rock.
And dude, what is the opposite of a rock? Pipes. And it's like, why are they putting them together? This is unnatural.
But these days, conspiracy theory isn't just attractive to the Kevin Podcast of the world. The yoga moms and the Christian bros and the Pornhub power users are all getting in on the action. Let me know which one you are. If you had to identify as either a yoga mom, a Christian bro, or a Pornhub power user, let me know who you are. I would guess that if we took a vote, 70% of you would be Pornhub power users.
Compared to the others?
25% would be Christian bros and 5 would be yoga moms. Now, that's because an increasingly chaotic social and economic reality is making it harder for all types of folks to understand what's going on and figure out what they can do to make things better. We're constantly sold solutions to all the ongoing crises and problems by big boy leaders in politics and tech, but nothing seems to be getting any better.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know.
I mean, guys, we are
Peter T looks so crazy.
approaching the 20-year anniversary of the 2008 financial crash and the Occupy movement, and we're still just here. So when official narratives don't help you make sense of the world, you might be tempted to fall for some pretty weird shit. Now, in her recent book, Doppelganger, Naomi Klein gets into this and writes that conspiracy theorists get the facts wrong, but often get the feelings right, meaning that they're right to feel like the world doesn't make sense. Like nefarious forces are making life increasingly hard for normal people, but they get the facts wrong when they rely on overly complex and conspiratorial narratives to make sense of things. She explores this in the book by contesting her own work, which is famously critical of neoliberalism and capitalism, with her doppelganger, Naomi Wolf, whose own political skepticism led her to go full-on conspiracy theorist in recent years. You know, they're both Naomis using research and writing to try to make sense of the world, and while Klein locates the root problem in neoliberal capitalism, Wolf sees it in like 5G, COVID vaccines, things of that nature. Now, in a recent essay on Frederick Jameson, philosopher Frank Ruda comes to some similar conclusions about the reasonable side of conspiracy theories. He writes that conspiracy theories are problematic manifestations of a rational demand, a demand of reason. This demand is a demand for orientation in a world that no longer allows for any, since the constitutive principles of its organization have become obscured. Ironically, conspiracy theories are the wrong
I'm going to see if she needs to eat.
form of doing the right and necessary thing. Similar to Klein's argument, Ruda thinks that the conspiracist is doing the right thing in the wrong way. And that right thing is demanding a rational explanation for why the world is the way it is. You know, one that relies on reason rather than paranoia or fantasy. Now, in this way, the conspiracist starts from a philosophical point of view.
She's got food. Here we go. How you doing, little lady? How you doing? You doing okay? You gonna purr? And pump the gain up a little bit. And no noise gate. Ooh, careful. This way. Hey, girl. On it. Hello? Meow meow. Meow meow. Yeah. No. You just want some attention? Is that it? You gonna make my pants all covered in hair? Yeah. Okay. Man, my shampoo really makes my hair so damn greasy. Made sure to shower like only a couple hours before the stream, and it's still like I was showering after the stream for a couple of days, and I was like, I just feel so goddamn gross. And I gotta stop using that shampoo we got at Pride. It's not because I'm homophobic or anything. It's just because it's just too rich. It's too much.
View. You know, they're skeptical of dominant narratives in society, and they want to uncover the truth of the system, to leave the cave, so to speak. But they fail to go about this process by using a critical and philosophical method. To stick with Plato's analogy of the cave, rather than leaving the cave, these folks are enticed by even weirder and more enticing shadows on the walls. In other words, rather than passing through an ordeal that reorients their understanding, they're exchanging the main set of shadows and ideological constructs for another weirder set of shadows, but they're still just trapped in a cave of representations. Now, at this point, some of you might be thinking, is being a conspiracy theorist really that different from being a leftist who sees capitalism as the evil force behind every bad and exploitative social phenomena? You know, is Kevin Podcast really that different from your friend that read Marx and Adorno in grad school and hasn't shut up about it for 15 years?
You've done the reading. We talked about it. What more do you expect from a reading group?
Well, according to French philosopher and anthropologist Bruno Latour, conspiracy and critical theory actually have a lot in common. He writes that in both cases, you have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say because they live in the thralls of a complete illusion. Then, after disbelief is struck and an explanation is requested for what is really going on, in both cases, again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly. So as he sees it, both types of theorists encourage us to look beneath the surface to see what's really going on. You know, the only difference is that one group listens to TrueAnon and the other group listens to Joe Rogan. But according to philosopher Alenka Zupančič, this critique doesn't hold, as it too quickly conflates what critical theory does with how conspiracy theory operates. Now, she writes that, however, while critical theory examines the means and ways in which, for instance, the manufacturing of consent takes place, a conspiracy theory immediately jumps to what is behind, to hidden depths, to another reality. It never really deals with critical analysis of facts and of reality in their inner structure. Again, we can see the analogy with Plato's cave right here. It's not that the conspiracist leaves the cave for a higher form of critical understanding. They just get caught up in another set of representations. So when conspiracy theory jumps to a compelling narrative that explains some aspect of reality, it doesn't actually analyze how we get there. Again, I talked about this before. They're more interested in a what than a why. I mean, think back to pipe rock theory, right? It's always a person online, and then a thing that you find, and then it's Tom Cruise, and then it's Protestant singer Bono, and then it's Santa Claus. You know, there's always these what's behind everything, and not a structure or a system that explains it. And this is all in opposition to critical theory, or philosophical thought more generally, which works to understand the logical structures at the core of a given event or phenomena. Zupančič goes on to write that the basic assumption of any critical theory worthy of its name is that precisely as false, these facts are extremely relevant for the analysis and have to be taken and examined seriously. So even if the conspiracist gets caught up on a particular what, we can still ask why and take that why pretty seriously. Now, I wanted to take that little detour as I think it is important to make clear that taking a critical and philosophical approach to society is distinct from conspiracy theory. I think sometimes these positions get way too close. You know, there's folks on the internet especially who will use and I think abuse philosophical language to appeal to a conspiratorial urge. And it's not good. I don't like it. You know, that's that shit I don't like. Okay, I think now we better understand precisely what the conspiracist is doing, but we can still ask, what can we learn from this? Okay, so let's get back to Frederick Jameson, who shows us not only what the conspiracist is trying to do, but argues that in a sense, it's what we should all be trying to do. Also, a reminder, if you're interested in Frederick Jameson, I am running a book club on his work over on my Patreon. It just started up, so you can definitely catch up. There's a link in the description. I would love to have you. Now, according to Jameson, conspiracy is the poor person's cognitive mapping in the postmodern age. It is the degraded figure of the total logic of late capital, a desperate attempt to represent the latter's system whose failure is marked by its slippage into sheer theme and content. Now, cognitive mapping describes a spatial analysis that shows the totality of class relations on a global scale. Jameson thinks the ability to cognitively map is an integral part of any socialist political project, and that the inability to carry out this project of mapping can be crippling to political.
The cook in your house. Oh, yeah. Pasta's one of those easy ones. Carrie used to make a lot of pasta. This is going a little heavy with the philosophy on me.
Political experience. And you know, we see this inability in the conspiracy-fueled characters in O'Malley's videos, where the lack of an ability to actually see class relations leads to this.
Chug it, chug it, chug it.
Little hot sauce.
Yeah. So in response to this culture of postmodern spectacle and Windex chugging, Jameson thinks we need to reinvent an aesthetic of cognitive mapping, a pedagogical political culture which seeks to endow the individual subject with some new heightened sense of its place in the global system. Basically, it's a way of understanding ourselves not as atomized individuals, but as part of a larger structure. And again, I said this.
Well, I looked back at it and I was like, that title's a crazy title. Like, I was like, oh, I like human rights.
earlier in the video, one of the main points here is that the conspiracist over-relies on individual analysis and isn't able to think in structural terms. But like a pirate trying to keep you from finding his treasure, capitalism reproduces itself in a way that is intentionally disorienting. According to Ruda, it de-skills all of us with regard to our cognitive mapping abilities. Now, he writes that insisting on the possibility of a cognitive map in times of its impossibility, in times in which the very idea of a map of global capitalism has been invalidated by the tectonic shifts in its political economy, meant for Jameson to defend the idea that despite its apparent complexity and seeming irrepresentability, a new orientation can be achieved. I know that one was a lot. You know, Jameson Book Club could do that, I'm just saying. So as he reads Jameson, the seeming impossibility of a contemporary cognitive map shouldn't stop us from trying to find a new
Makes a joke about that at the end by prompting the viewer to imagine a right-wing person seeing a video made by a Marxist criticizing human rights, and their heads would explode. They would feel vindicated because they knew all along that they were going to get the death panels. God damn it! Ah, they're finally admitting it.
orientation from which we can see what's truly going on and then try to figure out how to.
She's so silly. I usually put the pillow here so that way she doesn't fall into the crack, you know, like between my two thighs, which she likes. But then she's laying on the pillow, and then she's laying so far that she's like falling off. So I gotta like support her spine. I mean, it's Florida and it's also America, so there's like people aren't directly political, especially this is before the Trumpification of everything. So people were just kind of all over the place. They hated billionaires, but then they also wanted to be their own business person, like all kinds of oddities. They loved saying the R words, but then also thought gay people were, you know, should have rights. It was a hodgepodge. There's not a lot of really good nobody's super consistent with what their motives and stuff are. Oh, okay, she's done. Oops. Now we're losing all of our pins. Oh man. Oh, my flare. Oh, it's all right. I'll find the back eventually. Yeah. Hello, capitalist pig. Hello, fellow swine.
Act accordingly. One thing we can take from all of this is that by focusing too much of our energy on critiquing the individual actions of conspiracists, we don't get any closer to understanding the systemic issues that lead to conspiracism in the first place. This is why Naomi Klein thinks that the conspiracist is just focusing on the wrong C word. Share your favorite C words in the comments. She writes that the word for the system driving those feelings starts with C, but if no one ever taught you how capitalism works, then it's easy to see how you might confuse it with another C word, conspiracy. Now, Klein also notes that there's a parallel between the conspiracist and the neoliberal because they both see the world primarily through the lens of individual actions and not systems of economic and political.
Interesting thought. He turned out to be a legit Nazi. He didn't begin to really reveal it until 3 or 4 months into knowing him, which makes sense. But he pretended to be super oblivious and just asked him stuff and put him in situations where he said crazy shit. Yeah. I mean, I have talked to people who believe the moon landing never happened. I've talked to people who believe in chemtrails, all kinds of weird shit, man. Just there's a bunch.
Political power. You know, while the conspiracists might think that George Soros is the only one.
They all love aliens. They all love thinking about aliens in different ways. That's for sure. An Indian restaurant and refuse to eat any of the food, glaring and explaining to me that Indian people stole curry and ruined it by making it spicy. The taint of rotten meat. Oh, wow. How interesting. Delicious. Non-rotten meat. Delicious.
Who's making life bad, the neoliberal might think that like Kamala Harris or Mayor Pete is the only one that can fix it. But when we shift our focus to the more useful C word, capitalism, we're able to see that financial crises, energy shortages, and wars are being manipulated.
Is that in Assassin's Creed Valhalla where you invent curry? Is that in the game? That might be. It'd be just as based in reality as the regular Assassin's Creed stuff.
By the powerful in ways that harm society. According to Klein, this does not make you a conspiracy theorist, it makes you a serious observer of politics and history. Jameson and Klein both believe that the antidote to conspiracy isn't just debunking or fact-checking.
I'd never heard of that before, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're out of it by now. Maybe they're dead, you know. I don't really know. You hate that criticism? I mean, it's all about like reshaping the past or reliving memory shards and doing all kinds of stuff. It's like at the sci-fi / back in time elements, right? Like it's got a whole thing. It's already kind of like not tongue in cheek, but it's just enjoying its liberties because it's trying to go back. It's not like they don't look at period, important architecture and clothing and weapons and stuff. Like there's a lot of things, obviously. No. Yeah. But it's not supposed to be a 1-to-1 either. And also the criticism that people were doing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, like Yasue, whatever his name is, was a real person, so they're acting like it's completely made up out of nowhere. Oh, white guy with an Asian wife. What do you know? Yeah. Yasuke, that's right. I watched 39 Daft play through a good portion of it. And she's very critical of Ubisoft games just because they are AAA, pump it out, and have inconsistencies or problems or whatever it is. But she still liked the game. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I mean, not probably even beyond just like the brain dream wet world where you meet the person you just killed and then accept the book from them or whatever. Like obviously that's just, not supposed to be a realistic part, but like just other elements of the story or elements of the historical thing. I mean, it seems like you have choices, so like oof.
It's analyzing society such that we can see how power functions under the capitalist system. So does this mean that Kevin...
Yeah, I mean, that's a shame that those cultures didn't get the same treatment that other ones perhaps did, like from the original games or now even the later games. Be kind of a bummer if you're somebody who was like excited to have that finally fleshed out in a way that you would appreciate.
Podcast needs to go into debt getting a master's degree in critical theory? Not necessarily. But a mistake that conspiracy theorists like Kevin often make is focusing on the weirdness of individuals to the extent that it makes them unable to criticize systems. You know, this is why for Jameson and other philosophers inspired by Marx's dialectical method, Marxism offers a logical system that can explain the otherwise mysterious forces that dominate modern society. You know, even if you are skeptical of Marxism, hopefully you can at least see how a logical system like this allows us to analyze systems of power without devolving into conspiracy.
I don't know what ISU is, so.
And because capitalism works so hard to make itself unknowable, we can't really blame the Kevin podcast of the world for their various pipe rock theories, as they're living in a system that hides its own structure while working to marginalize perspectives that give us a totalizing critique. It's sort of like how the most power-hungry totalitarian monsters in society are the ones fighting to make sure that things like Marxism and critical theory aren't allowed to be taught at schools and universities anymore. You know, as God forbid, we're able to make a cognitive map of our society.
Also, hopefully parents are rethinking even the idea of dropping their kids off at a public school.
This is why Ruta says that the system intentionally de-skills us from being able to carry out this sort of analysis. They don't want you to think. This is real, you know? Maybe this is me being conspiratorial. But like, they don't want us to think, and they don't want us to have the critical tools to think, because then we...
Oh. I guess you weren't. They play a bigger role than I thought maybe they did.
We could see the bullshit, guys. They don't want us to see the bullshit. Okay, this might be a hot take, but I think that this all means we should be way more empathetic to some of the folks who are falling for these batshit crazy conspiracy theories. Or, as Nguyen writes, we might need to approach conspiracy theories empathetically, as a reflection of someone's political anxieties and fears. And we can save our ruthless critical energy for the folks in power who are exploiting the folks who fall for conspiracies, and then just use that to continue building their own power.
That's the Jamal Michael Brooks quote, a person who passed away from a stroke, or I was paying attention to stuff, but be kind to people and ruthless to systems. So just thinking back on the individuals that believed different conspiracy theories and what their life was like and the negatives of their life, you know, the little victories they did have, and then the hardships that they endured. They were looking for a realistic cause of them. Being super harsh by conspiracy theory produces a lot of classism. Anyone who has worked in the trades will be able to tell you that. Yeah. And killed all of those, although some hybrids remain. I see. Neat.
And this is why Zupanchik argues that the real conspiracy theorists that we need to worry about are the elites running society. You know, they know that the planet is dying and that the economy is unsustainable, but they keep pushing forward a false narrative that promises to hold it all together, even as we're just standing around watching it all fall apart. Klein makes a similar point, arguing that our liberal democratic societies are characterized by unmasked plutocracy. There's no secret to reveal. Instead of the Illuminati, we have the attendees of the annual Davos conference, where the...
I mean, yeah. Let's see. A few years ago, you got your forklift certificate. Forklift certified? Impressive. Impressive. That's one of the working class, you know, that's like a doctorate in the working class. And like every single person I talked to had some crazy conspiracy shit they told me about. Woman working in the little canteen was talking about how she thinks they put something in the vaccine to make people rude and selfish. That, yeah, I think them having economic anxieties could also explain something as simple as that. Like my mom would think that the powers that be would be shaping things and moving things And I would try to be like, it's just the billionaires. Like, they do it in plain sight in a way. Like, they're not afraid. They usually, you just don't care. Usually what they do is mundane and boring. The deals they make with the governments are there. It's just who has the time to look into it, and nobody acts like it's a problem. They do their best to distract you with other bullshit, like talking about trans kids in fucking high school sports or whatever. But she would still believe that there's a secret third party that's like behind Trump and behind the Democrats that's different. And I'm like, yeah, it's just the capitalists. Like, it's just it's just the ones making the money. Like, it's just that easy. Like, maybe it's too easy of a solution and it needs to be more complicated. And then there's always that layer of something about the conspiracy and making an explanation for something. Because like when somebody gets sick, you don't want to go, man, it was just bad luck, or we just don't know what got them sick. You want to be like, it's that thing that did it. It's the chemtrails that did it. God damn it. You know, when you're mad that nobody else is helping you out, your bosses shrug their shoulders and say, sorry, it's HR. They say we can't give you a raise. And, you know how HR is. I'm sorry, guys. I love giving you guys good reviews, but shucks, you know what it's like. No one's unionizing. No one's helping each other out. You're getting more fees in your fucking power bills. And then you're like, oh my God, this sucks. Oh, it's the fluoride in the water that's making everybody docile. I can't fucking stand it. You know, it's just, you solve so many problems when you just, a rising tide floats all boats or whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean? Like, just give them out. The city you live in has seen some of the biggest cost of living increases in the world. Jeez. Well, time to import your Fiji water to save money. Hey, Donovan Mitchell, what's up? Exploitation of capital is even more sinister than a couple of evil guys in a way, because it takes away people's abilities from cool narratives about their oppression. It's just like some boring business stuff. In some ways, yeah. I mean, there is some weird, like the Peter Thiel shit. It's kind of like going nuts. WSG. What's up, guy? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that acronym. So, well, this video that Michael Burns has made is about conspiracy theorists are right, just in the wrong way. And he was going through a, very long and philosophy-filled analysis of the different people who have conspiracy theories. It means what's good. Oh, WSG. Okay, what's good. Got it. But those people are feeling pressures and anxieties, and they're just putting them out into something. They're just not pointing it at the right thing, basically.
Politicians and capitalists, most responsible for climate change and capitalist extraction, pretend to be our heroes, solving the world's hardest problems for the greater good. Our world might be more corrupt than the conspiracy theorists realize. In an essay on Klein's book, Nico Baumbach writes that anti-establishment politics, without a critique of capitalism or some guiding egalitarian principle, accounts for the lure of Trumpism and conspiracism, and will remain seductive as long as mainstream liberalism takes the side of the establishment in response, and there is no readily available left alternative. And
that's one of the things that I get so mad about with the Democrats, because the system is designed to have two pendulum sides, one side or the other. But when the traditional Democrats are sitting in their seats and they go, no, we are the only team that's allowed to fight. Third party, how dare you? What are you, a spoiler? Only other team that's allowed to fight the enemy in this case, or the alternative, even if, like, you know, for example, my parents don't see Republicans as the enemy, they just see them as an alternative. So Democrats do nothing, suck ass at everything, and are shitty. So they obviously go, okay, well, given that I don't see Republicans as evil because I have my own blind spots about morality and stuff, they pick the Republican side. And then young people or people who are like wanting to stop Republicans look at the Democrats and go, well, you should be better. And they go, no, we're going to stay the same. And we're like, no, please put someone better in the space because we want to actually fight what that is. We really disagree with everything that thing is. And they're like, no, we're just going to sit right here. We're the only ones allowed to be here. And don't you dare tell us that you should be something better. And then when we win an election, they swarm around Zoran and just like try and eat him alive, and then they fucking run their own people against it again anyway. Like, imagine if Zoran ran under the Working Families Party, if Cuomo won the primary, they would be skewering him on Twitter. They'd be yelling about it on CNN, calling him a traitor, calling him like he wants to have the Republicans win. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? If Bernie Sanders decided to run independent after losing the Democratic primary, they'd be like, how could you, you disgusting freak? How could you? How could you? How could you? But we win the primary now, finally, right? And they go, we're going to run ourselves anyway. Actually, fuck you. So the Democrats sitting in the only opposition are prolonging the evil of the Republicans. The status quo ratchets further and further right, and their ideas ratchet right themselves. First against the wall, now pro-wall. Used to be pro-immigrant, now they're literally saying, yes, immigration's a problem. We're going to deport them. Don't you worry. We're gonna get it. And it's like, who the fuck are you people?
You know, a lot of us might think of ourselves as too smart for conspiracies or too clever to fall for this sort of stuff. But Zupanchik points out that too can be a bit of a risk. She brings this up via an anecdote that's been used by Slavoj Žižek. That's about a man who tragically loses his wife, but he seems oddly calm when he talks about her to his friends, as long as he's holding his pet hamster. But after a couple of years, that hamster dies, and then he absolutely loses it. He's overwhelmed by the trauma of losing his wife. You know, in psychoanalytic terms, the hamster was this object that he could focus on to keep him from the tragedy and trauma of reality. Zupanchik brings up this anecdote in the context of conspiracy theory to argue.
Oh, I thought like the wife, he was thinking the wife was the hamster or something.
That it is the knowledge itself that is our hamster today, enabling us to supposedly accept the reality that this knowledge refers to. And when she says knowledge here, she basically just means our knowledge of how things really are. You know, our clever analysis of what the world is really like. And as she sees it, we end up being more concerned with being correct and not being deceived than we are with fully acknowledging the traumatic aspects of our reality.
Everybody's so that would be the people on Discord servers that love to join DSA and talk about organizing on Twitter, and they're very not to point fingers or anything, but they're very intense in Twitch chats or whatever. Not even saying my Twitch chat, obviously, but and then they ultimately never do anything because they go, no, I have a complete understanding of how all this works, and I know who the bad guys and the good guys are, and that's what's important, is that I'm correct. I have it all figured out.
Sitting around not doing fucking shit, and meanwhile the markets are in turmoil. That's why I come down here, Wall Street, and I'm handing out free homemade Powerade to all the stockbrokers.
So we might feel good about ourselves because, of course, we know the Protestant singer Bono isn't part of a satanic cult with Netflix Obama. And we, of course, know that actually it's capitalism that's making things so bad. And, you know, we read the right books and we watch the right YouTube videos and all that. But maybe so what? You know, if that knowledge is just the hamster that we hold on to avoid facing the trauma of reality, then maybe we're kind of just helping maintain the status quo and helping ourselves stop from freaking out. To put this a little bit differently, if knowledge isn't facilitating action, then it might just be a useful narrative, not that different from that of the conspiracists.
Very interesting way to put it. I'm not familiar with the will to power. But basically just saying that having a complete perfect analysis of the hegemony of the United States and its downward trajectory and how the corporate elites have the both parties of government in their hands is just the frogs gay thing. And we just like screaming it into the microphones or typing it into tweets. And that's just that's our way to vent and shake our fist at the world, because our systems are also not helping us and we feel anxious. And that is it's almost an escape, even though it's grounded in the reality and in many ways most likely completely accurate. It's still in some ways just a performance and entertainment.
You know, calling things fascist doesn't stop fascism. Describing the horrors of capitalism doesn't make the system scared. You know, to risk idealism here, we don't want to understand the system to understand the system. We want to understand the system to figure out how to change the world. And if you want to think more about this stuff, please do come join me over on Patreon, where we have a Frederick Jameson reading group. And thanks so much to all of the patrons. In my last video, I mentioned that my goal is to get to 2,000 paid patrons by the end of this year to make this channel and my team in this community a sustainable thing. And whoa, you guys showed up. We're getting close. We already doubled the numbers. So I really appreciate that. There's a link in the description. You can head over there if you want. And just a reminder, I stream every
Michael Burns
Wednesday,
420.
noon Pacific time from this channel. I always post the unlisted link on Patreon. And if you're not already subscribed to my second channel, Sideburns, it's where I'm posting clips from streams, shorter stuff, reaction things, stuff that's a little more fun. You can go subscribe to that.
Oh, that's interesting to do a paywalled stream that's unlisted and available on Patreon. I guess it's very leakable if it's just an unlisted link, but yeah. Self-explanatory. Benici thought everything was animated by underlying will to power. You kind of agree, but I don't want to modify it. I do want to modify it slightly. Say it's more like the will to mock. But that would account for those people who are in intense Twitch chats and they know everything, but they never do anything because ultimately the motivation is more about affirming status. AKA mogging people. Yeah, the silly part. Underlying will to power. So they're animated by the will, but then they are satiated by just the fact that they are aware or they get it out of their system via pushing it out and just yapping a bunch about it instead of actually doing something about it, I guess. That's what the will to power would be, like the will to power what you do or whatever, or the will to gain power. The will to mog. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. What's another? Maybe we can walk it back from the super serious stuff just for a second. Oh wait, that's more serious. This is the one. Unethical life hacks from a more fun channel.
And welcome back to Jar.
Unethical life hacks. Copy, paste, and then URL, and paste. Manually. I still feel like there's going to be some interesting, because like Jarvis seems like they're pretty young and lefty. and ethical things. Interesting. I'm curious to see what this is. I wonder if it's just going to be a bunch of like, go to Fiverr and hire a slave. Job done. Hooray. Life hack.
Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel that is free. It is free, but if you're watching this, you're premium. And ethical, I would like to say. There's a trend recently on social media, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, of unethical life hacks. Today, we have collected a number of creators who are engaging in such hacks. Oftentimes, I ask myself, if I engage in the unethical thing, am I a part of the problem? So I try not to. So I'm going to do that by just talking about other people doing it, because
there's studies about how if we give people the opportunity to make more money, but less money than everyone else in your workplace, or they make less money, but they make more money than everyone else in their workplace, people report higher satisfaction with the latter. That seems like it comes from an inferiority complex and or like I mean, that might depend, because like the majority of young people, that's the expectation, is that you come in, but if you got to make a lot of money in a place and everyone else is making more than you, that's fine. But there could be this thing about how like you don't want to be an old person and not making the most in the building, because then that makes you look like a fuckwit or whatever. So that could be like depending upon the type of people that they selected or something. Because I mean, like the majority of my life, the first part would be like the best thing ever, and like what the fuck, hell yeah. You know, like I don't want to be like the best played manager at the fucking fast food place. I want to be the lowest paid, you know, fucking cushy job haver at the big business place. You know what I mean? Like that's usually what you would go for. I wonder, I mean, because that feels like it's counterintuitive to the leftist movement, which makes me want to attack that study, because it threatens me. But I should not feel threatened. And at the very least, even if it is 100% true, we can change people's perspectives on things. Just because people feel like that matters to them now doesn't mean that we can't change that perspective and help them feel something different instead. Because that's one thing that the Democrats never do very well, is they look at the polls and say, huh, everyone seems to hate immigrants right now. Like, welp, then we hate immigrants even more. And it's like, maybe you should go out there and tell them why immigrants are important. You fucking, like, they're going to hate them if all they hear is Republicans saying how much they hate them and you saying nothing until you get your fucking, you know, focus group back. And instead, just have a fucking principle, have a backbone, have a fucking reason to exist. Why the fuck are you in politics if you're just going to play the focus tester? You might as well just get a goddamn aggregator and sitting in the chair. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, interesting. So it sounds like a more recent thing, which very disappointing, but yeah.
People are messing with these videos. They're popular videos. I'm going to review them. I'm going to review them on their efficacy, on their ethnicity. Review them on their ethnicity. How ethical they are. I'll be reviewing how ethical they are. Or unethical. We'll figure it out. We're going to start with Josh McCann on Instagram.
Unethical. Just immediately. Unethical. I can just say it now. I build business and buy property. Oh, no. Okay.
Their username is Monopoly McCann, which I don't know what that's supposed to imply. And they build businesses and buy property. Okay. Is this unethical? Day 4.
Unethical ways to make money online. Today we've got selling bullshit artworks on Facebook.
Okay, so we're Australian. So this guy's Australian, I think. I don't know where he's based. I just know that he's based, if you know what I'm saying.
Is that an Australian accent, you think?
First off, let me say, I'm not much of an artist. It all started at Kmart, where I'd quickly buy up any prints that they had on clearance. After that, you want to stop by Bunnings and pick up a big bucket of joint compound on top of that canvas you bought. And let your imagination run free. Just smear this stuff.
Okay, you're just making art, bro. Like, you're just making art. You might think it's dumb, but you're making art. Open to getting video recommendations? Somewhat, yeah. I mean, I try to keep it somewhat on theme. So these are like videos that are not like looking at the gruesomeness of Gaza 24/7, but also they still have a message to have one way or the other, sort of. Also, first message coming in hot. Hey, can I change the direction of the entire stream? Maybe. I don't know, but sounds like a bad study because your first thought would be hearing you'll be paid less is no, I don't want that. Take a second to really let the words sink in. Yeah, I mean, I'm shooting. Yeah. It all depends upon a lot of things because like earlier the AI art lady she was referencing that the little mouse heaven hell where the utopia was there for the mice and they ended up just suckling on the drugs and eating themselves and dying. But that was because mice were not meant to be inside of a small cage like that, and it messed them up. And then someone came back and repeated the entire thing, and they actually had a much nicer habitat for them, and they were all thriving and loving. And even when they reintroduced some of the ill and damaged mice from the first part of the study, they then were able to almost help and like rehabilitate them and get them back, you know. Let me Ignite Philly. Why does that look familiar? I guess it doesn't look familiar. Sometimes images have colors and things and they look some way familiar. Mike Quake in Butch, your best work 7 years ago, 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll take a look at it after this.
Stuff all around the canvas. Stage the photos. Position your new.
Wait, but this looks nice. Why did you have to go to Kmart and buy art on clearance? Because the frame was cheap? This is.
I mean, if you ever bought a frame, he's kind of got the right idea just because, I mean, this frame is probably super cheap, but like. Well, they responded to me and they understood it was message videos. My my typical are they a bot thing is I ask the people to write what they see on the screen to make sure that they are not this is my CAPTCHA that I utilize for anybody in case I worry that they're a bot. it's you know it's one of those things, you know. Sometimes robots, they can't type it. We'll see. We'll see how they feel about penis. But they did repeat my words back somewhat. So, but maybe. I at one point was told I should go to Penn Island. That was kind of a weird suggestion, but you know, I love Penn Island. Wait. Yeah. Yes. I forgot that there was it ended up being a land at the end of it, but yeah, that's basically what it was. Maybe they were mad I just didn't start watching the video immediately. That doesn't seem good. Okay. Red Dead Redemption 2. I wonder if that game's been on sale a few times. I wonder if I've bought it already.
It's kind of like Help, I became an artist. Is it okay to ask for money? Is this unethical? I took a previous existing piece of art and then I like transformed it using painting tools. Now I'm selling my art and that's my fucking scam, dude.
And that's all there is to it. Slap this on Facebook Marketplace.
Okay, no. The answer to your question, is this unethical, is no. Because you're not saying large textured artwork from famous artists. You did do art. You did labor, you did artistic expression. You didn't even do the like basic thing where it's like, oh, it's just a blank white canvas. Imagine with your mind. That's how my art is challenging you. They made art. Anastasia worked at an art museum. Did they make art?
They made art.
They made art. So on a scale of, is it unethical? No. And I do understand that that's not a scale. That is a Boolean binary. Okay.
Sold at an average of $250 to $300 a piece for around 10 minutes worth of work. I test new methods like this every single week.
So
10 minutes cap. Don't buy it, dog. I don't buy it. You fucking liar. Yeah. No, I get that. Even sometimes the fucking bots, when you pick up the phone, they go, hello, you know, hey, is this so-and-so? And then they just have a pause for the approximate average amount of seconds. That's great. Okay. And then they just start saying whatever the fuck they're saying.
Where they're being dishonest is that it's 10 minutes of work. Because maybe it's 10 minutes of work after you've set up the system. Doing all those chats isn't 10 minutes of work. Going to Kmart isn't 10 minutes of work. I get that you're exaggerating. It's funny how they've backed themselves into doing what a lot of artists do, which is undervaluing their art. It's fine. You just made art. People,
bro, selling them for $200, they're valuing their art. I mean, they, but like, no, driving to Kmart, buying a bunch of things in an aisle, checking out, going back to your car, going back home, hitting Home Depot on the way, buying however many containers of things, you know, spackled and, you know, palette knives, and then going back home, setting up a tarp, doing it, cleaning it up, cleaning your tools, then photographing and individually listing everything, and then individually delivering and selling and shipping these things. My ass, it's 10 minutes of work. And it costs like $15 for the paintings at the minimum, which is like just what they show. So like you're putting in a lot of investment up front and doing a lot of work throughout the entire process. But you know what? If I need to make money for the house once my severance is up, I can start doing art.
People sell their bathwater for more money than you're selling your art. And I don't think that's a scam. To each their own. It's a free market. Unless you're lying about that being your bathwater.
Well, that's true.
How dare you if you're doing that? This would be a great part for me to talk about today's sponsor, which is not my bathwater. Before we get into that, we have a brief word from today's sponsor, Aura. Now, I've talked about data brokers before and how they collect up all your data, and then they sell it to the highest bidder. I figured, what if I joined the dark side and pay one of these data brokers to collect a bunch of information about...
Don't feel like you have to spam the chat, but also it's better for me to have someone to talk to than nobody to talk to. So yeah, no worries. It's great when there's like more than one person, but eventually at certain parts of the night, it's just one of the two of you here. And then like your message doesn't even get a header anymore because it's just you nonstop, but it's still like, that's my fault for not having more chatters and more viewers. But you know, if there's people lurking who are shy about chatting, come on in. I don't mean to be mean. Like I felt like I was pretty polite to the person who asked me to derail the entire stream instantly, and I was like willing to look into it. Yeah.
My dear friend and producer, Anastasia.
You did what?
You will never guess what's in here.
What is in there?
I don't know. I can't see. Can I borrow your glasses?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is bad.
No, I can't see.
Well, they've got your contact information.
Oh my God.
Your addresses. Give Aura a few weeks website. And Aura does monitoring, fraud alerts.
Aura delete me incognito.
14 days to your name to stop sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. Let's find out if this one's unethical.
We have clipping content on social media for brands and creators.
Oh, another guy. You guys doing more of them? Yeah, I mean, at some point, if I get lucky enough to have a point where I won't be able to respond to every single chat message, then that'll be a transition for me to have to deal with. There's been a couple of times when chat was popping off and I was trying to make sure I read every single thing, but sometimes when there's cross conversations or there's just a lot of people, or just a lot of things happening, and I'm trying to keep up with it while also maintaining my concentration on the video. But it isn't, so far it has not been difficult to maintain complete observation as well as my content or whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, I'll be happy if that's a good problem to have for me if I have to notice that I have to change my execution of chat responsiveness or whatever.
And you can actually do this with 0 followers. So I started by downloading WAP from the App Store and then checking out their content rewards program.
Downloading what? WAP? Is this just an ad?
This is where you literally just set up these campaigns on WAP content rewards and manage the clippers for other brands and content creators.
Okay, so now you've invented management. Is it unethical? No. Once again, it is work, and it's work that someone doesn't want to do, or else they'd be doing it. You've reinvented something that already exists, which is management. I have a fucking boatload of emails in my inbox offering for people to do this for me because they found that they can make a quick buck doing it.
This guy who's literally making over $20,000 a month doing this. So I don't know, is it time for me to set up my own clipping agency and start cold down?
I don't understand what this product is supposed to be. You download the app and then you become a manager of a clip channel, or you a bunch of different clip channels in front of you. What do you manage? You're not actually making or editing videos.
Damning creators.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I am getting cold DM'd all the time by people doing stuff like this. So I know what's happening. In my view, it's like a legitimate business because it's a service that people are willing to pay for. And then management of those services is something that people are willing to pay for. So far, also not unethical. Funny enough, I was curious if this guy was like just doing like some sort of avant-garde comedy, unless they've gone as far as having real drop shipping courses and mentorship and consultations, being able to apply to invest in their high growth Australian property business. I have more issues with properties as an investment vehicle than other than like that you're not living in, than I do doing a service that people are willing to pay for. I actually have an idea for an unethical life hack where sometimes I cook food for myself, but I was realizing if I just cook food for other people, then I could charge a little bit on top of what it costs me to make that food. Then those people get the convenience because they're those fucking schmucks. They're willing to pay more to not have to make their food themselves. I'm thinking of calling it like a lunch emporium. And comment lunch if you're like trying to get in on the ground floor of my new business enterprise. This is like the opposite of what happens a lot on social media where people call everything a scam. This person is like the reverse of that. It's almost like they're saying, check out this new scam I found, and it's doing honest work.
Today we have clipping content on social media for brands and creators.
The unethical thing would be to clip other people's content that you don't own and then post it as yourself, or to make money without the creator's consent. You know, like some creators don't mind.
I would think also just shitting up the timeline with a bunch of slop. Like, check it out. Here's my Family Guy clip deep fried shit channel. I hate it, you know, like.
And like, I don't really care if you make money clipping my content. It depends on the person, or it depends on the content, right? Taking someone else's intellectual property without their permission and then profiting on it, that is unethical. Like what I'm doing, if I was just reposting this guy's TikToks and creating a market replacement for this guy's TikToks, instead I'm like trying to provide a lot of each of these TikToks, for example, is like a minute and a half or shorts. Or
I dodged a bullet there. I think he was like, you know what? I don't like when people take my content. I'd be like, goo.
Fucking reels, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to provide minutes on minutes in addition and commentary to that. And hopefully that's what you're coming from, or else you'd be going to watch this guy's business videos. Hey, maybe what I'm doing is unethical. Leave a comment down below. Maybe I should be fucking sued, bro.
Today we've got selling websites to small businesses.
Okay, selling websites to small businesses. Is he talking about like a web development shop where you set up somebody's like Squarespace for them? Because that's a thing that exists and it is a real business type. Or is he talking about like domain squatting? That I have more of that's a shitty to me.
We're going to automate the entire process and do none of the work ourselves. So first up, I went to the map and picked a random regional town in my home country of Australia. And then I Googled businesses in that area. I started with mechanics, electricians, and plumbers. And then I used my data scraper to pull all of this information straight from Google. This took me a few minutes.
So far, this is labor. I'm surprised he didn't use ChatGPT to do this, because it would be cheaper and easier. So maybe that's my unethical life hack. You can use ChatGPT to clean up the data for your local Maitland plumbers and electricians. Subscribe for more.
Got ChatGPT to create me a simple JSON file.
Okay, he is using ChatGPT. You could have used ChatGPT before this point.
Ported this straight into N8. The automation I made is super simple. It basically just grabs the mobile number from the spreadsheet you saw earlier and sends a text message using Twilio.
I don't know what he said he's using, but this is like, there's a bunch of things that do this.
Do is blast these messages out, see how many calls I can book, and try and close these guys on a new website. I'll charge around $400 to build the initial site and then pay somebody on Fiverr to do it for $50. On top of that, we'll have a $50 upkeep which will cover the domain and web hosting with some money to spend.
This one does have a few more like ethical considerations to be made.
There's that Fiverr thing.
What he's doing is called lead generation, and it's a part of every client-based business. It's like finding people who could potentially be your clients, aka leads, and then going and doing outreach to those leads. The other aspect of this, the Fiverr part, where he pays someone on Fiverr to make a website, he charges more than he's paying on Fiverr. However, what we don't know is what sort of, is this a one and done situation? Most of the people he's going to be reaching out to are not ready to be web hosts, so they're going to need some sort of consistent maintenance, or it's not free to keep things hosted forever. So is this a one-time payment thing?
I mean, like, he's already like a big ChatGPT person, right? So why isn't he having ChatGPT just make the website? Or you just make some fucking Squarespace website? Because it's like, it's just, I mean, Squarespace is just drag and drop shit. Type in some boxes, add some images, bada bing, bada boom. You know, you get some stock images. If they don't have any of their own, but if they want to use like the pictures of their own building and shit, they can just give that to you. Yeah. Also, the Fiverr thing, like, there's weird delivery times with Fiverr. Just because I was back when Kara was between jobs, I was like, oh, maybe you should try, you know, just living your life being a freelance person instead, and you can keep up your skills. And then also any projects you make on Fiverr, you can add to your portfolio just to like help you. Cause she was worried that she didn't have enough experience doing weird things and other things. So yeah, I mean, just like Wix, Squarespace, they're all the same thing. Even Google has a built-in website tool that's free. And like I made one. I haven't really used it. I gotta remember where I fucking put it, but it's over here. Like this is, it's not a good, you can buy a domain name, but I just built a website that has my stuff. And it's super easy, drag and drop, whatever it is. You can create the number of pages and whatever it is. And yeah, and it's like you could buy the more, you can start buying like, you know, server space or domains and some other services or whatever. But if you don't want your URL to be anything other than some weird link, if you don't want yeah, I mean, yeah. But also with the weird delivery times that you're going to get on Fiverr, and then also you're going to get weird standards on Fiverr because they need to get revisions, and then that's a repeat back and forth thing, or there's different like sub costs depending on how the job type is. Like, oh, did you want video on your website? That's going to cost more or whatever. And it's just, then you need to like hire an individual person every time there's a small problem or a small update to the website. It makes no sense. It just seems like it's just a thing that you can just say in a video and you make it out like it's this whole like impressive thing, but it's more work than they think it is. And also it sucks to just take someone's surplus labor value. You know what I mean? Like
thing, or are we on a subscription? And then the second that there's an issue or something needs to be changed, if that Fiverr person becomes unavailable, does this guy have the skills to do that? Or is he just like leaving his customer like shit out of luck? That's like where it gets like, it's still a business, but now it's like a business with high risk of producing a shitty product for the end consumer. But yeah, as is often the case with Reels, it leaves out a lot of nuance of actually doing this for real. So much of the world is middlemen in between businesses, middlemen at businesses, and that's all this is. Spoiler alert, people are willing to pay for convenience, and that's all this is. Like, yes, someone could go and buy their own website, but maybe they hadn't thought of it. Maybe they don't want to manage it. If you're going to take care of those things, well, then that is a price that I would pay.
But also, it's going to be a weird pitch to some plumber or whatever the different jobs are, and try to explain to them, because they're going to have a lot of questions about all the different layers, and you're going to have these long phone calls, probably multiple phone calls to actually close a sale, to convince a random plumber from a cold text to be like, this is how the website will work, and this is what you're paying for, and that'll be enough for you, and quell any questions you have about future problems or modifications and stuff.
I am curious to see how effective this is in a world where something like Yelp or like Google Businesses exist, where it's not as valuable. Like things like SEO. Like, do you know about SEO? Is my website going to be showing up in the results when people search for me? Because you found them through Google, so they're already findable through Google if I'm looking for a plumber. So,
oh my God, sometimes when I do a search and I go to the video tab just to see videos that show up, whether they be TikToks or YouTubes or whatever it is, and then I'll click on a video because it seems like it might be relevant, and then the YouTube description just has a bunch of word vomit in it. Just in like one little block is just every potential version of like the subject or the title is put in there for SEO scraping. And it's like, great, thanks for nothing. Your video is not what I wanted. I'm upset, which is like, it's good to get more pings on the search result, but then when people get scraped and they end up on your video for no good reason, then they're going to bail out the moment the video starts. They go, no, I don't want this. And then your video is going to have like horrible metrics and engagement. So I don't know, like, it's a plan. Is it a good plan? I don't know. Like, it seems, I guess you have to like really not only just see how it works for them, but then also see how it works across the board for different topics and whatever.
Is how many people are going to bite. That's the thing where he kind of set up the idea of what this work is going to be, but without him actually following through, I think it's just like misleading about how much back and forth and communication management and stuff, it could very quickly get unwieldy, which is why it's a business that real people do.
Unethical ways to make money online. Next up, we have resale. No, I don't mean selling fakes and passing it off as the real deal. No, I mean buying genuine items cheap and reselling them online.
I'm convinced that this person doesn't know what ethics are. I'm going to watch some of their other content and make sure that this isn't just like a big joke, but curating vintage clothing finds is a business. It's a business that a lot of people partake in. Like where I am in Los Angeles, there's a lot of like flea markets that aren't really like flea markets in the traditional sense. They're places you can go and look at the collection of vintage goods that someone has curated over a long period of time. You can buy them at a markup, but you are also buying like cool vintage stuff, hopefully, and hopefully it's not fake. And so part of the work involved with that,
buying secondhand clothes is one of the nice ethical ways to buy clothing. Because, fast fashion and slave labor, all these different layers of environmental concerns, lots of different things. But buying used clothes, hey, that was all that pain and suffering and problems. They've already been used up. They're already there. So just expand your wardrobe with something, also save some money. It's just kind of annoying, and sometimes it's not the best quality depending on what it is, but it might be a little beat up.
That is knowing about the vintage world, knowing about clothing from the past, being able to identify a real thing from a fake thing. If you don't have the skills to do that, and you're saying that you do, that's where I would consider it fairly unethical. But if you're developing the skill set to identify these vintage goods, you're doing the labor of sorting through bulk bins of cheap clothing to find the diamonds in the rough that you were going to restore or clean up and pick out the items that you then have to display somewhere on a Depop store or on a whatever, you've created a business. I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy that you haven't realized this yet, but you've.
That is, there's a thing where people will like just kind of set up those giant, it looks like almost like those big recycling bins. They kind of like a giant like boxy trash can, and they have like a little like almost like a movie return slot. It's like a clothes donation bin, and it says like clothes for the homeless or something. And people will see those and go, oh shit, because it's near our neighborhood or something, and people will just go up to it and dump it. But then the people that have those bins just collect all the clothes and then sort them and then pick out things to then sell in a consignment place somewhere. And people assume that they're donating everything, but actually sometimes those things are being sold or whatever it is. That's a thing that's happened. So like whenever we see those bins, we know like, oh, just make sure to take it to Goodwill or something. Not that Goodwill is like the best thing, but it's better than Salvation Army. And, you know, there might be like another better place to take some goods. Maybe there's like a particular type of shelter or something that we should look for. Just thinking out loud.
You've just done a business. I'm going to join the Discord.
Genuine items cheap and reselling them online. So anyway, we went to this warehouse sale today.
It seems like the issue that this guy has is buying something cheap and then selling it for more as like unethical, but then has business courses about drop shipping, which I think is misleading and can very easily and very quickly be unethical, especially with like labor.
I mean, drop shipping is literally buying it cheap and then selling it high. You're just adding yourself as a middleman. It's what you are. In some ways it can provide value because you create listings in a new region that would make sense to the buyers or whatever. But generally speaking, it's just an added middleman for the sake of your profits.
Like practices that are involved. And investment real estate, which is a whole other can of worms, but I don't personally think that like businesses or individuals should own tons and tons and tons of properties that people could be living in to hold as investment.
Because it's not like a warehouse full of things waiting to then be fulfilled and shipped. It's just somebody orders something, okay, cool, then it actually orders it from the warehouse and has it shipped straight to that place. Yeah. But just creating yourself as the middleman between the place and the customer. Because like if they're already producing a single unit and then shipping out a single unit to one person, then they could be doing it. So there's what you did in World of Warcraft. On the first day the servers reset, you'd buy out all the cheap gems and relist them at 3x the cost because people would be raiding and get new pieces of gear. Yeah. Oh, you usually design it. I am not familiar with that. I'm usually them like they go to AliExpress, they find some like big novelty AirPod or whatever it is. And they go, oh yeah, my audience is gonna love that. And then they, you know, make listings for that product and then whatever. Make ads on TikTok Shop or something. I don't know.
Vehicles. Just my own personal opinion. I think that the ethics of that are worth way more discussion than finding an OG Old Navy shirt or something and from 1962 and then selling it. But we'll see if they're actually doing that.
Bunch of different brands.
I was always very stingy when I played World of Warcraft just because I loved building my gold amount and I hated spending it. It was one of those things because like I would quest or whatever and you get all this gold and you go, hell yeah. But then fucking elixirs and all these different things cost money. Although the most recent time I did play, I played like classic with Season of Discovery and I tried playing hardcore, but I would die a few times because I was like solo. So I was like solo self-found because, you know, I'm nobody with no friends. That was like right at the point where right before I basically quit streaming for a little bit or hiatus in streaming because I'm doing it now. So it's not technically quitting. But Yeah, but that is how, in theory, it's supposed to work. True. I just think that most of those courses that they have, from what I've seen, people who get the course and then critique the course and then talk about how bad it is online, that's usually what they say is they go find some garbage shit on AliExpress and then try to, make an Amazon store where you then sell it to people. But like, it wouldn't even have like fast shipping if it's going to be coming from whatever, which is where some potential warehousing and stuff could lead. Probably getting them to pay into a service for like a local Amazon, subscription warehouse or something like, and that can be a way to like MLM suck the money out of them or something too. Damn, that's crazy. It made so much gold. Yeah. I mean, that's why I used to buy some stuff off of AliExpress or whatever. There's a few things that are just like, the AliExpress this and that's that I kind of like would pick up or gleam that they seem pretty useful. Just, it would take you a month before you get it. And then sometimes you could search the same thing and you'd find it on Amazon. It would have Prime shipping, but it would cost like 3 times as much. And you're like, okay, well, fuck that, Done right. No overproduction. Yeah. But the usual drop shipping classes thing is slopification of Amazon stores and whatever. It's not an infinite money glitch. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. Otherwise, we're all drop shippers, and then what? It doesn't work.
And selling clothes at a fraction of the cost. These pants, for example, retail for $100 each, but here they were selling for $15 a piece. Anyway, we stocked up on a whole bunch of stuff, and we worked out that we spent around $250 for $1,300.
Right. The reason that you could buy these things at this discounted price is because there's already been a process by which these things were not sold at the maximum value, and you are making an investment that you can find the right. The issue is finding the market, finding the person who is going to want that thing, curating the vibe such that when you set up your pop-up shop or you set up your online store, that a person looking for that thing is going to find it. And you have to hold all that shit in your home. And so it doesn't scale well, because if you have too much shit, then now you're a store. Surprise, you've become Target.
As soon as I got home, I took some photos and got the eBay listings crafted. Now they're all up and running and already getting some traction. Anyway.
And then he left a comment saying, personally, I'm already thinking this is too high effort / low reward, but I'll give anything a go. He also took good looking photography. That's marketing photography. It doesn't matter how like lo-fi or how you're not a professional to do this thing, because most of these businesses, most things in this world are fake smoke and mirrors and vibes, okay? And that's all this guy's doing. There's like nothing wrong with doing that. It's just not going to be, it's more than likely not going to be your ticket to.
Which is why I liked Season of Discovery, and I liked, well, at least the hardcore stuff, just because I assume a lot of that stuff doesn't work, but maybe it does. Well, hardcore is just weird just because everyone's dead. But and then Season of Discovery was neat because, like, look, you can be a warlock tank or something different, and it's also like, it's like playing the original 151 Pokemon again, where it's like, okay, I remember this. That was kind of neat to have the combination of nostalgia plus some extra element to it, and then you have all the quality of life improvements of modern stuff combined with some classic stuff. Or maybe it wasn't too many quality of life benefits, but still, I didn't play it too long because I found that when I played WoW, it was, well, now classes up to like Pandaria or whatever, which is like, that was already when I quit WoW. So it's crazy that it's like that, already back to that part again. I would enjoy playing only when I'm playing the game. I'm gaining gold, gaining experience, doing my weekly, reset of different raids, getting some progression in either a guild or, whatever it is, right? I'm making progress, playing alts, getting them up, feeling good about my rotations, whatever, right? I'm gaining something, but I would only feel good when playing the game, and then everything else in my life would feel bad. And then I'm like, man, this all feels bad. Better just play the game so I feel good. And then all I'm doing is playing the game. So like if I had, it wasn't the best. And then I had to eventually go like, you know what, this is not good. I need to just stop. And like, that was kind of like the addiction mechanic. But again, like just realizing that like, well, I'd rather do other things. I'd rather, you know, value other things in my life. So there I go, you know.
Financial freedom, which is what we're hashtagging, and it's also not passive, which is what we're hashtagging. But it does make you an entrepreneur, I guess, if you want to call yourself that.
This is exactly how smart people out there are profiting off of current events. Fear is up and people are scared. This is the fear index, and you can see it's as high nearly as it was back during COVID. So what happens to the market when people are scared?
I'm going to cut this off early and say it's opposite day for our friend Monopoly here, because the things that he's currently talking about in this short are how you can like make the market work for you during wartime and times of high fear, which is like not what I want anyone's priority to be when there are horrible atrocities happening in the world. Is how can I make a quick buck off of this? You know, that's something that I would consider unethical. If I think my country is going to go to war, I'm not going to go invest in like war profiteer companies because I'm ethically opposed to the actions of those companies. So for me to profit feels like blood money, right? Like, then he's like, what if I sold a shirt for more money than I bought it for? Is that unethical? And then there's comments in this very post about people like moving their assets around so that they can invest in fucking military contractors. I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it.
How much did Instagram pay me to generate over 6 million views in the past 30 days? Literally $0. Meanwhile, there's kids out here on WAP pulling a fraction.
What is your relationship with this fucking website? What is WAP? How to make money with WAP clipping? How to make $100,000 per month with WAP? What the fuck is going on? It seems like reverse Fiverr, where instead of sellers offering their services, it's people willing to pay for services. Kind of like on Craigslist, where you could do one or the other. Oh, okay. Comment WAP and I'll send you a link to get started for free. This is an affiliate situation. All right, buddy. Let's peel back the curtain here. This man is generating leads, which we've previously discussed, which are everyone who views one of his videos as a potential customer to go to WAP. It's pronounced the same way as the fucking Cardi B song, and that is that on purpose? That's all of us at the top of this business funnel. So let's say some small percentage of those people comment WAP, which we can see here. Now, he's gonna DM them, make them feel special, his special link. And with that link, it's gonna say ampersand UTM param refer whatever the fuck Monopoly McCann, and then when you click on that link, it's gonna attribute Monopoly McCann giving you that link to WAP, and then WAP on their back end is gonna be like, Mr. Monopoly, you've given us 1,000 new Whoppers, okay? But not the burger. You've given us 1,000 new Whoppers. Here's your cut of cash. And that's like a little sub hustle that's happening within his content, because he's grinding. But this motherfucker looks like somebody who doesn't, like, I've never met somebody who's like so obsessed with business but has no genuine interest beyond making money. I guess there's a lot of people like that, but like, it seems like they already have been successful if they've bought hundreds of properties in Australia or invested in hundreds of properties in Australia. So it's like, this is fine, I guess. But if I'm ever sponsored, this would be another great time to cut to a sponsor. If I'm ever sponsored, it is clearly labeled. And I just can't imagine a world where you're like promoting a app or service so much for free where you're not seeing any upside from it. Okay, my review on the ethics of Monopoly McCann. The stuff where he's asking if it's unethical, actually ethical. The stuff where he's not, I have questions. Next up, we have Zach Alsop, who has more YouTube subscribers than me. I tested unethical life hacks that actually work. So they've got themselves a like Mr. Beast style, like Airac style video situation where they're doing all kinds of crazy stunts. Look, I'm not passing any judgment on the people here. I'm all about the hacks. I am a tried and true life hack expert. I believe in working smart, not hard, and also not working at all and playing Final Fantasy X.
Pretending to be a food critic at a fancy restaurant just to get myself some free dinner. Thank you. Slow service.
Sorry?
Oh, nothing.
This is very easy to stage, but also if you have 2 million subscribers and you're filming at a restaurant, you may as well be a food critic because you can say bad things about the restaurant to your audience.
While most of them aren't technically illegal, if I do get caught, there's a good chance I'll be arrested.
All right, relax, bud. You think you're gonna get arrested for pretending to be a food critic?
Also, just that fucking cop. Like, just
Oh,
the
there's a good
fucking,
chance-
like, AR-15, combat helmet, multiple mags on the fucking, you know, elastic straps. That's 3 mags of AR-15 ammo. What are you going into, dog? Increases in the back of the neck. Like, what are you protecting and serving right now? Holy fuck.
I'll be arrested.
All right, relax.
Just a permanent scowl on the face.
You're gonna get arrested for pretending to be a food critic at a restaurant while you're filming and critiquing the food. Okay, all right. Sorry. Again, I'm about the hacks.
First, I'm going to show you a naughty little method for getting free parking.
Somebody's got to
shoot expensive.
Well, yeah, because no one drives in New York, so that's your first mistake.
They protect capital. That's what they're there for. Property and money. The Hamburglers. Dude, he's gonna castle doctor in the Hamburglar from the squad car. Holy shit.
$20, $300. But that's fine, because I've got an unethical life hack which is going to get me free parking in the best spot in town all day. This spot, to be exact, located directly in the middle of Times Square.
My question is, how did you get that drone shot? Because that is elite. That'll get you arrested. That better be some stock footage, man. There's some. Don't mess around.
Well, it did say at the drone on the right.
At drone snap. There we go. Okay, cool.
Can I park here? No. So to park here completely for.
Oh, that's the cowboy from the recent The Good Liars video that people were watching. How much he loves Trump and doesn't believe he has any problem with Epstein.
Free, all you need is a big red bow and a sign.
Okay, so this is illegal. This is okay. So you've just done a crime. And look, who cares? I'm not going to tell, even though I just did. You did this in the past, though. So not all crimes are unethical. Not all laws are ethical. But you did say they're not illegal. And this is fraud. And it is also trespassing. I'm a fucking narc right now. To do any sort of display in most cities, you need a permit to do so. And if you don't,
also, like, you're leaving your shitty ass car in people's way. Like, fuck you, asshole. That's how. Like, you know, the business side of it is, but it's like, yeah, like, fuck off, dude.
Then it's against the law. And I'm not the cops, all right? I'm just saying you said it wasn't illegal, okay? Don't get mad at me. I'm just pointing out a fact. And then also you're lying about this contest, which is a form of fraud. I mean, it's illegal, you know? I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Then I take all the texts I get from this thing that has no chance of winning the car, and then I sell it to a data broker. Boom.
Be the laws guy. The ethics we could talk about.
Guys, win this car for free. Yep, the plan was to make the car look like it was part of a competition. And in Times Square, which...
Nice duct taped ass fucking thing. I mean, couldn't spend money on a sandwich board. That would make his thing not effective.
Full of ads.
This is very like prank coded also. But the funny thing.
But yeah, because like the business owner are gonna walk out and say, "What the fuck is this?" And then like, you know.
Thing is that in New York, I feel like no one gives a shit. Sometimes I park my car and I put 2 hours on the meter and I come out 2 hours and 30 minutes later because it was a meeting or I lost track of time. I have a ticket and I pay my ticket. And I go, aw, drats. And yeah, I did illegal, I guess.
You did a civil violation, which I think technically is something different.
But I paid my dues, okay? So you're just gonna get a ticket, brother. You're just gonna get a ticket. And who cares? No one in New York wants that car anyways. I'm walking here.
You gonna enter?
Yeah, I want to enter.
Hell yeah.
See, that sucks, man. He's like, this idiot thinks I'm running a real contest.
I get a nice little alert that my car is safe directly to my phone. Which is great. It means the car hasn't been towed.
Doesn't mean you don't have a ticket. What this guy cares about, which I have to point out, is like the optics of it for a YouTube video. It is a good optic in that it is intriguing, makes people ask questions. So like from the structure of like what a YouTube video is trying to do, which is get people to click on it and watch it for a long time, I totally understood why they did this and why it's framed in the way that it is. I'm just here about the hacks, okay? So I just need another hack.
I booked an incredibly expensive first-class flight, and I have no intention of getting on it. That's because for this hack, I'm booking a refundable first-class ticket to gain access to the first-class lounge and all its free food and drink, then refunding my ticket just before takeoff.
Hey, this one, I could care less. You were only impacting a extremely profitable business that runs pretty anti-consumer.
I wanted to see if the car got towed or whatever, but whatever, it's fine, I guess. I guess I'll just check out the full video.
Practices that tend towards unethical, but provide a service that many of us cannot avoid. And so we have to deal with these shitty anti-consumer practices. And it's affecting people who paid $10,000 for their first.
Also, who the fuck wants to go to the first class lounge at this airport? Airports suck, and it's like out of the way to get like some food, I guess. That's a long way in and out just for some food.
First class flight to have a guy in their lounge who's going to refund it.
Also, the risk of the refund not working or some other layers. He paid parking. He just said he didn't for the video.
All of that's a part of the risk.
Well, he was saying that he's going to get a ticket, but I guess I didn't notice.
Profile of when they create things like this. Another way you could do this is sign up for one of those credit cards and then cancel the credit card. You know, they build that into the budget. So
yeah.
Unethical, interesting. I would say it's in the who cares bin for me. I'm no ethics professor yet. I'm also not studying to be one, nor am I on the process yet. These don't seem like huge ethical dilemmas for the average person, but it does fill the runtime. So, I mean, there's that. I'm not going to go through every one in this guy's video. If you want to watch this video, go for it. Look, I'm just here about the hacks, all right? Boom, next. I don't care about fucking Delta. Do I think it'll work? Yeah, probably. The issue is that most people can't afford the $9,000 flight charge to begin with, even if you're refunding it. It requires a little bit of working capital or credit limit. And the risks are high for people, the average Joe, to do this, because if at any point there is a issue that involves you actually having to pay for the flight, that could be debilitating for people who aren't like large YouTubers. Call me a restaurant critic in the restaurant of unethical life hacks, and I've had my sampling. So I'm going to move on to our last guy. So this is another creator with over 1 million subscribers. I tested unethical ways to make money. I'm here about the hacks. What are these ethical ways? Let's take our little sample.
I'm currently dressed up as a gold street performer collecting a ridiculous.
God, all of these videos are like the same garbage. The fucking classical music, you know, resample for the same pieces over and over. The numbers, the zoom in, like and then the pranks.
Amount of tips from all these people. That's not actually me. It's a mannequin that I've dressed up and spray painted to look like a real person, and I've been raking in money all day without lifting a finger.
I think we might have found our first unethical. I do kind of feel like when someone is tipping, they believe that they're tipping a street performer, and they
also usually the street performer will do some kind of like some kind of tip of the hat whenever somebody tips. And then back to locked in place.
They believe that this person is doing their thing. And so I do think that this probably takes away from real street performers. Also, another thing you need like a permit to do. And there are like real people who's like make a living doing this. All I'm saying is if someone is walking down the street in the city they're touristing in, touring, I guess you could say, they put $1 in a bucket for a street performer and they see another street performer. Let's say there's a silver guy on the corner who's a real man. It feels bad that the person might go, they're not nearly as still as the gold guy. You know, that would be a fear that I would have, which is why I wouldn't necessarily engage in this. So I'm gonna give that 1 unethical out of some number of ethics.
Just one of many unethical money-making methods that I'll be testing to see if they'll make us rich or if we'll end up behind bars.
Why is everyone always being arrested? It's like, are we children? I'm like, because
it draws attention. He could be like, "Hey, officer, how do I get down to the parking lot?" And they're like, "Okay, well, you take this thing," and they go, "Oh my God, the cops are talking to me." Put it in the intro, and then make them wait till the end.
To me, being arrested is not the like risk of the YouTube video. When I watch a YouTube video, I'm not going, "Oh man, I hope they don't get arrested." Imagine if I like started this video and it's like, I'm gonna riff a little bit on some videos I found online. Hope I don't get arrested. And then I cut to like a cop car and it's like, wee wee. Do I really think that this person is in any risk at any point? No. But if I'm like a kid, then like that is
in trouble.
Like, don't call Scooby-Doo at 4 a.m. type videos.
The fake marriage method. I've seen this new trend that newly married couples do where they'll write a cute little message on the back of their car that says just married. They make sure to throw their little Venmo tag on there.
Here's my question. Does he send the money back? Because if you do it and don't send the money back, kind of lame. The thing is, the people who gave the money to the fake street performer aren't getting their money back.
Today.
I like doesn't feel great. It's like one of those things. It's like just a prank.
They're like, what? It's like 10 a.m. How the fuck did you get married today?
Is being misused, you know? This is the closest someone has gotten to questioning ethics, if I'm being honest. You know what? I actually commend Jack for trying things that are actually unethical.
Venmo on the side.
There's nothing unethical about asking someone to Venmo you, but under false pretenses, bingo, you got an unethical.
I mean, no, it's definitely unethical. What the fuck? There's people who are like, "Hey, check out my GoFundMe. I'm in a bad place right now, or I need this surgery." Actually, jokes, not. You know, it's one of those like, what? Fucking no.
And as someone who's here to find the unethics, Jack actually did test it. I'll give him that.
Congratulations from a car on PCA. It took 45 minutes, but we just got a $5 tip.
This guy seems very nice. I wish he wasn't doing so many unethical hacks. Again, not gonna go through the whole video, but good on Jack for actually challenging my ethical framework. And
he seems like he's a rich kid who's doing this thing because he wants to be important and clouded. He wants to be a Mr. Beast. He wants to be on podcast talking about how he's whatever. I don't think I don't think it's great. Like, maybe I'm too much of an old man. I don't know. Need surgery to save the life of a pet. Yeah, also. And if you're not giving that money to a fucking shelter, then unethical. You know what I mean? Those people that make those fucking fake, you know, Venmo, Cash App, GoFundMe things, they're not donating that money to Palestine or whatever. Like, they're just pretending to be something bad. Or, you know, something in a bad place. Let's see how the 3D print's doing. Oh, it's getting there. The top of the hand is forming. Fortunately, we're still on the inside of the hand. Yeah, that's where the parts will be closing up soon. I don't know if you saw earlier, we're making a fully 3D printed power fist. My brother sent me the file. He bought the STL or whatever. So we'll be making the big ass power fist. I made one before with just the plastic fingers that I made, and then I made the rest out of foam, but it wasn't quite as big, and it also wasn't all 3D printed. That's pretty big. Yeah, it's pretty big. If this one's too big for him, I could shrink it down, but I'll keep it. Yeah, I meant goat. I wasn't sure if goat saw it before.
Doing unique things that I hadn't seen. A lot of work went into this, but
They usually tune in later in the evening. Although I hope they were able to find either another job or something, because I mentioned how they Power Fist from what? From Warhammer 40K. Let's see. Warhammer Power Fist. So that would be, you know, the fucking toys. You know, Space Marine with a Power Fist. Not yet. Okay. Well, that sucks. Yeah, my brother's a big 40K fan, for sure. He literally writes for Goonhammer, which it is a different. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So Goonhammer is this website that does articles and shit all about the hobby. They're pretty well liked and big. They also do other hobbies and shit, but mostly Warhammer related stuff, tabletop gaming things. I know the dudes that kind of run this place, which is neat. You know, I've like met them and been chill with them and helped them do stuff. Like I helped them live stream one of their events. I shot like a, I probably have this somewhere. Let me go to my studio under YouTube Studio. This is probably what I should show off more often. Although that would have been... Did I give it to them? I think I did. This must be it. The 2021 Sizzle video. Oh, that's not the right thing to do. So, like, you would go to, like, a hotel. Man, this is, like, earlier editing for me. And people, like, you know, this is back during one of the first events after COVID kind of came out. But you set up your armies and you tape measure and shit when you're on terrain. This is Campbell's army. I would usually, some people like the Goonhammer is very focused on like the competitive part of the game. So like the competitive game is very like pre-set different layouts of terrain that are like all pre-described rules for the most part. So that way they take away some of that randomness. And even though there's like 100 tables, or whatever, they all have terrain set up in the correct formats. And then, you know, you play a bunch of different, you know, brackets based off your win losses and whatever. And okay, these are the Dark Elves and they're fighting against the Necrons. Okay, you know, they bring their list of 2,000 points. This is my brother's stuff. Big 40K Knights. Looks like, some of the shots look like they're staged, but they're not. It was just me doing a hell of a lot of recording. It's a big nerd hobby. It's nerd stuff. So if he wants to wear a Power Fist to an event or something and have like a little bit of a cosplay element or something, it'll be cool. Like this is the high octane action that you could see at a game.
Cool. Those are borrowed.
Like a top-down shot. Wow, look at them go.
Definitely see.
It's not nearly as heart-pumping as perhaps a big cut is.
Cool.
Rolling dice. Okay, they're shooting their 10 guns. Got to roll 10 dice for their 10 guns. Oh, did they hit? You know, you know how games work. You know games. It takes like this game. This is 2.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I'll do it once a year or so. But you know, I paint things, I guess, better than average, but my brother has gone complete artist on his shit. Let's see. It should be toward the end here. Yeah. So he paints Rainbow Warriors, and he actually paints rainbows on them. It's not a very good shot because it's like moving and YouTube compressed, whatever. There might be. There's a search. Rainbow Warrior. Nothing to display. Did I misspell warrior? Or just rainbow? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's a bit of a freak when it comes to painting. Oh, Rogue Trader, the video game. I played it a little bit. It's basically a worse version of Baldur's Gate 3, but 40K themed. It's kind of how it played. I played through the first like act, chapter, whatever. But then I kind of like just kind of got like a little bit bored of it. So yeah, he's given a report of all the games he plays. Yeah, but it's kind of neat that I'm aware of these people, whatever it is. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Yeah, I never played those games. I played Divinity Original Sin 2 or whatever. For a little bit. Again, eventually just kind of fell off. But I played BG3 all the way through. Just because I was actually a bit more aware of the D&D rules at that point. And it was it's well made. It was awesome. One of the things I was thinking about playing would be Disco Elysium because I never played it before. I think I mentioned that before, which is kind of like an RPG, but more politics focused, sort of. But maybe that may also turn into a slog where it just becomes hard. Yeah, I did a lot of jumping. I did a lot more jumping than I thought I would in that game. It was useful. It was useful. Well, I thought they did. I thought they added a bunch of voice acting, so that way it's all voice acted. Maybe there's only certain parts. Like from what I saw, it's just a bunch of sections of like the parts of your brain talking, and it had all the different voices. Because remember at one point, Chapo people, I've been told at one point that Chapo people were voice actors for it, but it was kind of like bad quality or whatever, and they redid it with some of the other stuff. So there's supposed to be a sequel coming out, but all the original communists are cut out of the project, so it's probably going to be awful. We'll see. I mean, I never even played the first game, so I don't know. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Ugh. All right, we're making some good progress. This is a new one. You wouldn't put the sequel on principle. I mean, I guess at some point you'll find out about it, and then from there you'll have a better perspective on it. Because maybe there's still some awesome, people just underneath the surface who are just as passionate. Because it's not, the capitalists aren't going to write it. You know what I mean? They're not going to do it. Oh. Copy. Paste. Okay. And then I grab this. Why are fascists so obsessed with IQ? Or the right, sorry. It's an easy mistake. Because they're fascist, because they're racist. I mean, that's my guess, but maybe I'll On second thought, I'll learn.
It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program
Quinn Slobodian.
Professor of International History at Boston University.
I mean, I guess one thing I would just add, and maybe you can use it or not, but so if you think that in some basic way humans are hardwired and cannot be improved or changed very much, then a lot of the programs of the Great Society and educational uplift and civil rights in general, affirmative action, all become...
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Worse than
who knows what they could be saying.
Worse than impotent.
You know, second thought, they got to keep the videos out there, so they're going to just go over the low-hanging fruit of why does the right obsess with IQ?
Efforts at creating a different world. They are actually just schemes by bureaucrats to make jobs for themselves and for less capable groups and minority groups to try to seize assets and wealth from the more capable and more high-functioning sectors of the population.
Egads! It's too early for this.
There you have, in 2 sentences, the next 15 or so minutes of your life. Now, you already basically know how guys like Trump and Elon, but also their media lackeys like Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, Steve Bannon, how all these guys took over in the last decade. This is how they protected neoliberalism, by calling progressivism a
That's a funny one to think about, is a self-owned. That's so funny.
conspiracy, and using race science, they pretended to be populist enemies of the elite. But once in power, they dismantled the last thing standing in the way of neoliberalism that Reagan and Clinton couldn't get rid of. They are not against the system. They're its greatest assets. Okay, bye. Fine, if you want to stay, we can actually do this right.
Oh wait, that was Rage Against the Machine. I was thinking that was like some like dad rock or something, but no, okay.
Because how we got here is insane. These guys won by bringing eugenics and neoliberalism back from the brink of death. Those are not popular things, but here's how they did it. Howdy friends, JT from the future here. I just wanted to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for Means TV, both because it's awesome and because being a dirty communist on YouTube is looking like more and more of a losing proposition. If you're not familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned, cooperative, and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos to original series like Means Morning News to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. I've been working behind the scenes to help turn Means into a place that's both worthwhile for viewers as well as offering financial security for socialist creators in an increasingly reactionary political landscape. Every creator on the platform has a unique link that when anyone signs up using that link, that creator directly benefits from the subscription. I have mine in the description below, but if you really appreciate another creator's work, make sure to use their link instead. All of us at Means are trying really hard to build an alternative media ecosystem that
Sabrina is on there. That's cool. I don't know if I said her name right. I know it kind of rhymes, and I kind of just went for it. I would need to start pumping out some actual content beyond just streaming in my living room. But that's okay. I can do that. I'll get some stuff out there. Maybe I'll finally make that. How do we dissect information? Spoiler, it's meta-analysis, but I need to stretch it out to at least 15 minutes, okay?
that is ideologically dedicated to sharing left-wing perspectives. With Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and fans right on the platform. As a little thank you for watching our channel, if you sign up with our link, or another creators if you prefer, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get the whole year 20% off. A full year of Means TV will run you less than $90, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using a creator's link is directly contributing to the financial stability of that channel and the entire...
He's got a family. He's got children. So like I'm thinking like for two, that's a big order.
Entire cooperative media project. None of
it is more expensive, but that's a lot. Yeah.
This would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV is entirely grassroots funded, and it always
was that Nathan Fielder?
that channel, and the entire Cooperative Media Project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV isn't.
He's on Means TV? That's crazy. That's awesome.
Is entirely grassroots funded, and it always will be. So if you'd like to help support our work, consider signing up for Means TV using the link below. It really does help the team here at Second Thought and dozens of principled socialist creators across the platform. Thanks for your support. All right, back to the video.
Aujourd'hui, je vous demande d'accueillir Monsieur Steve Bannon.
Let them call you racist.
Laissez-vous appeler raciste.
Let them call you xenophobes.
Mais laissez-les vous appeler xénophobe.
Let them call you nativist.
Thank you for wearing your nice disheveled jacket to our event, Steve. This is about as formal as he gets.
Laissez-vous les appeler nativistes.
Wear it as a badge of honor.
This is The Bell Curve. You've heard of it before. It's Charles Murray and Richard Herrnstein's book on IQ that, among other things, became popular in the 90s for saying that different races have different average intelligence.
Dude, that was in the 90s? It came out and said, oh my god.
That gives its readers a scientific, big air quotes there, roadmap for building a racial hierarchy. Which is, and let me be clear that I'm not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form, literal Nazi shit. It is literal Nazi behavior to try and science out that one race's blood is superior to another's.
You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do
you've said way more than that now.
that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
But we'll get to all that in a minute. If you've ever heard guys like Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Steve Bannon, whoever, talk about IQ or how some cultures are more violent or less intelligent, or sometimes more intelligent than white people, the modern origin of those arguments is almost certainly the bell curve.
The bell curve.
The bell curve.
Bell curve. It has been some time since it's been a more controversial book.
They argue that about 60% of intelligence is inherited.
As I understand the argument of it, I disagree.
The author's premise reinforces the racialist eugenics theory of African inferiority.
When the bell curve came out, it was in every bookstore, in every magazine, and it made it admissible, maybe even unavoidable, for reasonable people to have open political discussions about eugenics.
Was this 1990? This looks like it's the 80s or something. So maybe it was 2 years old when this happened.
To just ask questions about the idea that society should suppress inferior people's reproduction and promote superior people's reproduction. The first step of all that being figuring out just who is superior. And to do that, the book used IQ tests to claim that some racial groups are more intelligent than others on average, and it presented this data as an indisputable scientific fact. While the authors hedge their language a bit, and they say they don't know exactly if it's mostly nature or nurture that's responsible for IQ differences, their conclusions betray that they think there is such a thing as fundamental racial inequality in intelligence that you can observe directly through tests. This difference is something that they think you can, at best, only mask temporarily, but never actually resolve. At the top of the pecking order, the book puts East Asians and Ashkenazi Jews just above whites, and then other Asian,
that's where that comes from. Wow.
Hispanic, and black people are on the bottom. And already you can imagine how this book might be useful for a whole bunch of far-right debate bros.
They say, if we're racist, why is it that we're placing other people above whites? We're not white supremacists. So that's a kind of cheeky way for them to try to turn the tables on their critics. But I think it also spits out in two other more meaningful ways.
Like you're saying fundamentally some races are better than others. Fuck you. That's racism. What do you mean? I don't give a shit. If you think you're white midists, you're still saying that blacks are inferior. Like that's insane. That black people are inferior. I wonder how deep that is rooted in my head.
One is it then allows for that IQ science to support what's called ethno-differentialism. So the new right in general often has this principle of a space for every race. Quote.
I definitely don't mean to. Sometimes there's also that thing where like you start one thing and then you end up saying a different thing, but then I can't ignore the fact that it's happened at least twice in a short time period that I'm not happy with. So like I'm doing my best to take a mental note of it and see what my sentences are before I say them in some ways. I don't know.
Quote unquote. So an idea that it's actually fine for there to be Hungary for the Hungarians, Africa for the Africans.
I mean, I think it also comes down to the fact that I don't normally talk about these things to some degree. So like, even if I think them or watch people talk about it, I just never talk about it because it's like not a thing I normally vocalize. So this is showing my adolescence and my mouth puberty as I get all tripping over my own feet as they grow.
Japan for the Japanese, and that's actually the ideal world for a reactionary.
And that's being kind. It might be a more insidious thing, but either way, I'm stopping it, obviously.
Internationalist position. So the fact that East Asians had higher IQ is not a threat if you believe that East Asians will remain in East Asia and not be, active competitors inside of the majority white future you imagine.
But that's skipping a few years to the present. Before we get there, I want to be clear that The Bell Curve is a bad book. And not just for its conclusion. There's a dozen leaps of logic and methodology problems behind it and the sort of race science it upholds. This video won't be a thorough debunking since we're focusing on the political consequences of this rhetoric, not the book specifically. But suffice to say that the idea that IQ or ethnic culture or however conservatives are branding this stuff now could give you a scientific explanation of or justification for racial inferiority is bullshit. I've left a few links in the description for those of you who want to see the thorough debunking for yourselves. But just to be clear, there is no such thing as a superior race. But back to our topic. These guys like Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Lex Friedman, a bunch of people in the far-right media ecosystem.
I mean, the way I've basically understood it is there's no quantifiable cognitive difference. There's no quantifiable, like there are obviously noticeable differences, but like within the margin of error of any way to test it, there's no perceived, like also it hasn't been that much time to evolve into such radically different and superior, subspecies or whatever. Like it's just not a thing.
Have either platformed Murray or referenced his work indirectly. And it's had its consequences. Explicitly pro-eugenics people are staffing the government. But for Murray's work to ever get that popular, race scientists first had to form alliances with other people of influence, like neoliberals, whom we've talked about here before. And nothing makes that alliance clearer than this. Charles Murray, Friedrich A. Hayek Chair Emeritus at the American Enterprise Institute. How does a race scientist get the title of head asshole named after the most influential neoliberal thinker at a think tank for neoliberalism?
Yeah. Like people's, oh look, the hair texture is darker in East Asians than it is in, Anglo-Saxons or whatever. But it's like those differences end up doing nothing when it comes to people's brain activity, right? Like, oh no.
Well, do you remember the 90s? The 90s was supposed to be a victory lap for neoliberalism. Global capitalism had won. The largest communist project in the world had just been dissolved, and the IMF, the World Bank, and the US were all beating the drum of free trade and infinite growth on every continent. If you were one of these guys, the world had just proved you right.
Yeah, I mean, the IQ tests have their innate biases inside of them, and also you could literally study for an IQ test, which means that you can somehow now all of a sudden have a higher IQ just because you've taken the test before. Doesn't actually work that way. I've seen people use them as far as like let's see if the COVID brain fog is inhibiting you. And one way that we could see that manifest is if you have a trend of scores that have now decreased overall and maintained that decreasing, but like they also change per generation. They go up and down depending upon all kinds of things as the tests become more or less relevant to your individual frame of reference and experience. So they can be useful for your, like, to see how you deal with dementia or something. Like you can see just an overall decrease in your abilities against yourself, but it's not really useful to use it against you versus another person, or especially not a whole nother, race of people. That's, it's just definitely not what a test like that could even ever be good at. Yeah, I mean, rough. Yeah, for sure. Because like when somebody is unable to score near the average, you realize that that person would, be left behind in certain categories or have a learning disability in certain ways. But that's a pretty rough use of it, not like I'm going to put it on my LinkedIn profile, like quality.
You could kick your feet up, watch society crumble around fewer and fewer mega monopolies, waiting patiently.
But also back in the day when I was a kid and the internet was young, I took an IQ test on the internet. So it's definitely a real one. And then I also made sure to do it again faster after not getting a good score. So that way I can make sure I got a score over 120, because that was important to me,
For your no red tape chemical runoff utopia. Or so you'd think.
They must be feeling, flush with optimism and victory. But in fact, if you read the articles they're publishing, the speeches they're giving in the 1990s, it's the opposite. They fear that they actually lost the Cold War.
After spending 40 years building a world for global free trade, building the institutions that would protect and force it open, getting neoliberals into power, advising presidents, these guys thought it wouldn't actually work. Quote, "Were we tomorrow to have the political forces to dismantle the welfare state, and should we set about dismantling it, we would face a frightening but unavoidable fact. Behind the welfare state, there is almost nothing. The fuzzy and attractive promise that the private sector and the free market will fill the gap instantly, like Athena sprung fully born from Zeus, thus replacing the welfare state and making the new order acceptable to our citizens, is an utter chimera." They won, and yet they knew they couldn't do anything. People liked the New Deal. Social Security and Medicaid were good things, and if they started taking them apart, everyone would immediately see how destructive the
One day ago, let's see where they talk about the BBB.
neoliberal project actually was. So, they deflected.
The current Office of Management of the Budget, Russ Vought.
I think Genius is like 140-ish. 140, I think, is the cutoff, which is why when I got 120, I was like, well, I'm close to a Genius. Maybe it's 120. Maybe that was the literal part I wanted. I've known people who were in Mensa. By know, I mean like know of. Like I talked to them very briefly. It was one of the hosts at HSN. That was like one of the weird little facts, that she was in Mensa, but now she's, selling dresses on TV. So way to go, Genius. Also, they were a sex therapist. What are their titles? Like a relationship and sex therapist. Which I thought was like a joke title, but I guess it makes sense. Just weird, I guess, to put sex in the title, because I just figured that would be like something you would see on like HBO's, late night real sex with people where it's like, oh, this is a sex expert. All right, now you do the Kama Sutra or whatever. Well, I mean, she was white, but I guess that definitely doesn't change anything. It was a lady, so less gross, just because men are gross. just because, but yeah, that could be. I mean, I don't. That was never a part of the story, but maybe that would be one of the. Like, oh no, yeah, like right around that Nelson Mandela phase, we left. You know, like, oh, interesting. Yeah.
Describes the U.S. government as being overtaken by Marxist leftist radicals. They fear, and they say so directly, that the Red Menace has now.
I can't say for sure because I don't know. They never mentioned it. Yeah. I mean, their name was Shannon Fox. Maybe the last name has changed if they took them through marriage, or whatever. But brown hair, kind of a small build, thin.
Now gone green. The environmentalists have now picked up where the Marxists left off. Feminists, gay rights activists, anti-racists, these were all now the new enemy. And they had, this is the important part, taken...
Like, that's their official name, and that is their... Oh, their kid. Interesting. Yeah. I think she was let go, but she may have come back. I forget now. I guess I can literally just look. UVC hosts. It looks like she's not on the list. So former HSN hosts would be Tamra, Debbie, Ty, I think Melissa. There was a couple of new ones. And also these photos are like super small. Is that it? That's crazy. I thought more went up. That's nuts. Oh, this is much easier to see who is who. There's a lot more hosts here too. Holy crap. Wait, what? There's none of the HSN ones here. Whatever. No, she wasn't that old. I mean, she's like, I guess technically she would be like 50 something. She didn't look old, but then again, she's like, face slathered in makeup just because that's how TV is in HD. Dude, that guy looks like Michael Knowles. That's crazy. Sucks for him. That's Shannon Fox. That's just who she is. Well, because she doesn't because it's like they don't look old, but they have talked about their age, and I go, oh yeah, like really, you're that old? But then again, they do their, they try to hide it. You know what I mean? I mean, if she didn't go to, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that when I would work there, they would talk about this big brand coming in. They didn't get along. I mean, parents and family, they don't always, they don't always get along. Yeah. This is it. Well, why are there people talking in their kitchens? What the hell? Well, Shannon Smith and Shannon Fox both left the network at one point. That was like a big move. I was in the engineering hole at this point, so I was like not as in connection with like the crew and shit. Conan's awesome. I love Conan. I love Conan when he was on after Craig Ferguson or whatever. And I loved him for that short period of time where he was on NBC still, and then he got overshadowed by like Jimmy Fallon or something. I forget who took over Leno's spot. Then Leno came back and then he left again. I never watched his TBS just because I was on cable and I just didn't watch cable as much at that point anyway. But I've seen a lot of his little bits here and there, and they're awesome. I liked them. I don't think anyone did. I never knew a single person who was like, Jimmy Fallon, that's my guy. I don't know. He just seemed like such a little weaselly little shit. I don't know, man.
I was going through a lot of them, and I was like, I want something that like kind of reminds me of me. This one, it does. I think we made like another version of it where he takes the hat off and blonde hair comes out.
So. Yeah, because you can do it now whatever you want.
Animated version.
Part of the same community. We're both apes.
I love it.
This is my ape.
Yours. Yours is so cool. I love the red heart sunglasses. I love the captain hat.
You have one being released soon. We have it here. What can you tell us about this?
It took me 6 months, and it's a collage of all of my memories with Carter, and it's called My Forever Fairy Tale.
Wow, and here's the actual collage.
Yes.
This is big. I think people are going to love this.
Yo, what a great show. Yeah. Yeah, nice NFTs, bro. Nice, dude. Sick. Yeah, you're Bored Ape, dude. Yeah.
Over that stratum of organizations that sit above the nation. They think that the woke elite, as they would be called later, have taken over the...
Just pumping aluminum straight into your brain. Just making, just making you forget your childhood, forget your own mother's face.
Global governance structure. And in the minds of the new right, these are the people who are the real enemy.
Conservatives thought that even though socialism was probably not popular anymore after years of the Cold War, things like 401ks, civil rights, and environmentalism still made the thought of a government that's actually useful politically viable. To make it unpopular then, they latched onto the two narratives of their time. One, the government is getting bigger, meaning wealthy bureaucrats and college-educated socialist sympathizers. And two, new science is showing how all these efforts at making society better and more equal is maybe headed in the completely wrong way because some people are just inferior and therefore deserve to stay that way. Yeah. This meant that the war on the poor that neoliberals wanted to lead no longer needed to be justified on the grounds of efficiency or economic theory, because thanks to works like the bell curve, anything short of total corporate takeover was essentially an affront against nature. People are fundamentally unequal. Let the free market decide, or you're in the pocket of the woke elite. And to be clear, that's just not true. Spending money on programs that keep people out of poverty, giving them better access to food, to shelter, work, transportation, education, these things are not an affront against nature or subsidizing stupidity. Intelligence is relatively equal person to person, and the things that make your life harder, like not having access to those things, is a way better explanation of why your test results might be on the lower end. The best thing for society isn't leaving a bunch of people out to dry, it's giving everyone as high a living standard as possible. That's what civilization is supposed to be about. But that's just not the neoliberal or the race scientist project. Their project begins with finding ways to cut government spending in ways that help the 1% and ends with making sure that the first victims of that project are minorities. And when you strip everything away and leave only nature, and nature turns out to be the chaos of global markets, what can people hold on to? Turns out, not a lot.
So times are rough, they're volatile, what do? Well, in the financial markets, you buy US dollars or you buy gold. You appeal back to something that seems to have either a natural or a quasi-natural value to it.
Gold! I'm rich!
And I think
that was when we were still on the gold standard.
I think the territory of the United States, the territory of Germany or Austria in those cases, have offered themselves as sort of rocks of stability in times of uncertainty. The attraction of Trump in the United States has been similar.
I am with you. I will fight for you.
Dude, that's young Trump. His like neck pussy isn't even like in puberty yet. I guess that means he would like it. I don't know. Epstein joke. Yeah.
And I will win for you.
You know, you feel the pressures of everyday price rises and, you know, the insecurity of jobs. Then instead of saying, hey, let's build out the care economy and make it easier to organize the workplace so that you'll have less uncertainty now. Instead, it's saying we're going to create a new system where there's loyalists who are inside. We're going to get some of the spoils. And then there's other people who we're going to punish and extract those spoils from. They wanted to accelerate processes of neoliberal globalization.
The destruction of the welfare state wasn't going to actually help people suffering under neoliberalism, obviously. Affirmative action, civil rights, social spending were never the reason people's lives got worse in the first place. So to make up the gap, nationality, one heavily equated with the culture and ethnicity of the superior people, became the solution that worked for both neoliberals and the race scientists in their coalition.
We're now in the business of maximizing citizenship value.
You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card.
I've never seen the gold card. Beautiful.
Of about $5 million, and that's going to give you...
Is that the artwork from him on like The Apprentice? That's what it looks like. That's like the...
We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus.
To imply that Americanness is in itself an asset that can be monetized and given a cash value, and that part of the attraction of the far right, or the right in general now, is that it offers a certain set of things as haven assets in moments of uncertainties.
So here we are, Trump won, on a program that not only pretends to be for the working class in spirit, while actively making working class life more unbearable, but is based on the irredeemable idea that some cultures and ethnicities and races are superior to others and can exclude anyone who isn't assimilated or controllable. To try to make this pretty terrible pill go down a bit smoother, they're now acting like citizenship is going to save you from the rest of the horror coming down the pike. But if the last few months of accidental deportations and denaturalizations have shown us anything, is that it's just another fig leaf. American belonging is little more than blind fealty to Trump and the fictional white American ideal. Whether that protects you or not from the price hikes, detentions, and welfare cuts isn't a question. It won't. If you liked this episode, please check out Quinn's book, Hayek's Bastards. Quinn was kind enough to give us early access to it and let us interview him. And if you've ever...
I mean, for what though? Just to make more money? Just money?
Those who study the decline of the dream say we can reverse our course if we do a few things. Decrease residential segregation, increase social capital, and invest in higher quality public schools. If that's the formula, then where in America are a child's chances of moving up better? Our special correspondent, Joey Chen, looks at the mapping of America and moving up.
We all know, don't we, what it means to be from the right side of the tracks, even when it's just the very edge of privilege. That's my story and my house. The house I grew up in, the very last house before the tracks. In the late 1960s, we were the only Asian family in the neighborhood. I thought the outliers. But the white kids, the black kids, in this integrated, progressive enclave, surely their opportunities were equal.
I think we thought we were woke.
Yeah, not the case.
At the Shorefront Legacy Center, Dino Robinson documents the history of African Americans on Chicago's North Shore, particularly in our diverse suburb.
So Evanston's great on paper that it looks diverse, but when you drive through Evanston, you can see a distinction between neighborhoods and how they have been divided off throughout its history.
Those divisions are part of Evanston's origin story, an early version of the Great Migration at the start of the 20th century.
I'll time frame it in this way. It's about between 1910 and 1930, where you had a huge influx of black families coming directly from specifically Abbeville, South Carolina. And that was due to a tragedy where a gentleman was lynched. So there was a mass exodus of black families leaving that area of South Carolina to come north to Evanston.
As the black population grew, so did the efforts to contain it. African American families were pushed toward the west side of town, the other side of the tracks, the pink area, marked as D2 on this map, where redlining systematically depressed real estate values, steered away investment, and stacked the financial deck against generations of black Evanstonians. The black kids I grew up with, particularly the black boys, did they have the same opportunity that I did?
And I would say no. The black boys especially.
When we looked block after block across the U.S. and we asked, is there any place where we can see black kids having as good outcomes as white kids? And the very discouraging finding was there's essentially no such place in America. In 99% of blocks in America, white kids and white men in particular have better outcomes than black men.
And Raj Chetty has the data to prove it.
My dad feels like, well, actually, racism is fixed, so it's over. You don't need that stuff anymore. That was just a Band-Aid, and it's over now. Get rid of it. Get rid of all your affirmative actions, your DEIs, your critical race theories.
His Opportunity Atlas breaks down America block by block. And my hometown exactly captures the story of inequality in America.
That's what I think is striking about it, that you really see two very different pictures on two sides of the railroad track.
Often seen as a model of social engineering through education, the city has just one giant public high school, Evanston Township, or ETHS, where enrollment reached nearly 6,000 in the early 1970s, with the same academics and activities promised to all. And yet, the numbers don't lie.
That's exactly right. The numbers don't lie there, unfortunately. I mean, I think the truth is we may perceive that people are having similar experiences. We may perceive that they're integrated. But when you're looking at how kids are doing 10 years, 20 years after graduating from high school, their life trajectories look very different by race and ethnicity. That's just a fact.
But that's not the whole story, Chetty says. Friends, mentors, social networks all play a role, as does that age-old question, where are you from?
So what we've learned is where you grow up really matters for your chances of achieving the American dream. So basically where you live from birth to, say, your early 20s seems to matter a great deal. And every extra year that you grow up in a better neighborhood, a neighborhood with better schools, better access to opportunities, the better you end up doing in the long run.
So depending on your childhood address, the journey to that American dream may be shorter and easier to travel.
My first thought would not be, where are you from? As far as I know, you grew up in Evanston. You're an Evanstonian.
Even when it's a little house, just on the right side of the tracks. For a matter of fact, I'm Joey Chen in Evanston, Illinois.
I was looking for something that was just... I was just looking for the zip code being the thing, but the website didn't look that clean or whatever, so then that was a story or whatever that had it, but it was a long walk to get there, I guess, but yeah.
Line of the dream, say we can...
I guess it's nice to have the full context of everything. Because, yeah, even if you have the same high school, the home life's still different. In other places, they don't even have the same high school. So that was, one of the better chances they would have. But so it's definitely not IQ. That's for damn sure. Some made up thing. Let's see what else we have. Weird that this, I think like the regular watch later playlist tells you stuff about like how old something is or how new something is. But other ones that you make don't have that same information, which is kind of annoying.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, quiet you. 3 years ago. I don't know. Might be a little too old. What's up, little girl? How long ago did Elon buy Twitter? Why not? Fuck it. I gotta feed the cats anyway, so it'll give me something to do while I stand up. Bink, bink. And I don't know. I enjoyed yesterday with some Big Joel time, so I'll be curious to give it another go. And I think at one point, I can't remember if I was talking to people in person or if I was talking online about 300 and Spartans being Nazis and shit. Especially embraced by Nazis and shit. So this will be a nice little refresher, if you will, in some ways.
So, a few months ago, I made a tweet about the 2006 Zack Snyder film 300, and I'll read it out loud now.
Yeah, I mean, I also, in 2006, this is the year I graduated high school, thought this shit was sick. I thought it was awesome. This is Sparta. Hell yeah. You know, like, cool fighting, you know. Yeah, I've learned more and more and more about the Snyder stuff. I never watched any of the Snyder Cut or any of that stuff. I don't think I've watched a DC thing since, like, I don't know, Batman vs. Superman, maybe? That might have been a Snyder one, too. I remember it being pretty dark. I don't remember shit about it, honestly. So...
Dude, I don't want to be dramatic, but I watched 300 last night, and I can't get over the fact that a straight-up Nazi propaganda film was simply released, and everyone watched it and liked it, and I did too. I wrote more in a thread that you can read, but you get the point. To be honest, I didn't really think much of the tweet. The take that 300 has some fash themes is pretty mainstream, to the point that I felt like the main thing I was communicating was that I watched 300 again, and I liked it, even as it had politics I didn't really notice when I saw it as a kid. But, you know, the internet got pretty mad at me. The tweet got like 900 quote tweets, generated a lot of anger among Zack Snyder fans. And as a result, I have at my disposal just a shitload of arguments as to why I'm dumb and why I'm wrong about 300. Why the movie's politics are actually based as hell. And today, lucky you, we're gonna be looking at all of those arguments. Well, all the even vaguely interesting ones, at least. So, why am I doing this? What could possibly be the upshot of reading a bunch of 300 tweets from people who love 300 and hate me? Well, I have two reasons. First, it's funny. I was having kind of a lazy month, thought it was a funny thing to do, and wanted to do it. That's the first reason. Second, I don't know. The more of this project that I wrote, the more value I ended up finding in it. You know, it's easy to dismiss angry Twitter people, but at the end of the day, the replies to my tweet are real film critiques. They are, at base, a lot of very passionate people who have strong opinions about a movie. And to some extent, I feel like my job is caring about that. Caring about the shape of public media discourse. So, I don't know. Let's get into it. Why not? So, this argument seems like the best way to begin. Is everything you dislike automatically a fascist Nazi propaganda for you, obnoxious breadtuber? So, to start off, this person obviously just doesn't know who I am and is lumping me in with whatever identity they can use to make me seem annoying. I don't roll around all day every day saying everything I don't like is Nazi shit. Watch any of my videos and you'll see that they're frankly epic. But leaving aside any personal grudge I have against this kind of tweet, I find it interesting and honestly do kind of empathize with where it's coming from. There aren't as many words with as much complexity, as much baggage as the word Nazi or fascist. Fascism is at once a historical moment of the mid-20th century, a political ideology and theory, an insult, an accusation, the stock villain in action movies of the 80s. And because of all that, it can feel overused, vague, unuseful, the sort of thing people throw at whatever politics they just don't like. But when I said that 300 communicates fascist politics, I meant it, and I meant something really specific. So before anything else...
They still had some food. I mean, I didn't really have much urge to watch it too much anyway, so. Also, apparently super long.
Let me draw you a general, messy sketch of the ways that 300 feels like Nazi shit to me. 1. The film describes a crisis of civic structure and leadership. Throughout the movie, the Spartan Senate, faced with the threat of Persian invasion, is indecisive, greedy, and bought off by Persian interests.
Persians will not stop until the only shelter we will find is rubble and chaos.
This chamber needs no history lesson, my queen.
Traditional, vaguely democratic civic structures are here unable and unwilling to stand for what is right and for what the people want.
My good king, the oracle has spoken. The ephors have spoken. There must be no march.
It is the law, my lord.
And the solution to this problem is not some rise of real democracy, an uplifting of the everyman. No, it's a strongman military politician who acts unilaterally. Leonidas illegally goes to war, risks the life of...
Oh, I didn't even know. I mean, I did not pay attention to that shit at all.
Every person of Sparta in the name of its defense.
I will erase even the memory of Sparta from the histories.
And in doing so, he embodies the will of the people. But, and this is important, no such will is actually ascertained. He and his military cohort represent the state because in a very real sense, they are the state, the part of it that matters anyway. 2. The film is not merely about the formation of a military culture, however. It is about the values that this culture comes to represent. The thing...
Lots of gay sex. It's about men loving men. And probably lots of teenage boys. It was a long time ago, and they had some real fucked up shit going on back then, especially by today's fucking metrics. But yes, it was a lot of man love. I was taught that it was even to the point that the men loved having sex with men so much that they had to force a holiday where they, listen, we got to refill the ranks. You got to go home and you got to fuck your wife. And they'd be like, ah, damn it. And it was like, yeah, that was how it was pitched to me. Maybe that's not accurate, but yeah, they did. But I mean, like, and then like the idea was supposed to be like, not only is that your brother at your side, but that is your lover. You care about them as much as you can care about anything. They are your soul. They are everything to you. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's sure. I guess that's it. Yeah, I mean, personifying ancient scribbles that you can barely collect into full-on, you know, pure, this is exactly why and why not things happen is like, yeah, you're just, you know, wish casting / guessing to some degree, I imagine.
Is that our 300 men are fighting against. To put it plainly, Leonidas represents a conservative nationalist order.
They probably liked all sex. All sex is pretty nice, right? That's the whole point of sex, is that, you know, hey, that's pretty good, you know?
That rejects impurity, degeneracy, and the other. 300 hates anything that could be conceived of as sexually deviant or gay. Xerxes and his flamboyant, pierced body, the homosexual and depraved acts he allows under his regime.
They're gay and burned.
Lovers.
The Athenians have already turned you down. And if those philosophers and boy lovers...
300 hates inbreeding and genetic weakness. The Spartan ephors are not just greedy, but...
Does the movie open with them throwing a baby off the cliff to fight wolves, but then he rises up and fights the wolves or some shit, and that's King Leonidas or whatever?
Also deformed, inbred freaks.
The king's climb down is harder. Pompous inbred swine. Worthless, diseased, rotten, corrupt.
Ephialtes, the hunchback, is a betrayer, too weak for the Spartans, but ultimately accepted by Xerxes and the Persians.
Unlike the cruel Leonidas, who demanded that you stand, I require only that you kneel.
And these two things, sexual degeneracy and genetic impurity, are then connected with the thing that this movie loves more than anything else in this world, sexual assault. Sexual assault is the price that Theron, a Spartan senator corrupted by Persian interests, asks of Leonidas' wife, Gorgo. It is, by implication, what Ephialtes is promised for his betrayal of Sparta. It is what the ephors do to an 18-year-old girl.
The ephors choose only the most beautiful Spartan girls.
Throughout the film, we come to understand one clear idea, that if the Spartan state, as embodied...
It's aesthetic. It's dark. It's like the movie Sin City, but worse, you know? It's, you know, pop of color. But, you know, they did make a lot of really fucking cut men. I got a lot of dudes working out real hard. The number of P90X commercials that would air after this movie came out, like, you have no idea how much men lifting and muscle was, like, injected into, like, the brains of young boys.
By its strong men does not succeed in its mission against...
I could literally never watch this guy's name is a name I would remember, but I can't remember it. If I heard it, I'd be like, yes, absolutely. But like he, after this, was like in a dating movie with like a lady and dogs and like online stuff or whatever. Not Yes, You Must Love Dogs or whatever, but it was like some little like, you know, rom-com shit. And I was just like, Gerald Butler. That's it. I was like, what the fuck? That's so weird. I could never see this guy not being what is now, you know, a giant fascist.
Invaders and against its own decay and greed and spiritual weakness, they will be ruined. They will not just be slaves to the Persians, but also forced to accept a degenerate, corrupting social project. Their powerful genes will literally be fucked away. 3. But perhaps most important to 300's fascism, it is a film about the mythic origin of the West. In the end, the man recounting the story, Delios, tells us that this is in some sense the point at which civilization begins, the point when mysticism and tyranny and the Oriental horde is destroyed by an emerging, unified Western spirit. And we, the audience of the movie, now...
I think I remember asking my history professor, because he got us all hopped up and he loves Spartans and we love Spartans. And as a little boy, I'm like, yo, you know, Spartans are the best, right? But like, how come they aren't still around? Why did they lose? They were the best and they should still be the best. That's me being like, I picked the team, but that team doesn't win in the end. Like, they win here, but they don't win in the end. Why? What happened? That's so unfair. I was like heartbroken that we weren't all Spartans or whatever. And they were like, yeah, they kind of kept inbreeding or something, and that fucked them up, and they weren't ready. And probably some technological problems or something later on. They weren't able to win the wars or something. And, you know, yeah, it just eventually just fell apart. I was just like, oh, okay. I was like, you know, just completely crestfallen, just completely let down by history, but yeah, for the better.
Possess that spirit. We are the ones tasked with keeping it alive.
We rescue a world from mysticism and tyranny, and usher in a future brighter than anything we can imagine.
And with him, we can return to the beginning of everything good, the world that our modern, weak, sinful, impure society has denied us, but which we can still fight for.
In all the countless centuries yet to be, may all our voices whisper to you from the ageless stones. Go tell the Spartans, passerby.
I'll expand all of these points a bit more toward the end of this video, try to bring a little history into the equation, but for now, I think that should suffice. At the very least, it's what I was talking about when I made my tweet, and I think it's a reasonable and specific case. No, I don't think everything is fascist, just some things, just a few things. Okay, let's talk about a tweet that expresses a pretty important idea in 300 discourse. I can't wait to hear this guy's equally stunningly original takes.
Low Ping, Minister of Propaganda. That must have been back when pandas were in the, just 3 years ago, so. Also, it's Garfield art, which this might not even be ironic Garfield appreciation.
On Starship Troopers and RoboCop.
Wait. I can't wait to hear this guy's equally stunning takes on Starship Troopers or RoboCop. 2 non-political movies, my favorite. I have not seen the movie Logan. I watched a whole bunch of Marvel movies, but that was one thing that I just didn't watch. I ended up watching Wolverine and Deadpool, or Deadpool and Wolverine. And they alluded to the movie, so I guess I'm spoiled to it, but like, I heard it's a good movie, but then also some people say it's a shit movie. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, like, also the ending of them being like, you need to thank a Spartan for what you have today or whatever. And it's like, what? Like, we would all not be here if Persians won? Like, we'd all be, I don't know, gay or something? What do you mean? What is that? What's that supposed to mean? Like, thank God society got to survive because, ew, those Persians would have invaded. Like, you just would have died. But, like, society would have, still continued on. What the hell? Oh, yeah. RoboCop is very anti a lot of things. There was a really funny parody of RoboCop. Or have you seen the movie The Last Jedi even is that way? Oh, you mean like about like fighting it off or whatever? It's a big soft reboot type trope. The Last Jedi, is it the one with the new trilogy? The Last Jedi is dog shit. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's like wait, is there a full remake of it? There's this RoboCop remake parody is very good. It's very funny. It's good because it's stupid. it's I guess a deleted scene from this thing, but yes, it is. It's something I could literally not show on Twitch.
Too much hair.
Yeah, it's something, all right. There's a certain scene in RoboCop it's parodying, and they just go for it. Basically, they just shoot an insane number of penises in this scene, yeah. I mean, it's stupid. It's funny, but yeah, like completely see penises getting exploded.
So the point here is clear, right? This idiot doesn't understand that much like Starship Troopers, 300 is a work of satire and critique. It is not fascist, it is making fun of fascism.
I'm doing my part too.
I want to make it clear up top that this is by far the best way to
the person was saying that they understood what Starship Troopers is supposed to be. A satire of fascism, and that's what 300 is, but definitely not.
Disagree with my point about 300. It acknowledges the very obvious fascistic elements of the film and tries to interpret them in an...
Maybe they're finding the best, they're steel manning their entire situation, right? Like, given, that would be the most charitable way that they could ever possibly represent themselves. Yeah.
Interesting, clever way. What's more, satire is an ambiguous word. If you truly believe that 300 is satire, I don't think I have a perfect objective way of proving you wrong, and I don't think you're stupid. What I do think is that you're producing an ungrounded, extraordinarily defensive reading of this movie, and that for me, it just doesn't make any sense. So let's look at every tweet argument I've seen in favor of this position. Argument 1. You're told straight up that all of it is a fictionalized history from an unreliable narrator. These room temperature IQ takes are exhausting. Give it a rest, LMAO. Why does every person who disagrees with me about this have to do so in the most sneering, patronizing way possible? It's truly wild, even imagining someone choosing to write like this. Give it a rest, LMAO. Like you're the little...
Well, even if it does in a different way because of the... Like, thank us, Spartan, for your, civilization continuing. Nuh-uh.
Policemen come to rob me of my 300 opinions. Anyway, the point here is that 300 is told from the Spartan perspective. It's told by Delios, a half-blind soldier, and so we could make the claim that the story is calling on us to question its stated beliefs. Sure,
I mean, you can't be like, look, it's a narrator, therefore you never know, when the entire movie is nothing but a giant flag waving. Because, like, the other movie is much more clear that it's satire and it's newsreels and it's all that different things laced throughout. You couldn't just say, don't forget, this is just a narrator at the very beginning of the movie, and the entire movie is nothing but, like, blatant, glorifying of this cause or whatever, and then never showing another side of it.
It looks like fascistic military propaganda, but it's being produced by and for the military. It's biased toward bad ideas, and with Delios, it's making us aware of that bias. So I don't...
Also, Delios 100% was not, like, at home when the wife was talking to the other senators or whatever, and, like... There's so many other things this guy has no clue what was going on, right? Like there's obviously omnipotence happening, beyond. You can literally see the fucking Persians marching and talking to everybody. Like, it's what the fuck? There's no fucking way. Like, it's clearly, not just his retelling. I would say yes. RoboCop is not done in a satiristic way. Like, you're supposed to see this as, I mean, just going off my memory, but like it's played very straightforward, but the world is ridiculous and dystopian with the way the companies operate, the way the police state is, the way the crime is, all the different things are all cranked up to extremes, which is a critique of things and, the point almost comic bookish or silly, but it's not in its sense a satire on a style specifically. Yeah. It's not a mockumentary like this is Spinal Tap creating a satire of something else that's out there, or this military propaganda film being the thing. It would, if it was supposed to be satire, it's so clearly not satire, or it's so bad at being satire that, yeah, it would have, yeah.
by this argument. Yes, 300 takes the form of a myth, a storyteller who may not be sticking to the facts 100%, but that doesn't just innately mean we're supposed to understand its events as bad. In fact, I'd argue the opposite. Because the film positions itself as a legend, we come to understand Leonidas not as a man, but as a god, someone who demonstrates virtue and heroism against impossible odds.
Remember us. As simple an order as a king can give. Remember why we die.
I have to imagine they wore breastplates. Like I just can't think that they just lit those pecs and abs just out there. I just can't. Like, I mean, I guess it would be cheaper and you would be more agile, but like it just seems like such a bad idea, you know? Such a big target. Yeah, they wore armor. Yeah, I mean, but I get it, you know, for the stylizing of it, like it's sick, you know. They got amazing abs. I'm sure everyone here was very dehydrated and they had, you know, a decent amount of steroids in the water or whatever. Yeah, fun fact, none of this is accurate. What, they didn't have mages and they didn't have little gross demons or whatever hanging around?
That's how it feels when you're actually watching the movie. Powerful,
yeah.
Inspirational, and epic. Not ironic in the least. At any rate, there's no way this unreliable narrator claim is enough on its own to justify that the film is satire, because something in the story itself would have to suggest this kind of critique for it to make any sense at all. So let's look at argument 2. Leonidas' decision to reject the deformed man is instrumental to his defeat. It was incredibly costly to him. If anything, the film is demonstrating a crucial flaw in both Leonidas as a character and Spartan society as a whole. Are you, like, stupid or something? Every time they have to finish the tweet by fucking coming after me. I'm just an ordinary man. I'm not... leave me alone. No, I'm not stupid, and I'm about to demonstrate that by fucking owning you at 300. Anyway, what's going on here? What's the argument? Well, the deformed man the OP is talking about is Ephialtes, a hunchback. Toward the beginning of the movie, he wants to be a soldier, but Leonidas tells him he can't because he isn't able to lift his shield up.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were made to be soldiers.
But
If you want to help in a Spartan victory, clear the battlefield of the dead, tend the wounded, bring them water. But as for the fight itself, I cannot use you.
And Ephialtes goes on to betray Sparta to Xerxes. This tweet is arguing that the film is here critiquing Leo and the eugenicist ableist ideology of the Spartans. He rejects someone because they're deformed, and he loses his life and his army because of it. So, his actions are therefore framed as bad by the movie.
I think the movie frames the disgusting hunchback as the bad one, because they are clearly physically evil, and they betray. You know, they see Leonidas as the
So I think this point is really just extremely not compelling, and that's for 2 reasons. One, it's a basic misreading of this text, because Leonidas doesn't actually act bad or in an ableist way in this scene. It's not wrong to tell someone that they can't perform a specific task because of their physical disability. It happens. Leonidas...
Also, he did give them specific ways to help the cause in their own way, which is a thing that because some people have like immune deficiencies, so they can't make it out to a picket, but they can, you know, work on the digital side. They can do the phone calling instead of doing door knocking campaigns. There's all kinds of things. But like, you can't just pretend it doesn't exist. Like, ableism is not just blind to the problems, you know, that people have to deal with.
Doesn't hate Ephialtes. He doesn't disrespect him because he's disabled. If he had, this tweet might have a point. But no, he pretty much shows him respect.
He'd be like, ew, get out of here. Ew, gross. What the, ew, gross. Ew, what the, like, that would be different, right? Yeah.
Tells him to work as an on-field medic. Acts normal. See, this arc isn't about the badness of ableism, but about the corrupting influence of weakness and pride. Ephialtes is so wrapped up in his ego that he will not tolerate the reality of his own disability. And for that reason, he goes to Xerxes, a man who accepts all manner of degeneracy and inbreeding so long as you submit yourself entirely to him. In other words, the narrative doesn't critique Leonidas, it actually gives him a totally plausible justification to throw a disabled man out of his army and then shows us the bitter cowardice of that disabled reject. Not a great critique of ableism, in my opinion. 2, and maybe more importantly, this tweet seems to suggest that Leonidas loses, that we're supposed to see the end of the movie as some kind of defeat for him. Which, no, I don't agree with that at all. Leonidas is a martyr. He knows from the very beginning that there's a good chance he and his 300 men will die. And when he realizes that he's going to lose the battle at the end of the movie, he willingly sacrifices himself for the glory of Sparta. This is an act of heroism and sacrifice, plain and simple, one that inspires the masses to fight for the Greek cause. Like, are the Gospels a critique of Jesus because he gets crucified? Should he not have been the Son of God? Is it a satire of
loser.
God? Get real. Argument 3. The Spartans in the movie berate the Athenians as boy lovers, and yet they're the ones running around naked with other men, almost like they're hypocrites. Okay, so this point is saying that 300 is trying to reveal Spartan society as hypocritical and bad because they say they dislike the boy lovers of Athens, but they run around half naked with other guys. So I kind of like this point, honestly. I think it's fun, but at the same time, it doesn't make any sense at all, does it? Look, I'm not a gay man. I'm not attracted to the boys, and I'm not repressing a goddamn thing. And while I'm personally not aroused by the hot boys of 300, I do recognize that there are people out there who find this movie legitimately scintillating and who love that about it. Makes perfect sense and is fine. But that doesn't mean that the Spartans are actually gay, right? Leonidas doesn't have romantic chemistry with any of his fellow soldiers. There definitely was touch, and
there was definitely no romanticism in this one. They were downplaying the gayness.
Only affection to one another is very brotherly. It's not gay. It's not actually gay to be buff, or to not wear a lot of clothes, or to hang out with the lads, or to stomp out the degenerates together. As a broader point here, yes, the movie is clearly invested in the male force.
It must have sucked having the film, because you'd be so cold all the time, just completely just exposed. And you're like, obviously in a green screen studio, they don't even have a gay orgy. They sure don't. They don't do the phalanx, interlock their shields and interlock their butt cheeks, between their spears. They don't do that. They had a little turtle porcupine formation where they all huddle up together. They didn't, they were keeping social distance under there. Not the kind of person to say add gay people to make it better, but I do think 300 making it more gay would have made it a better movie contextually. I mean, that's how it was sold to me in my high school history class, is that they were just like other Greeks. There's a lot of gay shit going on, not and it wasn't a bad thing. It was just the way things were, which then also leaded me towards my still very fascistic, but also, I believe gay people have the right to exist, obviously. So that's why I have to vote for Democrats. But that's where my framing, it continued to be formed along the lines,
But does that investment actually feel sexual? Does the camera locate its heroes as figures to be ogled, touched, held, made love to? I don't think so. No, I think the movie loves the male body because it loves the motions it can perform, the sensuality of violence. And that's great, but that's about it for me. Disagree with that point if you like, but the point is, if you're really trying to contend that 300 wants to call out its own constant homophobia, its treatment of Xerxes, the one gay-coded character, these lesbians in the Persian Empire, the Athenian boy lovers...
Boy lovers?
The simple fact that the movie contains buff men is just a very silly, threadbare argument. The fact of the matter is that Spartans did do gay shit. Like,
is it the comic supposed to be better, or is it basically the same thing? I forget who wrote the comic. Remember, it was kind of an important part of the thing. I thought there was like the name of like so and so's 300, like Rob Chainsaw's 300 or whatever the guy's name was. Was it the guy who made Sin City?
in real life. If the movie really wanted Leo to
Maybe they just said Zack Snyder's 300, and I just thought that was the author.
come off as a hypocrite, it should have had him kiss a man. Kiss one of his own little dudes. Simple as that. This totally fake, insubstantial.
Dude, that would have had a whole power dynamic. He's the king. I mean, that would have been... Oh, and their military leader? Oh, man, I don't know. That would have been a real rough.
Substantial, not actually there, headcanoned gay shit does not a satire make. Argument 4. This is the one it usually comes back to. The film is being told by an unreliable narrator who thinks tossing babies off a cliff for their perceived defects is cool and good. That's a big clue that while the Spartans are the good guys in this story because it's being told by one of them, they're not actually good guys. They talk about throwing babies off of cliffs, and that's how we know.
Ooh, I'd never watched the Scott Pilgrim movie. I did not know it was a pedo incel movie. Jeez. You think you should have kissed him right in his eye hole? That would have been perfect.
The Spartans are supposed to be bad and that the film is implicitly roasting them. This is the best argument by far, the only one that makes any sense to me at all, and honestly, I think it blows. Look, it is thought-provoking that the first thing we learn about Sparta is that they kill little babies.
If he'd been small or puny, or sickly or misshapen, he would have been discarded.
But does the movie actually...
Discarded. It's like, no. He dates a child in high school, and he's nearly 30. And then he cheats on her with another child? Jesus Christ. Ew, what the fuck? I thought Scott Pilgrim would be like the same age. Wait, am I thinking of something different? Am I thinking... No, I think I'm thinking of the same movie. Why the... It's an adult. Yeah, so then no, I was like trying to think if there's a way to like leverage the adult versus child thing into it. Like, oh, so he can date adults, so then there's no reason for him to date children. Not that he needs to date children, or like he's like particularly immature, but he's able to, pull down adults as well. So it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But it's like, there's still no justification either way. I was just like a couple of loops like, nah. That's nuts, man. There's nothing more, I don't know, like it radicalizing, not radicalizing, but there's like nothing more like solidifying like your natural, because like society trains us to not like pedophiles, which is a good thing. That's one of the, phobias or whatever that you get taught growing up in American society that is reasonable. But nothing more locks it in when you become a person in your 20s and you look at a high school as you drive by and you go, oh my God, what the fuck? Those are what the fuck? That was me only like 3 or 4 years ago. What the fuck? They're fucking babies. What the fuck? Like, it's who the fuck would ever troll that place to pick up people? It's just like, oh my God. Also, what the hell? Like, what are you gonna talk to a baby about? They got no like there's no person there. There's still a larva. It just makes no sense. It's supposed to be like, wow, look how he becomes better as a person. He should be hung. Oh man. think he goes way overboard. Have you ever seen the movie Pedophile Hunter videos? I have seen Pedophile Hunter videos, and I've seen people mock Pedophile Hunter videos. Yeah. He doesn't change. He's still an incel loser. Just like the real pilgrims. Loser.
Actually care at all about that? Is it reflected in any mistake the characters make? Any shitty thing they do? Any plot point at all? Well, no. Even looking at Leonidas, in his one interaction with a disabled man, he's meant to be understood as moral, upstanding, concerned only with his abilities as a soldier. As I said before, if the movie loved thinking about the badness of eugenics so much, why wouldn't the protagonist be a bad eugenicist dude who made us think about his politics? No, there's simply no way the movie works to comment on this moment.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, because if he really embodied that, especially in practice, because like the hunchback person was not tossed out. Like if they're looking over that perfectly fine baby, like, oh, I don't know, does he have a birthmark or something? You know, maybe maybe missing a pinky toe. Like, hold on, let's take a look. You know, like, but then like there's hunchbacks. You know, you think that would be the easiest, you know, yeet of their life. That kind of situation where, wait, the movie Scott Pilgrim goes too far with hating. Do people hate Scott Pilgrim inside of the movie for being a pedophile or being a young person dater? Oh, the pedophile hunter videos. Yeah. Well, they also like pose as children for the pedophiles and then impede upon actual investigations, and they make their entire life pedophilia. Just, you know what I mean? Everyone loves Scott in the movie. Great. Super. You won't make him a bad person. You need to be extremely careful. Otherwise, you end up just saying that the horrible shit they do is good. True. That makes sense. I mean, I watched Mad Men, and well, I watched the first, like, I don't know, half of Mad Men, and then I watched all of Breaking Bad, and I was like, you go, guys. So that's me and my media literacy. Oh, the ex-girlfriends are in the movie. Yeah. I think I remember that being a plot.
Moment. There's nothing
that I was here about, because again, I didn't see it, so.
There. And at some point, we have to ask ourselves, can we look at one thing in a movie we think is morally wrong and just use that to call it satire? Can I call Birth of a Nation satire because it is a bunch of shit in it that I don't like? Well, no, because that's not how satire works. Satire has to satirize, work to deconstruct the bad ideas that it's working with. Like fucking Starship Troopers does to make this a callback thing. Zack Snyder made a comment about 300 that people who like to call it satire sometimes point to. I couldn't find the original interview, but this is from an article about it. He sought to place audiences in a tight spot by showing the Spartan savagery in blunt terms, as people who are prepared to throw newborn babies off a cliff if they're insufficiently healthy, and posing the question, these are the people you're supposed to go on this journey with? Those are your heroes? To be clear, I don't think that Snyder is pro-baby murder, that he truly believes that's a good thing to do. But I also don't think the movie cares all that much about it, about exploring how bad this action is and what it really says about the society that does it. Honestly, watching that first scene, it kind of just feels edgy to me. I don't know. Zack Snyder can ask if these are our heroes if he wants to.
The better people are unironically the antagonists. That's interesting. Can be people they hunt have very obvious developmental issues. Yeah, all the videos are super. I mean, if you remember earlier, we were watching the maybe I think you came in kind of halfway into it, but and they are usually, yes, that as well. I can pull that up because it's only a couple minutes long.
But when you make a movie dedicated to the evil of the deformed and inbred and degenerate, when you make a movie that has such a profound fear for the other and such a deep, obvious love for its strongmen, valiant, martyr protagonists, the answer is simple. Yes, the guys whose culture sometimes throws babies off of cliffs are our heroes. They are the heroes of the movie, in my opinion. Okay, let's talk about a tweet that I thought was just a bit strange. People seating Snyder to the right and claiming The Last Jedi is liberal gold is always funny, not only because the latter sucks, but because it was white supremacist in nature, quickly removing Finn from all relevance, LMAO. I feel like this is one of my least favorite tweets, not because it's the most offensive, but because it feels almost inhuman to me. I'm seating Zack Snyder to the right, like I'm giving him up to the conservatives, and it's a shame because if we on the left just banded together around 300, it would be good for our political team. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not seeding anything. I'm actually just expressing an opinion on a movie. And I have to ask, would you really want something different from me? Would you want me to bullshit you all day, every day, on the flimsy chance it'll bring a conservative over to my side? Kind of a weird fucking freak man you're describing. That's how I see it. Also, I don't like The Last Jedi because it's lib gold or whatever. I like it because I think it's a good movie. Okay, let's talk about what is maybe the most interesting.
He's got another enemy.
Tweet I saw on this subject. The events of the movie predate Nazism by several hundred years. What the fuck are you talking about? I say tweet, but shockingly enough, I should have said tweets. Multiple people expressed this idea to me in one way or another. Overdramatic retelling of 300 Spartan soldiers facing a Persian invasion. Nazi propaganda myth. Fucking brain rot. Nah, I think it was a bunch of naked dudes fighting until they die. I don't remember Hitler in it. Wow, I can't believe an actual historical battle that was at least in broad strokes fairly accurately represented in the movie was based on the Nazis. Sad. Nazi propaganda is when people from modern-day Greece repel an invading force of Persians. It's about ancient Greeks, dude. Legit, one of the most common replies I got to my take is that because the movie takes place in ancient Sparta,
broadly accurate, they said. Broadly.
And not Nazi Germany, I'm not making any sense. So I never expected this. I didn't ask for it. But it does intrigue me that people legitimately feel this way, that it is intended as a kind of obvious, patronizing own, speaks to such an alien understanding of how interpretation works that it honestly made me want to make this video. So let's break it down. For one, 300 isn't a documentary, guys. It's not just recounting history, not even close. There are plenty of choices it makes that actively break with reality and that absolutely prop up the film's themes and expressed ideology. For some examples, the film chooses to make Ephialtes a hunchback. It chooses not to mention that the majority of Sparta's population were helots, a slave class, a fact that absolutely undermines the idea that Leonidas fights for freedom and Xerxes for submission and slavery. I could go on and on here, but come on, you know, they're making a movie, not giving a social studies lesson. And the way it frames the events of this narrative, the choices it makes.
Yeah, like the 15-foot tall Persian king, you know, with a inhuman godly voice. Yeah. Ta-da! A couple of names, maybe, not even like guaranteed.
The way it understands its characters can and does express politics. But maybe more importantly, why would a Nazi propaganda film literally have to be about Nazis? Why would Hitler need to be there? Nazis were obsessed with using pseudo-historical accounts to convey their ideology, and we can see it all the time. The 1945 Nazi film Kohlberg about the Napoleonic War is a film which condemns the greedy aristocracy and which suggests as a replacement a vague will of the people toward a strongman military culture. The glory of classical art was used to suggest the former greatness of the Aryan race before it was corrupted by Jews and black people.
The concept of beauty of Nordic man is incomprehensible to the Jew by nature, and will always remain so.
And just consider that the Nazis called themselves...
It just comes across like psychic damage. It's just crazy to hear that shit, dude. It's just crazy.
The Third Reich after 2 former times of supposed German supremacy. Consider the fact that Hitler loved Sparta and wanted to imitate it. Nazis, fascists, love history, love to believe they can rekindle historical ancient strength which has otherwise been lost. So when I say that 300 is straight up Nazi propaganda, I'm not saying it's about Hitler. That wouldn't make any sense. I'm saying, as I did at the beginning of this video, that the film expresses some pretty Nazi-ish ideas, that it embraces and understands the world according to a fascistic logic. And it does. I think I'm right. But, all of this is pretty irrelevant, I think. Saying that 300 can't express politics that are relevant to modern society because it's about ancient Greece doesn't make any sense on its face. And that's because...
Well done, Kumabot Defender. That's the thing I set up back in the day. A thing that's supposed to be good at banning known bots. So that bot showed up and... they were like, cheap views on streamboo.live. Remove the space. So they, they never said that they love penis, so they don't get to sit in here. Yeah.
What it's really saying is that movies can't and don't have subtext. They can't mean things or be about things.
You don't have Franker Face or Better Twitch TV or something that can let you see hidden messages. That's crazy. People out there just be posting
things that aren't literally what we see. And honestly,
default chat,
I can't
crazy.
help but feel like the movie deserves a bit better than this. It's a pretty fun, interesting movie, and it has a lot of stuff going on in it. And here, it's reduced to nothing.
Frosty is a pretty decent app. There's also like Dank Chat and a few others that let you have all those other things. You don't even have Wi-Fi. Damn, I'm taking your data. Maybe you're on unlimited, but still, yeah.
It doesn't matter that it was made in 2006, that it has an extraordinary amount of fantasy, that it makes creative, inventive choices constantly. It's about ancient Greece. Move on. These are supposed to be fans of 300, defending it against my bad, slanderous interpretation, and yet they make the movie lifeless sludge. Just a short one, let's talk about this tweet. It's a movie adapted from a comic book based on a Spartan story that is either fake or exaggerated. How the fuck? Bus! How the fuck is it Nazi propaganda? I saw this a few times. The claim that 300's status as adaptation is somehow relevant to the claims that I make. And there's only really one response. No, it isn't. My tweet wasn't making some bold claim about Zack Snyder's real-life politics or whatever. 300 exists as a movie. Adapted or not, it's real, and I said something about it. It's not really about Zack, right? What he personally added to the mix. Okay, let's read another tweet. Man, so for almost 20 years, you're admitting to have blindly liked Nazism. Gonna be one long-ass apology video. So can you guys ever just enjoy things, or do you always gotta do this kind of performative nonsense just so no one gets the wrong idea of your politics? So I like this tweet because it very explicitly involves the kind of political projection that I saw a lot in response to my tweet. Am I admitting to have blindly liked Nazism for 20 years? Well, not exactly, but yeah, kinda. I liked a movie, I still like a movie that I think has a lot of fascist themes in it. But, who cares? See, this guy is putting me in the role of judge and executioner because that's what they are. They would feel shame about enjoying a Nazi movie. They would be embarrassed to admit such a thing. And so me saying a movie expresses bad politics must be interpreted as a deep indictment of their character. But that's them saying that. I don't morally judge people for liking movies because I'm cool and normal. This kind of response looks like it's against purity culture. Why do all of these SJWs have to say everything is problematic? But in reality, it is the purity culture. I am a good person, so all the media I like must be beautiful and ethical. I like 300, so therefore it must be beautiful and ethical. And it's like, bro, just watch the movie, live your life. You don't have to make my tweet part of your weird identity crisis. Do what you want. I'm not your boss. I'm not your mom. No one's taken Zach from you. Zach's doing okay. Zach's making movies. Nobody has to worry about Zach. Zach's out there. He has a lot of fans. Don't worry about Zach anymore. I recorded that section around 3 full months ago now. For whatever reason, this video has taken a lifetime to fully produce. And honestly, I was gonna basically end there. I was gonna say that and then say goodbye and leave. But the more I think about it, the more I don't think that's the whole story. And when I watch it over now, I kind of feel like I'm lying to you. Recently, I rewatched the Lord of the Rings series, finally got around to the extended cut. And obviously, I was in awe the entire time. Every time I see them, they just get better and better for me.
Man, I'm such a dumbass. I still, like, I remember watching them somewhat recently and I go, they're okay, you know? Yeah, see, that's it. Like, I'm always like, they're fine. I enjoy them. You know, I used to consider myself like a person that wanted to go to film school, and I'm like, neat. You know, I'm like, they're pretty average nowadays. And everyone's like, how could you? What the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, you know, fuck, you know? Yeah, maybe I need to rewatch them with the enhanced media the re-education. It's like Kara and I, we sat down and we watched the whole thing at some point. I forget how we did it. It might have been on like one of the streamers or whatever. I don't know.
For me. But I was deep in the throes of writing this video at the time, and so I thought to myself, what if someone called these movies Nazi shit? I very much don't think Lord of the Rings is fascistic, to be clear, for a lot of reasons that don't really matter here. But it does have a white Western culture that needs preserving, it does have evil, deformed enemies, it has enough to jog the thought, right? And if someone did tell me it was a Nazi movie, I think I'd have a really negative reaction. It's a series that means a lot to me at this point, and so if the person gave bad reasons, I'd be mad that they were smearing it unfairly, and if they gave good reasons, I'd be upset because I don't want it to be a Nazi movie. My Lord of the Rings is simple and good, and I don't want that to change. That's the thing, right? I can tell you it's okay to watch the Nazi movie and that I'm not your boss, etc. etc., etc. And that's true, I agree with that, but don't
I guess it wasn't understandable that they had that, but I thought it was like you can understand that from the information. That's why I took it as, but undeniable makes more sense.
Get it twisted. On some level, I might be costing you something with my interpretation of 300. Costing something to the person who wants it to be satire, to the person who believes Zack Snyder fans are bullied and that I'm bullying them, to the person who thinks of it as a simple action film totally empty of politics. And the truth is, I want it to cost you. I want to persuade you about this movie. No, I don't think you're a bad person for liking 300, but I believe thinking critically about it is important and worthwhile because I think media is important and worthwhile. And if you feel bad because I made your fave problematic, I'm okay with that, because it is. Well, that's it. Thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. It was fun to make, but it was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I kept on thinking of new things. If you liked it, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, and give me money on...
I don't know. I just think his voice is interesting. His word choice is interesting. But you were talking about the pedo hunters from before. This is just a great fun ride. I guess I'll just real quick throw it in there. Just a couple seconds, real quick. Oh, I have it muted. No.
Do you know the pipe rock theory? Oh. Dude, oh my god. Okay. So apparently what it is there's all these different rocks all around the world that are actually hollow. Entire mountains are not real. Inside of them there's ancient Vedic technology. And what it's doing is it's stealing energy out of people and it's taking it somewhere. Nobody knows where. No. And I saw this in real life.
For real?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Inside of the rocks, there's pipes making all these sounds? I'm feeling like so tired by this rock.
And dude, what is the opposite of a rock? Pipes, and it's like, why are they putting them together? This is unnatural. Who is taking the energy? What is this? Went online, I did some research. I said, who is doing this? And I found this pipe rock expert, this person that works in the government. They won't tell me their name. They won't say anything, but they're like, I want to meet up with you. Meet me at a Target. I'm down here at the Target. I'm documenting, finding them in real life. He's going to come and teach me everything that I need to.
Hey man, what's up? What are you doing here?
What?
What are you doing here? Hey, we just want to have a conversation.
Trying to meet somebody here?
We just want to have a conversation. I don't want to have to go to the cops. I just want about you meeting up with a underage person.
I was not doing that. I was not.
What are you here to do then? What were you here to do?
Shopping for prime.
You want us to go to the cops? 'Cause we can. I'll do that.
Okay. I was talking to you, but it's because I was looking for a pipe rock expert. Because there are these pipe rocks all around the city that have technology inside of it that are taking energy from people. And I was talking, and if you look at the chat log, I guess, of course I was talking to.
Hold on, I want to see.
And I was talking, and if you look at the chat log,
So, do you want to know why the pipe was making me tired? I'm 16 years old. The pipe was so loud I could hear it over my JBL speaker. I think I have a crush on you. I was making a video about trying to get 50K steps in one day and raise awareness for Crohn's feet disease because my aunt died from it on the day I was making the video. I walked past my ex-girlfriend's house and saw the rock and it was making... That sounds scary. How old are you? Mentally, we are ageless. Maybe the pipes are from hell. Do you think God is cool with smoking? I'm not sure. Can you send me a selfie? I think the pipes make me sick. I can't stop drinking soda. Thirsty and tired. Handsome, we should meet up.
But I did not say that.
I don't know. I have documents about pipe rocks and some beer from my parents I can bring. Okay, where? Target? I think it was aquarium. They didn't even look hungry. Sorry, wrong person.
Can we have a discussion? Can we have a discussion? That's all we want to do.
Yeah. So you guys had your fun. You had your
We're
fun.
gonna have the cops come
trying to
here,
have
right?
your
You had
fun?
your fun. You had your fun.
We're gonna go to your job. We're gonna tell you.
This is actually really
Get in the fucking car.
I'll get in the car. I'll get in the car. This is so funny to me. Hey, let me go. Let me go.
Also, his shirt says "Who ate all the pussy?" and his hat says "blowjob."
Chug it. Chug it. Chug it. Chug it.
A little hot sauce.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill this fucking guy. I'm gonna fucking crush your head! Ah! Die! You fucking piece of shit! Fucking shit!
He was right, huh?
Look at this shit!
There's technology in there.
What are the chips and pipes doing in the fucking rock?
Dude, what did I tell you, man. I told you. I was not lying. This shit is real. They're putting all these rocks around the playgrounds so that they can take the children's energy and then broadcast it to a different... It's like streaming. It's Netflix for pedophilia.
This is a workaround where they're not technically legally touching any children. So they're not breaking any laws here.
We have to trace where it's going.
Yep. North Hollywood.
What?
They're in North Hollywood. They're in a house.
We have to
Listen to me!
Listen to me!
We need to stop this shit.
Loud beeps.
This is it. This is where the energy's going. Yeah. They're sucking up all the purity vibes from the playgrounds and broadcasting it here.
What are they doing with it there?
I don't know. Yo, holy shit.
That's fucking Tom Cruise, man.
Yeah, you gotta get in. You gotta
What?
go in there.
How we get in? How we getting in?
Look, they're letting caterers in.
We'll get you in as a caterer. You can use my old catering outfit. Here, and take this.
What is
it's
it?
a button cam. All right. We're gonna see everything that you're seeing.
Hey, here for the catering?
Yeah.
What's the password?
Buttfucker.
Okay, wave him down.
So stupid.
Basically, it's past apps and drinks. Okay, you know what you're doing. Keep this on. If it comes off, you will be tased.
I know you can tell you to talk to them out there.
Would you like some more shit?
We got Top Gun, we got Jerry Maguire.
Hello, hello. I'm in a place called Vertigo.
Netflix.
Pipe rocks around the city were picking up all this electronic, vibrational, sexual energy.
This is the North Pole Defense Team. I'm Santa Claus.
We are getting news tonight that Santa and the North Pole Defense Force successfully took out a massive pedophile syndicate,
God
all part of an
Sam was there.
operation that resulted in multiple high-profile arrests, as well as the death of Protestant singer Bono. Operation Pipe Rock was a joint effort with the Church of Scientology under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Tom Cruise.
I'm not a pedophile.
The stunning operation was all caught on video, thanks to a daring podcaster and one-time suspected pedophile named Kevin Podcast, who sustained an injury during the raid. President Trump awarded him with the inaugural Presidential Podcasting Medal of Informativeness.
Nobody's ever done it like him. He's a warrior in every way, and we appreciate you being here.
I'm not a pedophile at all.
At the press conference, Mr. Podcast announced that once his cousin gets Audacity to work on his computer, he is going to be making an album of non-pedophilia covers of R. Kelly songs.
I believe I can fly. I loved it because it hooked me at the beginning because it sounded so stupid, but then it just got really. As soon as the pedo hunters turned in and it was like a whole different perspectives change, I enjoyed it when I saw it. It was great. A stupid ass thing, yeah. And obviously it got sillier and sillier, whatever, but. But also, I think it. Shout out to Santa. Yeah, I think it did a nice job of pointing out the bullshit of pedophile hunters, because, like, he wasn't even really being a pedophile. He was just trying to do something, and the pedophile hunters were really just setting out a wide net and then trying to get any sad, confused, lonely person. Not saying pedophile hunters don't catch pedophiles or whatever, but it's just there's a weird bad energy coming out of those guys in general. And I think that just while making fun of podcast guys and Trump and a bunch of other things, they took, they added a piece of this satire, actual satire, to make fun of that, which I thought was great. And it was also related vaguely to what we were talking about. It's a classic. Although the audio mixing is a little messed up. They fuck up cases and shit, and they do more harm than good. Yeah. Well, and also, weird situations where, yeah, they're almost like, it's almost like when the feds try and get, neurodivergent domestic terrorists popping off and stuff.
Like they'll try to find some, Islamic kid who's just a little different, and then like honeypot him or whatever it is with a bunch of like insane things, and try and coach him into this and bully him into this thing for like a super long time. No, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. Yeah. I guess might as well. I mean, I don't love Liberal Eagle, but I was curious about this because at one point I brought this up, is that Mickey Mouse was potentially, if they ever sued AI, but he's saying that this is a thing that is happening. This was a month ago though, so maybe it's not all that relevant. But either way, I'm curious. Yeah, Lib Falcon. He loves covering Trump stuff. He is definitely a DNC riding with Biden kind of guy, right? He stands with her. He voted for Cuomo. Like, let's be real, right? Like, if we had to think about it, for a fact. I don't even think he lives in New York, but still, like, he would. He probably donated to Cuomo.
With the mouse, and you get the horns. Mickey, Shrek, Elsa, Frankenstein's monster, Iron Man, the Minions, these universe.
Oh, yeah. That thing for sure. Yeah, I know that one. That's one that Kara tells me about every time it comes up.
Recognized characters have joined forces to take on a digital pirate more dangerous than Jack Sparrow, Midjourney AI. This is the entertainment industry's version of the Avengers assembling, but it's Disney versus AI, so maybe everyone is bad? Sort of a oops, all Ultron situation? That's right, in a high-stakes lawsuit with massive implications for the future of generative AI, Disney Enterprises and Universal Studios and their affiliates have sued Midjourney for direct and secondary copyright infringement. The complaint accuses the AI image generation company of systematically exploiting some of the most famous intellectual properties in the world, including characters from Star Wars, Frozen, The Simpsons, and Marvel, without permission or compensation. Universal and Disney say Midjourney...
I forget that The Simpsons is now owned by Disney. It's kind of a bummer. But what are you going to do?
Is nothing.
I mean, The Simpsons hasn't been The Simpsons in almost as like longer than I ever enjoyed it. So,
more than, quote, a virtual vending machine that spits out copies of copyrighted works on demand. And every time someone asks Midjourney to make a Yoda with a lightsaber or Elsa in front of an ice castle, the company cashes in. And anyone who's ever used a generative AI image generator is like, yeah, that's what makes it fun. But Disney and Universal's suit is a test case for the boundaries of fair use, the definition of derivative works, and whether AI companies can legally profit from training on and replicating protected content without consent. But what happens when your AI tool starts churning out images of Darth Vader, Elsa, and Iron Man, but you didn't pay a dime for the rights? Well, Disney and Universal sued Midjourney in the United States District Court for the Central District of California, that is the federal court that's located largely in Los Angeles, alleging both direct and secondary copyright infringement under the Copyright Act of 1976. The complaint accuses Midjourney of blatant piracy, quote, by helping itself to plaintiffs' copyrighted works and then distributing images and soon videos that blatantly incorporate.
I mean, it's not wrong. It definitely did this. It definitely just scrubbed it, didn't ask to do it, didn't pay to do it, and is now using it every time it makes something. So, yeah.
And copy Disney's and Universal's famous characters without investing a penny in their creation. Midjourney is the quintessential copyright free rider and bottomless pit of plagiarism. Gee.
I appreciate, and it's one of the first times I'd ever seen it, at least be so described. I'm sure it's been done before, but like when Hassan's like, hey, I don't want to monitor my IP. I allow anyone to make fan channels and monetize them. Obviously, it's win-win because the more his vids or whatever it is and his presence is known, the better it is. I think he said that like if people like purposefully misedit things or try to misconstrue stuff, he would then be concerned because that would be just doing the opposite of good. But he thinks copyright law shouldn't exist at all. There shouldn't be copyright on anything. But then people would bring up the needs for small creators and small artists, that you would worry that if I ever made something, like we watched some Big Top Burger earlier, we ended up watching an episode that made sense not to me at all, so I'm sure it made no sense to nobody else because it was way too late in the franchise. But if Disney notices that Big Top Burger is interesting, they could just rip those characters off if IP law doesn't exist anymore. And then Disney could then pump it out in places behind their paywall. And then all of a sudden, the original creator's like, hey, what the hell? You know, like, so that could be a bad version of things. How do you deal with everything all at once? And it's like, shit, that's a tough question, sort of. Nobody cares about small creators 20 years after effect? Yeah, for sure. Sued a family for putting Spider-Man on the tombstone of their dead child. Now, I've heard, coming from the Warhammer community, don't know how accurate it is, don't know if it's relevant or not, but if, according to the law, if a company does not pursue legal action for any copyright infringement, no matter how small, then they could legally forego their copyright because someone says, hey, look, you've had a history of not coming after people. So when my client did a thing, there was a reasonable expectation that he would not have had been coming after or something. And there was some kind of clause where there's some kind of thing. And that's where defenders of the big company, Games Workshop, or in this case Disney, go, well, they just have to. I'm sorry, because that's how the rules work. And it's like, well, just change that rule, right? You know, just change that rule, right? Like, if you agree that this is bad, then just change that rule. Problem solved. It's just one part of the rule. I know. Of course. Artist Alley at any convention. Someone, you know, oh look, I stitched a yarn plushie of a little Lilo or Stitch or whatever. Copyright. You know, shut down her store. Like, what? It's her handmade thing. You know what? She's not saying it's official license. Illegal. But this also brings back memories of when Homestuck was really, really, really beloved by a bunch of people. And then people would make Homestuck trolls and artwork or stickers or all kinds of things. Even like custom trolls, like turn me into a troll with my boyfriend or whatever. The creator of Homestuck would go out and then copyright people because it's like, hey, you're just taking my money. This is my project. I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in it. I'm a small creator, smaller than Disney. And you're impeding my ability to monetize it, to make a life off of this. And like, I've always remember being like, that's kind of fucked up, man. Come on. People love your shit. So I always put a bad taste in my mouth when they did that, though technically not wrong to do it, but it's just like kind of wrong to do it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's one of those questions where it's like, you know, in a world where I think of labor is stealing excess labor value from people and then corporations profit off of it, what is the proper amount of labor value that they're allowed? Because at the end of the day, if a company will ever hire somebody, they have to take some amount of their labor value as profit to then pay for other things and or create profits. So like, what is the percentage that's considered okay? What excess labor value? Like, everything can't be a co-op because like a company that has 10 people becomes incredibly unwieldy. When a company has 100 people, it's literally impossible to have something that intense. So like these nitty gritty questions about how to solve some of these problems, because we're not going to become socialist instantaneously. And even under socialism, there will be things like some copyright law, and there will be some things like, you know, corporations along the way, at the very least, if not still during that period. So like, what do I think should be things? Now, I'm not an expert on all these individual little cases, but I should know vaguely what I think should happen. And I still don't have a strong opinion going for one thing or the other, because there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of potentials to think about. So these are questions that always kind of make me go, how do you balance big copyright and small copyright in the same action? When is there just a cutoff where you say big copyright exists here? which is different than small copyright, and then where is that line or what, you know?
Tell us how you really feel, guys. But Disney and Universal say that Midjourney's business model relies on reproducing their copyrighted works. Quote, Midjourney had to copy plaintiffs' copyrighted works in order for it to be able to subsequently disseminate reproductions and derivatives of plaintiffs' copyrighted works as outputs. Plaintiffs are referring to their rights under the Copyright Act of 1976, codified at 17 U.S.C. Section 101, and continuing from there, which gives creators exclusive rights to their original works of authorship, such as books, music, movies, art, software, and more. As we've covered many times on this channel, the copyright gives creators the exclusive rights to reproduce their work, prepare derivative works, distribute copies, perform the work publicly, or display the work publicly. An unauthorized use of any of these exclusive rights is copyright infringement. However, the fair use exception allows the unlicensed use of a copyright-protected work in certain circumstances, which we'll talk about later, because that's a main defense for Midjourney. But here are some examples that the plaintiffs cite to confirm that Midjourney directly produces images that infringe on...
Pirate, always pirate, never official. It's the only moral option. China has incredibly loose copyrighted soccer and the country isn't on fire. Ironically, we're literally on fire. Yeah, maybe I should think about their purpose of it or their execution of it. I'm sure, you know, Radio Free Asia would tell you about all these poor, sad, small businesses that get their copyright stolen. But I would rather find a better source for a... maybe not so much like specifically a critical review, but just more of a, you know, what are the pros and cons? Because maybe their system is not still 100% perfect and could be slightly improved upon at the very least. But it does sound like they would have probably a better thing to start with, because once you get the ball rolling, it seems to work out just fine one way or the other. And also, one of the best ways to support small artists is just to provide social safety nets and infrastructure and social housing and food and all these certain things for everybody. So that way, who cares? You know, you're taken care of at the very least. You're never going to go starving artists, right? Like, you're going to have a house and transit and food and the ability to, you know, do what you want. You know what I mean? Like, so like that would be one of those, like, solve that problem by solving all the other problems. You remove the profit incentive. You remove the incentive to steal it. True. Absolutely. Definitely.
On their copyrighted characters. Quote, in response to the prompt, Mandalorian carrying Baby Yoda, movie still, screen cap, Midjourney accesses the data about Disney's copyrighted works that is stored by the image service and then reproduced, publicly displayed, and made available for download an image output that copies Disney's Mandalorian and Baby Yoda, as shown in the screenshot. In response to the prompt, Olaf...
I'm worried that the output of this is going to be content-aware YouTube style, where, oh, look, it pulled images from things we know are these things. So now this image is demonetized. Or something stupid like that. If you use it at Disney art style, if you do, you know, that's going to be their solution to all this.
Frozen cartoon, Midjourney came up with this screenshot. In response to the prompt, Poe character from the animated film Kung Fu Panda, full body view, screen cap, Midjourney produced this image. So you get the idea. Now there's just pages and pages of these examples, and this is a generally really well written complaint that really utilizes photos and pictures well, which you don't often see in a federal complaint. But it's just an overwhelming...
That's the Disney animators getting to work. They're making them work on the real important stuff.
Number of examples of outputs that likely infringe on Disney's copyrights. There's not going to be much of a debate here that these particular outputs infringe on Disney's IP. But the complaint alleges that Midjourney is not a passive...
Disney's going to copyright my thoughts. Like, what did Poe look like again? Copyright.
tool in creating infringing images. Rather, Midjourney controls what content is used to train its AI model.
Before I can think of Poe, I must sign into my, you know, Disney Plus account. What's my password?
Models, how it's processed, and what outputs are allowed. And plaintiffs say that Midjourney...
Well, there was in the complaint, which I guess is still owned, I guess, by all this shit. But DreamWorks, it's just to be on Disney Plus, right?
engaged in the following conduct to train its image service. First, Midjourney gathers the copyrighted works from the internet and other sources using, quote, bots, scrapers, stream rippers, video downloaders, and web crawlers. In another context, Midjourney's CEO said the company, quote, grabs everything they can, they dump it in a huge file, and they kind of set it on fire to train some huge thing. Second, to prepare the data for ingestion, Midjourney cleaned the copies of the underlying works that were collected in the previous step through a filtering process and reformatted, such as converted them to a common technical format, the copies that were not filtered out in the cleaning process to train its image service. This step necessarily included creating more copies of the materials obtained in the gathering phase, such as a new copy of each reformatted item. And third, the companies allege that Midjourney uses the collected and cleaned data and copyrighted works to train its image service. Now, the plaintiffs admit they don't know exactly how Midjourney completes this process, but that will be the subject of discovery, I'm sure. And the companies believe this process involves, quote, fixation of copies of plaintiffs' copyrighted works in a tangible medium for which the work can be perceived, reproduced, or otherwise communicated with the aid of a machine or device. And the plaintiffs point out that for Midjourney to work, the copying has to be pervasive, creating copies upon copies of copyrighted imagery. Quote, indeed, in true vending machine form, Midjourney distributes and displays copy after copy after copy of plaintiffs' iconic copyrighted characters to its subscribers and its website as part of its character from the animated film Kung Fu Panda, full body view screen cap. Midjourney produced
Universal's copyrighted characters. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I had to double check just because I remember it was in there, but that makes sense that it's a group thing. Did I pull this up?
Quote, Midjourney's infringement of plaintiff's copyrighted works is manifestly willful.
Oh my God. Does that work? Does that just take you back? I guess you leave the game, right? So you don't like exist there for a little while. Good to know.
Counsel for plaintiffs sent Midjourney letters detailing Midjourney's extensive infringement of plaintiffs' copyrighted works, attached as Exhibits C and D. In this letter, Disney put Midjourney on notice that its image service was generating images of Disney's iconic characters, including The Simpsons, Spider-Man, several Guardians of the Galaxy, characters including Groot, Drax.
Yo, Lisa looks fucked.
Characters including The Simpsons, Spider-Man, several.
Well, Lisa's like, please. Maggie's just wall-eyed. Even Bart looks kind of fucked. Homer's the only one that's the most accurate. Don't know what he's holding. Some kind of box of like chef shrimp with like nachos in there. I don't know what that is. Even he still looks a little twisted. I think his underbite is a little short. And his face is a little thin. And his head is way too big for his fucking shirt. So, you know.
Guardians of the Galaxy, characters including Groot,
yeah, it's kind of like a robot,
and Rocket, the Star Wars droids R2-D2 and C-3PO, Stormtroopers, and Buzz Lightyear. Similarly, Universal put Midjourney on notice that its image service was generating images of its iconic characters, including Shrek, Hiccup, and Toothless from the How to Train Your
Shrek. No, my Shrek. Also, that's a hot Shrek. What the hell?
Dragon film franchise, Boss Baby, Poe from Kung Fu Panda, and the Minions from Despicable Me and Minions film franchises. Not that it's dispositive, but the complaint alleges that Midjourney did not respond to the plaintiff's letters, and instead the company allegedly doubled down on its infringement. 4 months later, it announced a new and improved version of its service dubbed V7, and shortly before plaintiffs filed suit, Midjourney's CEO touted its upcoming video service, noting it works well with images from Midjourney. And the plaintiffs argue that Midjourney has full capacity to prevent the creation and display of infringing material, especially since it already uses filters to block nudity and violent content. And the plaintiffs are concerned that, quote, Midjourney is very likely already infringing plaintiffs' copyrighted works in connection with its video service. Now, willful copyright infringement occurs when someone knowingly and intentionally violates copyright law.
I don't have the urge to salute, but I just do. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I'm definitely not a military person. In case you couldn't tell, I'm not a military person.
And this means that they are aware that their actions are infringing on someone else's copyright, and they proceed anyway, either with knowledge or with reckless disregard for the copyright holder's rights. Now, the legal claims here aren't that different from the many lawsuits that have already been filed against AI companies and are currently in process, though there is an emphasis on the outputs of the AI and not just the claimed illegality of using the copyrighted material for inputs and training. But what is different is this is Disney and Universal. This represents the entertainment industry going to war against AI. And their first claim is for direct copyright infringement. This occurs when a party violates one or more of the
Oh, the military parade. I was like, what do you mean? And for some reason, I was thinking Pride Parade. I was like, that's for gay? Like, it's like, okay, no. I looked over to the side. I think it's because I saw I was cleaning out my already watched videos, and the last thing my eye looked at was, is Pride dead? And I looked over, have you seen that parade? And I went to a Pride parade, so so one of the things that I used to get mildly perturbed about when watching streams was when the context to me as a chatter is very clear what a previous chatter or me in my chats would mean, and then the streamer's like, huh, I don't know what you're talking about. And it's just like, and now I've done it many times, and it's like, okay, just keep the frame of what I last said, in front of mine, so then when I read something, that should be most likely the first thing I should think about. But I got there, it just wasn't the first thing I thought of.
the exclusive rights held by a copyright owner, and to prevent
Pride is protest. Pride ain't dead. Oh, I'm sure it's a clickbait title, Adam Conover. Although sometimes he's a little lib and not as progressive. I can't think on the exact issue, but just in general, I've heard that complaint. And like, who am I to say? I'm obviously sometimes super wrong on things. I try my best, but
to prevail on this claim, the plaintiffs must establish two key elements: that they own a valid copyright in the works at issue, and two, that the defendant copied original protectable elements of those works without authorization.
His videos are a little they're a little draining to watch too, because sometimes he has this very I don't know if it's just from his old showbiz thing, but he's very delivering in his words, and then he does these things that says these way, and he does and it's like, bro, I come right here. You don't gotta just please, just learn how to roll a sentence in a, come on, just not like that every time.
And proving direct infringement involves showing that the works generated by the defendant are either literally copied or are substantially similar to the original works in ways that go beyond general ideas or themes. Now, the term substantial similarity is a term of art. It doesn't just mean, oh, this looks substantially similar. There's a whole test that I won't go into. But in this case, Disney and Universal argue that Midjourney has done exactly that. They allege that the AI image generation service allegedly creates images that clearly depict their protected characters, such as Darth Vader, Elsa, Iron Man, and the Minions. And the visual comparisons that the plaintiffs use seem to show that a simple prompt leads to the output of obviously recognizable images based on their copyrighted properties. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that based on the images in the complaint, every single one of those would infringe on Disney's copyright if there's no defense, regardless of what test you're going to use. And just because we always get comments along these lines, it doesn't matter if the outputted image has never existed before. It's very, very similar to images that do exist and would almost certainly qualify as copyright infringement. And based on that, the plaintiffs argue that because
the pride around us is very corporate. It's Florida pride, I guess. But I mean, there was a lot of really cool people when we were doing our walk. But the Pride Parade day, which is the day before, it's a lot of companies throwing out their merch, the rainbow vomit merch that they have. A bunch of banks, I think there's even there's some weird landlord union thing that came out. They were trying to get Raytheon and shit not to come, and different military contractors. But they had some blind spots still. But they apparently took that information down, and we're gonna look into it next year. Look into it. Yeah.
Midjourney controls the system that generates, displays, and distributes those images, the plaintiffs claim that Midjourney is directly responsible for that infringement. And since Midjourney will probably argue that it's not responsible for what its users do with the datasets, plaintiffs also sued for secondary copyright infringement, which is a broader legal category that includes both contributory and vicarious infringement. Unlike direct infringement, secondary liability does not require the defendant to have personally created the infringing content. Instead, it applies when someone facilitates, encourages, or profits from another party's infringing actions. And courts recognize this kind of liability as a way to hold accountable those who, while not directly copying the works themselves, play a critical role in enabling the infringement. To establish contributory infringement, the plaintiffs have to show 3 elements: that there's been a direct infringement by a third party, such as Midjourney, took no meaningful steps to prevent it, and instead the company promoted its copyright infringement. The court held Napster liable for
this guy's just going insane.
Contributory infringement because the company knew or should have known that its users were engaging in copyright infringement by sharing music files without authorization.
I get, what you're going with. I just want to hear, I guess, the potential ramifications. Whatever.
Napster itself didn't share copyrighted music files itself, but Napster materially contributed to that infringement by providing the software and infrastructure that enabled users to find and download copyrighted songs themselves. And the plaintiffs also allege vicarious infringement. They claim Midjourney had
the Disney adults. They would argue just have fun or don't take it so seriously or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the guy kissing the sleeping princess, but he had to do it to save her. Okay, yeah. And also, half of the stories that the Disney ones are based off of have much darker connotations and lessons. I guess some of the other ones are, they can have fun with your fist. That's fair. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. My sister-in-law is what I would consider a Disney adult because she goes to Disney a lot, but she's also an actual real doctor, and she does a lot of incredibly rough, life-saving shit. Not quite like the ICU specifically, but the hospital where people still go when they're very sick and have lots of problems. So it's one of those things that it helps her just enjoying Disney helps her, I guess, stay sane. But I don't like Disney. I didn't mean they were less pedo from the 1500s. I just meant the stories that they use are bad stories. That's all I meant. They used the bad stories, did a small, put lipstick on a pig sort of thing to make it more palatable, and also they have their literally racist cartoons. Yeah. A lot of Disney stuff. Yeah. Finding Nemo is one of the newer things that doesn't have the same weird backstory roots. Toy Story, I guess, is a newer one. Just thinking of some of the newer things that come out of the Disney entire. Some of those are Pixar. Nemo was mid. I mean, sure, but it's not colonizer shit, right? It's it's not Pocahontas. You know what I mean?
Had both the right and ability to control the infringing activity and had a direct financial interest in the infringing conduct. Vicarious infringement doesn't require the defendant to have actual.
Damn, these are all Pixar movies. Inside Out, no, that's Pixar. Encanto, wait, that's Pixar. What's an animated one that's good? They made Princess and the Frog. That's a thing, Yeah, Kara loved Encanto. She loved it. And, every time you watch one of those movies, you get the... I think I watched Encanto and I didn't cry. There was a couple of things. Encanto was full on Disney. Okay. I assume animated, boom, Pixar, right? That's just me. I'm just I didn't cry in Inside, or I cried like crazy in Inside Out. That was when they got me. Just when the pink elephant part was specifically, that was what did it for some reason. There's just a certain couple of important strings the pluck, and then it's like, fuck, you know. And I even know like the voice actor who voiced the elephant, and it's like he's a goofy dude, and then like him be acting in that very specific way at the end, it was just like, fuck, you know, it just hit me. I imagined it wouldn't have been a good execution, and also it wasn't that recent. Well, that's, you know, that's also kind of what Big Joel was saying, where like he's like, hey, look, the movie is fascist, but he can still like it for being the movie it is. It doesn't mean he can't like it. It doesn't mean that it's not still, you know, interesting as an art form in whatever it's worth, but also you can understand other things about it. Although he said vehemently that Lord of the Rings is not fascist. And he would fight you on it.
Actual knowledge of the infringement, and in this case Disney and Universal say that Midjourney fits the bill. It controls the terms and functionality of its AI platform, has the technical ability to block infringing prompts or outputs.
It just sounds like they've got a full open and shut case, so I'm just like, how the fuck could Midjourney ever defend this?
And makes substantial revenue from subscriptions that give users access to the image generation service.
More like the frog and then the princess a little bit, is I guess what the movie should be titled.
They allege that Midjourney not only enables but profits from widespread unauthorized use of their copyrighted material. So based on this, the companies seek injunctive relief to stop the alleged infringement and are also asking...
I know, that seemed like a complete, like, couldn't you have done something different with the plot? Like, is it based on a story that's specifically about a person being a frog for such a long period of time? Like, is that such a heavy part of it? Why did they have to do that? Why would you want the amount of screen time your brand new first black princess to be is such a small period of time? Why did you do that? Like, is that really a part of the story or something? I don't fucking, like, it just seems like a purposefully done thing. Wow. Wait, you mean like there's an original story, you mean? Or was there, yeah, because it wasn't like a remake of a different Disney story, but it's like a story. So, yeah.
In the court for damages, including statutory penalties for willful violations. Now, if you pirate an entire industry's worth of IP, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've got in a car comp, well, many of the factors. One, the purpose and character. To claim fair use under the Copyright Act, courts examine four main factors. One, the purpose and character of the use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the works used, and the effect on the potential market for the original. Now, Midjourney, like many of the AI companies, will likely argue that
I feel like this was during the Obama years. They're like, don't worry, racism is solved. Problem done.
Its service is transformative, meaning it changes or adds something new to the original material.
That feels like the amount of time ago it was, but I don't know. Maybe it was actually during Trump won, but I don't know.
And serves a different purpose. The company will also say that it doesn't directly copy images, but instead uses data to generate entirely new works based on their users' prompts. Disney's complaint challenges that defense by providing a side-by-side comparison, showing that Midjourney outputs highly recognizable images of protected characters like Darth Vader and the Minions, and these images really do seem to replicate the visual elements that make the characters distinctive. But Midjourney could also point out that the plaintiffs seem to deliberately try to get Midjourney to create infringing images of its characters through prompts that literally say something like Elsa singing in front of an ice castle. But a lot of this is uncharted, and we don't have verdicts in a lot of the AI.
Like, it's weird to make one, have it kiss frogs, which girls don't generally like, young girls, and then also have it be barely on the screen in comparison to all the others, and then everything you make after, like Frozen, they're white as fuck, you know, like, and then they, you know, when they finally do it again and they make, you know, the live action Ariel movie, you just get nothing but like right-wing Daily Wire ass fucking posts about it.
Copyright cases yet. Though
I assume the movie was bad because it's a live action remake, but I have never seen it, so I have no idea.
One case in 2023, the Supreme Court added an additional dimension to fair use analysis when it decided a case called Andy Warhol Foundation versus Goldsmith, which turned on the first fair use factor. And that case is really interesting. In 1981, photographer Lynn Goldsmith took a portrait photo of Prince, and a few years later she licensed that photo to Vanity Fair for use as an artistic reference. Andy Warhol then created an image of Prince based on that photo without further licensing or Goldsmith's permission. And after Prince's death in 2016, the Warhol Foundation licensed one of its images to Condé Nast for $10,000. Now,
I've also heard that Andy Warhol was kind of a weirdo, and he was in that The Apprentice movie, right? He was in that thing at that party. Now, I don't know if being at the party is, damnable or not at the time.
Goldsmith didn't
when the party
receive
was
anything and sued the Warhol
I
Foundation
thought I heard it
for
was
copyright
done.
infringement. And the Supreme Court ruled
Ooh,
that
may
the
have had a bad
Warhol
layer, but
Foundation
we can always
infringed
fix
on
that
Goldsmith's
with some
copyright. The court held that the licensing
processing.
of the resulting Warhol image for commercial use as basically a magazine cover was not protected under the fair use doctrine. And writing for the majority, Justice Sonia Sotomayor explained that, quote, if an original work and secondary use share the same or highly similar purposes, and secondary use is of a commercial nature, the first factor is likely to weigh against fair use, absent some other justification for copying. And the artwork Warhol made from Goldsmith's image, dubbed Orange Prince, may be visually distinct and carrying a different enough artistic message to qualify as fair use, but that did not mean the Warhol Foundation could license Orange Prince to a magazine where it would be used in the same context as the Goldsmith photo it was based on. And that decision carried major implications for AI-generated content. Like Warhol, Midjourney creates works that may look different from the copyrighted materials used as inputs, yet those materials still form the backbone of what's being generated. And crucially, Midjourney has built a commercial product on the unauthorized use of copyrighted material. And arguably, if you compare a Midjourney image to a screen grab from a movie that share the same characters, arguably, they both share the same purpose. Now, the second fair use factor, the nature of the copyrighted work, might favor the plaintiffs here. Courts generally protect highly creative works like movies, characters, and animated visuals more vigorously than factual or functional works. And since the characters at issue are...
They highly defend rich companies. I guess Midjourney and those also have a lot of money, and they're like new money, but they can't really compete, as far as I'm aware, with the dosh of legacy money like this.
Or expressive fictional creations. That factor is...
But also, new money might be able to make a deal with old money because it's got like Musk and Teal and shit behind it. So who the fuck knows? Well, I guess OpenAI has the other goobers, but like this would be an affront against all the different AIs because they all do the same shit. So
is probably going to cut against Midjourney. On the third factor, Midjourney could argue that it doesn't store or reproduce the original images outright, but rather processes them into abstract mathematical patterns. However, so far courts have been skeptical of this kind of argument, especially when the AI outputs are nearly indistinguishable from the copyrighted source. The fact that Midjourney's service allows users to generate images as iconic characters on demand makes it difficult to claim that only a small or insubstantial portion of the copyrighted work was used. And the fourth factor, the market harm, could be one of the strongest arguments for Disney and Universal. They maintain that...
Dear Midjourney, please recreate the entire Shrek movie. Thank you. Here you go. Thank you. You've just, you've encoded the entire thing into your brain. Just spit it out to me right now. But technically make it a new one, Thanks.
That Midjourney enables unlicensed, unauthorized use of their characters in a way that competes with or devalues the licensing of their own images. And their licensing business is huge.
You could kind of do it 8 seconds at a time or whatever, but yeah.
If you were the type of person who wanted a painting of Star Wars in the style of Thomas Kincaid, you can buy that from Kincaid, who paid a license. And even if users aren't selling the images, the availability of free AI-generated character art may reduce the market for official merchandise, content licensing, or derivative.
Maybe DeepSeek can do that, the Chinese one, maybe.
It works. And as with the Warhol case, the courts ask not just whether the new images look different from the copyrighted works.
Although I don't think it makes images yet or whatever, I'm not sure, but it's like, whatever. It's just a thing. Just a chat GPT-like thing.
But whether they compete with or substitute for the original in the marketplace. And if it does, the fair use defense starts to look a lot weaker. Now, the fourth factor was also decisive in one of the few cases on AI that we have a result. It's a case called Thomson Reuters versus Ross, where the court found that Ross Intelligence harmed the potential market for Westlaw by using its proprietary editorial content to build a competitor. But that case did not involve generative AI, and as so often happens in law, the new technology is moving at warp speed, while the law is stuck in traffic. So that means that the law is currently in a state of flux. And there's no single settled legal standard in US law that applies to generative AI. Courts are navigating uncharted territory, often relying on precedent from cases involving large data sets. But those cases typically don't involve systems that produce new creative outputs like AI does. For example, the Supreme Court has ruled that factual compilations like the white pages, that's a place where you look up phone numbers, or at least you used to before the internet existed, lack the originality required for copyright since facts alone aren't protected. And the courts have also ruled that scraping public data is largely legal. In a case called HiQ Labs versus LinkedIn, for instance, the Ninth Circuit held that LinkedIn couldn't block a small analytics firm from scraping public user profiles since personal facts aren't copyrightable either. And AI companies like Midjourney.
Well, yellow pages would be businesses and white pages is people. That was the difference. Then blue pages were government, I believe.
Journey argue that they're merely building indexes to the internet, similar to the...
Because like you're like, oh, look, you know, I want to call so-and-so. They're from my school, but you don't know their number. You just open up the white pages and flip over to like their parent's name. But you could also say, please, dude, I would like to be an unlisted number in the white pages. You would call the phone book company or the phone company and tell them that. And then you would be unlisted, which is what used to save you from being telemarketing called because your number was not on the book. So no one knew where your number was. Oh, what a thing we used to have. Oh, what a thing.
The white pages are public LinkedIn profiles. And if that analogy holds up, then AI companies are really going to rely on cases that involve data mining, like the Authors Guild versus Google, which was a landmark case over the Google book search. In that case, Google scanned millions of books, some in the public domain, but others still under copyright, and made them searchable, offering only a brief snippet of the copyrighted works. There, the authors and the publishers sued, arguing that the scans were unauthorized and violated copyright law. But after a decade of litigation, the Second Circuit ruled in Google's favor, holding that the digitization and snippet display were fair use. And the court found that Google's use transformative because it created a searchable index that didn't replace the market for the original books. Reader.
One of the big hacks back in the day was to have like names that were lower in the alphabet as the start of your company. So it'd be like, you know, Alex's Plumbing. So that way, when you go to the plumbing section, bam, you're the first thing listed. So that way they'd be like, oh, here we go. Boom. Instantly. I got the phone number I need. So like Zach's Plumbing, poor bastard's all the way at the bottom. He's fucked. That was like old school SEO. So Apex Plumbing, you know.
Readers still had to buy the book to read it. So using copyrighted works to train or power a new tool, especially one that doesn't substitute for the original, can qualify as fair use. And AI companies argue that just like Google, their scraping is protected by fair use. And does scraping billions of images hurt the market for the original in any way?
No. Oh shit, yeah. In the beginning of Terminator 2, the Terminator goes to a phone book. Or Terminator 1, Aaron Suppositories, Aaron, yeah, perfect, that's the best. It may have been Terminator 1 where like the Arnold bot goes to a phone booth, hilarious, but also opens up the little phone book that's inside the phone booth and then looks for Connor and then calls those places, figures out where they are, and tears them out of the book. I think they might have even had addresses at one point. Yeah, so that's like, you know, straight up what it is.
Not necessarily, although of course factual context matters. And there's an argument that using artwork to train machines to do other things like making new art could be so transformative that you can't look at the finished product and conclude that it's based on hundreds of other works. And users can create Midjourney to create works that are clearly transformative and new. But the problem with Midjourney is that it can also be used to create knockoffs of the plaintiff's characters, and that Midjourney profits from that. So we ultimately don't know how the courts are going to come down and view this new technology, but the stakes are obviously huge. These cases could lead to the end of AI as we know it, but it's also possible that the case could lead to some kind of settlement where Midjourney agrees to pay a licensing fee to Universal and Disney. But AI is obviously incredibly divisive, and when news of this lawsuit broke, over 375 sources covered it, with about 35% of the sources reporting from the left, 50% coming from the center, and only 15% coming from the right. But when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. From the right, the most common themes are to emphasize the potential copyright violations violations of Midjourney, often referring to them as pirates. On the left, we see a focus on the unfairness toward individual artists. And from the center, we see one of the strangest media biases we've ever seen, deference to how Midjourney might affect Darth Vader and Shrek specifically. But the headlines that you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can, which I do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app.
Okay, I guess I regret watching the video because it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that explains what we know, but then just gives like the case law for why we know what we know, what we expect, and then says, I don't know, they might just like pay a settlement or something, or maybe they'll just like, you know, pay a fee to use their shit. Anyway, and I was like, okay, that was a long walk to that, and I was even trying to skip some of it. I guess I gotta skip more, but okay. Yeah. I mean, I know a couple of lawyers. A few of my Warhammer friends are lawyers, and then there's the blue hat lawyers, green hat lawyers, the ones that like go to protests and like help protesters and shit. No, don't hate them. They try to help people at protests and like legally observe, and then, you know, help them with their cases as they get arrested or whatever or something. But there's always some, yeah, public defenders are awesome, and it's a brutal job. Yeah, hospital doctors are one, you know, EMTs on a different but similar, but a professional level, you know, public defenders. There are definitely a lot of, and then, you know, soon in New York, social workers, obviously, who are going to be like better than cops, obviously, you know, like the ones going out there doing most of the good work. There's a lot of different ways to really help. If cops are the fist, lawyers are the palm. Well, there's definitely state lawyers, state prosecutors. I don't like state prosecutors because I want them to be better at fighting corporations and fighting for our rights as people. They're supposed to be fighting on the behalf of the entire citizenry, you know? So like when a corporation does something wrong, the state should be using its attorneys general and its lawyers or whatever to then prosecute those criminal white collar entities. Without that elements, corporations would be more unregulated and unstopped. Not that they're stopped anywhere nearly enough as it is, but that would be like a public prosecutor that only works against corporations. So like when a company spills stuff in a local waterway, it's the prosecutors, the state prosecutors that bring them to trial and fights against them and tries to get them the biggest judgment possible. Now, when they capitulate to them and help them sign a deal to walk away and have no wrongdoing claimed, that's when you go fuck yourself. This looks like a very long series. It's like, because like the first one was long and it said episode 1. I'm like, oh no, that's gonna be a lot. I mean, we're talking about how like IP law and the other, and like how to make businesses cooperatives to what degrees and all that stuff. So like, I don't think we're gonna get away from lawyers instantaneously, but it's gold. You drive a hard bargain. I'm not necessarily a pro cop person, that's for sure. In general, I'm trying to think of all the different times I've had to deal with a cop. Sure, yeah. 8 o'clock. I usually go a little bit longer. Well, at the very least, we can watch something nice.
Hello, everyone. This is.
Wait, did I watch this one already? No, I did not. Hello, everyone. Title looked familiar. Hello, me. Daily Dose of Pets.
This is your Daily Dose of Pets.
I took the
It's not
top
daily.
off to my fish tank because he keeps jumping up there. So we're gonna see if he messes up.
Dude, that thing could have fucking dropped the whole goddamn tank. Oh my god, was that a chinchilla? Feel untight. Oh, it was an old fat dachshund. What the hell? Good thing it's got that blanket on its back or that little vest.
Don't do it.
Dog's paws don't hold a candle to cat beans. I don't know. Maybe dogs are in different sizes or different ages, but like my dog's paws were always just sandpaper, rough, hard, sharp. It's just
Sink.
oh my. Don't do it. No.
I've been dog sitting
Impressive.
this dog for 4 years. What is this? Are you okay, buddy?
This dog can surf.
Oh my god.
Surfing.
Interesting. Okay. I can see that. That dog looked like it saw its owners have sex or something. Yeah. It's a boogie board. It's a boogie dog.
Oh, get in it.
Oh, it's like a Lego cat. No, turf bangs for the horse.
Hey, hey!
Oh my god.
This dog is testing sparkling water.
No.
You don't like that?
Oh my god. Having a dog would be tough. Oh my god. It sounds like the fucking like little beasts, the little eye beasts from like Half-Life. No. Oh, cats don't like getting picked up sometimes. They get afraid of like the vet or whatever.
Is it possible I can get a small cup of water? Yeah. Thank you.
Why did they spray their arm with sunscreen when they did it?
Dice. 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 Guys?
Oh, fair.
Guys? Babylon?
But it's like,
Guys?
I'm right here.
Guys? Hey!
Nicely done.
Is this your elbow? Or is this your elbow?
Oh, what a pretty dog. And the first one's the elbow, the second one's the wrist, right? Wouldn't that be how it works? No. Ooh, that's an old golden.
Boyfriend. No.
But you're a white girl. No, what do you mean?
He hasn't quite grasped the technique in swimming.
It's cute, but it's gonna shit on your shoulder, dude.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're freaking out a dog at the camera? Come on.
Oh my god. What did you do? Oh my god.
Why are you recording before you open the door?
Philip.
Well, I don't know enough about birds. I don't know if this is it might be a natural molting thing or whatever, but I'm worried. But I'm sure it seems like the owner cares about their birds, so. Could be a fledgling. Overplucking. Yeah, that's what I mean. I was worried. Good luck. No. Okay. No, poor Cliff Pallet.
Alright, I got my
Poor
McDonald's.
inbred dog.
Hopefully they didn't mess up my order this time.
These cats aren't very welcoming.
Axel.
Follow my voice if you want
Impressive.
to live.
Oh, no.
My voice. Follow my voice. Here, Bubba. Here, Bubba. Come on. Come here,
The
Bubba.
table's in the way, the thing. Aw, it's cute, but it's, yeah. That's, well, fair point with the rescue thing. Yeah. I've heard that it's scary to have dogs around weights just because the dogs don't realize how heavy things are and can get like squished or hurt or whatever, but I guess I do see it a lot, so. And that dog seemed very well trained, almost like a service dog with his little harness on. Oh. No.
This doggy got the zoomies.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. This is basically ZZ waking up Kara every morning. If I try to feed her and give her treats and other things. Oh my god.
Are you hungry, Ginger?
They must have noticed like food got stuck up there once or twice and they were able to like. You wouldn't recommend it because people don't check what's under them. I'm trying to think back on what I was saying. I think it was just about weights. I guess like, oh, the people holding weights don't check what's under them. So they drop weights or they do things. Okay. I was thinking like, they don't check what's under the dogs? I'm like, okay, yeah. I got there. That one's an automatic food dispenser.
From him, look at him. He's so distressed.
Buddy. Hi, Bubby.
Oh.
This little guy thinks she's a T-Rex.
Apex predator.
What
That was
is
it?
that, Duke?
Oh no. Soulless husk. Oh, that's so cute. Little huskies are so vocal.
Привет. Да привет. Ой,
Stupid
правда.
Oh. Oh, its little ears wiggled. Well, that reminds me. Oh my god, what a fluffy tabby. What the hell?
He's demanding a belly rub.
Yeah. It's having fun, I think. It's just a little spooked. Oh, that's so cute.
He put himself in jail.
I've tried to do this before.
Hi. Can you roll over? There you go. Good job.
With the piano, the little spooky piano. Oh. For like about 11 months or a year, we had a cockatiel like this. But then it died. I think there was stuff about it maybe not being fed, you know, when we were away or something, and someone didn't feed it in time, or I forget what it was. Yeah, I was such a little kid, it didn't matter. Sweet bird. Liked drinking coffee and eating pasta. So that couldn't have been good for it either. So let's be real. Oop.
This guy just wanted a nap.
Come here, Paco.
No. Yeah.
What you doing?
It happens.
Hey, poquito.
Up the nose. What the hell? Did you just take a shit? Why are you doing that, dude? Do you just feel like there's something on your ass maybe or something? Ooh, what a chubby little kitty.
They call him Spider Cat.
Nice sensual massage. What are you doing? Oh my god, they all get laugh right in the cat's face. It would like, my mom would have coffee and then it would like just kind of like, not like get like a whole gulp in, but it would kind of like lick at it or whatever. So, and then she'd be like, no, but like it'd be cute. So she'd let it do it for a second. It was like, you know, I don't remember exactly how many, you know, ounces it drank over the years or year. But yeah.
What the f you doing?
I wish my cat would let me like just hold it. They're squirmy, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't raise both our cats. Like we inherited one when it was already past its adolescence, and then got Zenith or ZZ when she was already, like, she had already been a kitten, then got to her adolescence, and then got pregnant and had a litter, and then was adopted, and then given back to the adoption place, and then we adopted it as the second one. So she had like a whole life too. So neither one of them like to be held too much, unfortunately. Wish I could just cuddle them.
Oh my God. Gio, that's my father-in-law there.
Não quer sair não, ó. Já tirei
They
duas
take
vezes.
baths. Emu. It's not going crazy in there. I know that they need socialization and they need attention and stuff. And now I'm doing that thing on Twitter where it's like, you might think that's cute, but actually that's a sign that is under stress. You know, it's like...
That's my Murphy? Wave?
Oh, little footy. Little footy.
What are you doing? In my purse.
Shitting in my purse. No. Oh God. They're casting spells. What? Is it trying to pick up the ball
This
and
cat
the thing
thought
at the
his
same
owner was a
time?
ladder.
What? Why is there a toothbrush up there?
Gentle. He's really... Yay!
That's sweet. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later. Hey, the stop the auto playlist thing happening worked. Neat. Let's see. What's some stuff I need to do? I offered my services again to the Dump Duke team. I wanted to make some more just little edits and stuff for them. This Thursday, so not today, but tomorrow, there's a midday. Interesting. That's a shame, but also interesting. So tomorrow around like 1:30 is like the meetup, is the actual like town hall, and then the meetup is a little bit before, so I'll be like probably getting ready to move out by like a little before noon or whatever. Then I'm not sure how long that's going to take. Probably a few hours at least, just because there's some things before, and then we'll stay for the entire meeting, and then try to get some more comments after. Because it's the crunch time to get the first phase down, which is please let us get a feasibility study. There's a lot of it's interesting to watch people who are smarter and better at organizing and doing stuff, like just physically organizing papers and data, but also organizing people and stuff. But watching them work and learning from them and asking them questions, and they're reading up on things and then reading books and reaching out to different organizations and figuring out what organizations even exist, because there's no official guidebook to how to do this. Thankfully, there are a few organizations that do reach out, or you can reach out to sort of get some kind of like good steps to do some of these things. But even then, it's an open world. It's whatever you decide to do will be done, and whatever you don't do won't be done. So it's like a whole, it's just up to what you do. It's not like damn it, those damn Democrats didn't do it right. It's like, okay, now it's time for us to do things. Like I was asking them, like, what about the not civil asset forfeiture, the eminent domain? A thing that cities can do to just take your shit. But it's like still not just taking the shit. It's like still like getting a certain price for it and buying it out, which I'm thinking like, what a bitch made, like what? There's no government thing where the government says it's ours now. We say it's ours. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, maybe that's a federal only thing or something, because then you would just make a claim that you would sue them or something and then try to get it back. That's probably why there's like a layer of like, nope, we bought it through eminent domain and therefore you have to accept that price. But at least there's still some kind of form of buying. Because it sucks to be like doing, like, it sucks to do a thing where like we've been getting scammed and being mistreated by a corporation for a long time. And then because of our limitations and how much power we don't have, we still have to like buy back all these things from this company, things that they've never upkeeped well or made any improvements upon. So we're getting them back probably in a much worse state than we originally sold it to them at a discounted rate, through modern dollars, whatever it is. So it's just going to like take a huge chunk out of the initial benefit that we're going to gain, even if we can get this done, which sucks because you knock on a door and they ask you, when am I going to see my bill go down? I'm like, well, it depends. It could take a while. So, but it's an important step to make our presence known. And then there's going to be some meetings with individual council members that will be talking to them and saying, these are our demands, or these are the things that we want from you. And this is why we want you to vote for us in this way. It was encouraged not to stand up there and call them fascists and to swear, not to do certain things. Why does this think I'm doing an exercise? It thinks I'm doing an elliptical. I'm doing nothing. Stupid watch. It could feel a little bit underwhelming, certain things that you can achieve and how slow they might take. But at least it's actually getting something done. So even though the world around us might turn more and more and more to shit, we are doing what we can where we can, and we might even get some pretty big wins. So that'll be pretty awesome if we can do that. And these are the steps to take, and we'll learn along the way as we do it. And hopefully I can grow my video production skills, grow my streaming skills. Yeah, so tomorrow will be really interesting to see how that process goes. I've never been to a city council meeting before. You know, I've never been to my public library. There's a lot of things that I have never done because I just sit inside, play Dota, and like, you know, jerk off. I just, you know, then I would go to work or go to school, but I would never like do all these other things or whatever. So it's like, okay, shit. There's a whole world out there. And there's a whole public world out there. And now there's a whole world that we can shape possibly with our political ideas or whatever, which is an incredibly empowering thing, even if it is slow and perhaps marginal or perhaps even roadblocked by something. One of my fears is state legislature or the state governor making some kind of law or action that then makes it illegal for municipalities to run their own things. I've seen it happen enough times where after a lot of hard fighting, something comes in and then stops it. One a while ago now was when Florida had the bill or the referendum to say, we want felons in Florida who have finished their sentence to have their voting rights returned. Luigi? That's a Luigi there. Yes. Who doesn't love a nice little Luigi? One of my favorite Mario brothers. Luigi Mario. Unlike his brother Mario. Because they're the Mario brothers, you see. Which means their last name, their surname is Mario. Which is really dumb when you think about it, but whatever. It's fine. Lugini. I just assumed you just typoed. Sometimes you typo a little bit, which is fine. I typo a lot. I don't know what Lugini is. Lugini? I'm just as question mark as the little kitty cat is. Also, all those little kitty cat emotes are super cute. Me? Never. Yeah. My Sissel video. Ah, a classic. The International. A song I've heard recently, but then like it was actually used by the DSA a little bit. Ooh, wow.
Stand up, all victims of oppression.
It's the British version.
Be your might.
Might.
Cling so hard to your possessions, for you have nothing if you have no rights. Let racist ignorance be ended, for respect makes the empires fall. Freedom is merely privilege extended, unless enjoyed by one and all. So come brothers and sisters, for the struggle carries on. The international
I should probably read Lenin before I start just.
comrades come rally, for this is the time and place. The international ideal unites the human.
We love Lenin here, yeah.
No one built walls to divide us, walls of hatred nor walls of stone.
I just cannot get over how three-head that shit is.
Poisoned by exploitation, those who have taken, they must give. And then the vanity of nations, we hope one earth on which to live. Some
And also, because like the French Revolution happened, but then I guess I've been told that there was a lot of confusion about how to actually run things, perhaps a little too many executions, and then they were kind of weak, and then that's how Napoleon came to power. I don't know the timing. I don't know if the logistics, if any of that is actually real, but that's what I've been told. But it seems like Lenin was able to run the revolution and then immediately install working things instead of it being bad stuff. So, yeah. Struggle carries on. I like the unites the human race thing. I guess that's the humanist in me. I like to think that we could do that. Is it feasible? Yes. Like I was thinking, why am I setting myself up for failure? Yeah. Who's to say he didn't? I don't know. I don't think of Napoleon as a positive thing, but also I was taught to think that Libya was not good. I was taught to believe that what's his name? Gaddafi was bad. When Gaddafi's regime fell, my dad celebrated the bayoneting. He laughed. He thought it was awesome and told me he was a bad guy. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I was probably like middle school, high school-ish age. I don't know. I guess it would depend on exactly how close to 9/11 it was. It's probably after? Oh, shit. No, let's see. I should probably look up some videos and watch and learn about it, because that's one of the things I've always wanted to know. And I've heard people talk about it, but I never really knew exactly what I should get away from it or take away from it. (2011) Okay, wow. So that's 10 years after. So that would have been, bro, I would have been in college. That was the year my car accident happened. That doesn't feel right. But I guess it must have been. Oh, that sounds really bad. That sounds bad. Okay. The revolution didn't fail. I guess, let's see. Date of, or, so that says May 1789, when Napoleon ruled France. Napoleon ruled from 799 to 1804. Only 5 years? Oh, and then as emperor for another 10 years. With a brief return, and for one, he did a coup d'etat in 799. Oh. So the revolution happened, and it took 10 years for then Napoleon to take over. Wait. The French Revolution began and end. Lasted from 89 until 99. Revolution precipitated a series of European wars forcing the United States to articulate a clear policy of neutrality. Right, I remember that was a big part of Hamilton, was like, yo, I'm the French guy helping you guys win. High five, you guys beat the British, well done. All right, I'm gonna go fight my own revolution. And you'll help, right? Sure, brother, sure. Actually, we're neutral, you know. Ooh, who knows, who knows? I don't know exactly the details of all the different, you know, interactions and how much Hamilton lived it up versus how much, dude, the revolution took 10 years? I guess it was just fighting slowly for territory for 10 years? Damn, that seems like a long time. I figured revolutions like take a year at most, but I guess not. Revolutionary start date. Yeah, April 1775, and then 1776. I guess the Boston Tea Party started in 73. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Well, for tomorrow, I'll definitely look up some Libya videos, just because let's learn about Libya. Let's try to learn more about things. I watch all these little goofy videos and little like topics and some current day stuff, but I should learn more about past things as my journey continues. So that makes sense. And that's half of my my charm, is that I don't know shit and I want to learn it. So yeah. All right. Shout out Libya. I know nothing. Hell yeah, we'll learn together. Although that can make it difficult if we're both like, shrug, is this the correct framing? You know, I'll have to like dig a little deeper than just scrolling my YouTube page for a bit, but I'll find some sources that I trust to see, like a Second Thought meta video, for example, or something. A few of the other historical things that I know are useful. Yeah. We don't got Jack for viewers, so I'm not going to worry about rating today. Obama. Again, that cat is just so damn cute. Enemies 10. Oof. I'll have to see who that enemies 10 person is. I think there's a way to do it. Oh, is this Twitch? No, it's a Twitch emote, not a, but it's just to be enemies 1. Oh, I see. Oof. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, no reason to faff about too much. Make sure to get something done. Why do I salute? I guess I just, because I saluted so much at the end of my stream is probably why I started doing it. What else am I supposed to do? Wave? Make sure to get something done off your to-do list. At least if you are a fuck like me who constantly puts things off and feels like you hate how time passes and nothing gets done. So get something done. And then we'll see you tomorrow, where we'll learn some stuff and also have a good time. We'll have fun. Bye-bye.